tattoos in my shoes. Holla if you need me, love, I'm in the house. Roman stroke, see what the honeys is about. Moet poppin', hope poppin', ain't no stopping. Big Papa, I'm a bad boy. Niggas wanna front, who got your back? Niggas wanna flex, who got the gat? It ain't hard to tell, I'm the East Coast overdoser. Nigga, you're scared, you're supposed to. Nigga, I toast you. Put fear in your heart. Fuck up the party before it even start. Is he drunk off a Henny and skunk? Or some brand Nubian shit beating down punk? We party up that bullshit. That's that. We party up that bullshit. And 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 we party and bullshit. And bitches in the back looking righteous in a tight dress. I think I might just hit her with a little Biggie 101. How to tote a gun and have fun with Jamaican rum conversation. Blunts in rotation. My man Big Jock got the Glock in his waist and we're smoking, drinking. Got the hooker thinking if money smell bad, then this nigga big is stinking. Is it my charm? I got the hookers eating out my palm. She grabbed my arm and said, let's leave calm. I'm hitting skins again. Rolled up another blunt, bought a Heineken. Niggas start to loke out. A kid got choked out, blows was thrown, and a fucking fight broke out. Yo, chill, man, chill. Can't we just all get along so I can put hickeys on her chest like little Sean? Get a pissy drunk off a Dom Perignon, and it's on, and I'm gone. That's that. We party up that bullshit, and 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 we party up that bullshit.
Junior Mafia like stuff. Uptown like stuff. Bad boy like stuff. Brooklyn crew like stuff. Third Eye like stuff.
Biggie. This goes out to you. This goes out to you and you and you and you. This goes out to you. This goes out to you. This goes out to you and you and you. Your reign on the top was short like leprechauns as I crush so-called willies, thugs, and rapadons. Get in that ass quick, fast like Ramadan. It's that rap phenomenon, Don Dada. Fuck Papa, you got to call me Francis M.H. White intake like toast, toe iron. Was told in shootout, stay low and keep firing. Keep extra clips for extra shit. Who's next to flip on that cat with that grip on?
Good morning, buenos dias, surf fans. Welcome back to the Surf City, El Salvador World Surfing Games. Of course, the ISA has come correct this year yet again with 297 competitors. And unbelievably, we've made our way to day 7. So with all the names we saw enter this event, we've started to trim the field down. There you see. A few less names on the page today. I'm Chris Cote. This is True Starling. True came down here with 61 nations, 297 surfers, but now we're getting down to the wire. Just a few days left of competition. Today is going to be impactful.
Oh, it definitely is. It's a pointy end. We are going to run through so many repechage rounds today. We'll unfortunately say goodbye to a bunch of people, but, you know, the cream of the crop is going to come out on top.
Yeah, this is going to be a big day for the men, especially as most of the day we're going to see men's repechage rounds. Here's what the waves are looking like this morning. Dawn Patrol was packed with some of the world's best surfers in the water. Absolutely rippable. A little slight decrease in swell, but if we know anything about La Bocana, this place always delivers. So we're going to see airs, we're going to see big carves, men's repechage rounds, and a glimpse into the women's main round.
Ooh, I'm really excited. I feel like today is going to be some crazy, maybe upsets. Yesterday we saw huge buzzer beaters, some really just committed surfing. I feel like we'll see that again today. I mean, by the looks of the morning free surfs, hopefully that's a sign for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we saw some unmistakable styles in the mix there. Sally Fitzgibbons, Yolanda Hopkins. So a lot of your favorite surfers probably still left in the draw. You might be into one of the 4 of these surfers in the water. If I'm looking at this right now, this is going to be a great heat. Teo Grani, Maximiliano Sanz, Grayson Grant, Federico Moraes, and of course, an international affair here. Panama, Ecuador, Sweden, and Portugal. This is a big heat for Team Portugal. Federico Moraes. No, don't adjust your screen. Yes, Federico Moraes is in the repechage. So he had a bit of a misstep just a few days ago, which sent him into this round, which he's had to fight his way through. If you stay in the main round, that's just less heats you have to surf to the final. If you go into the repechage round, you're surfing pretty much double the amount of heats that you would. So there's a lot at stake here. 3rd and 4th place surfers are out of this contest. 1st and 2nd place surfers still will be carving their path towards a potential finals day berth and maybe even a medal at the end of this week. We will be crowning world champions down here, True. Gold medalists for men, gold medals for women, and of course, the overall team medal, which I think today we're going to get a good look at who is leading the standings. Luckily, I'm not in charge of the math because that would be an absolute disaster. Got experts who will be making sure that all the numbers are falling into place, and we'll be able to update you on that later today.
Yeah, I am really looking forward to seeing that because right now, I have no idea. It's hard to tell where people are sitting, what's going on. This is obviously day 7, so we've had so many days. We've seen a lot of heats. And, you know, some of the top nations have lost people in this event. So, yeah, I'm really interested to see where that all plays out and who's kind of in that top 5. I feel like to top 10, I think it's going to be really interesting.
All right, our first wave of the day goes to Grayson Grant, representing Team Sweden. Young ripper out of Encinitas, California. Surfs D Street, Seaside Reef a lot. Runs with the fast crowd. He's been traveling with Ellie Temperi and Team Finland. And they've been doing big things. I think Grayson has been surfing a lot of El Sunzal, which tells me he's warmed up. Because if you make it through heats at Sunzal, which is our podium 2, just at the right upper right part of your screen just then, that's our podium 2, which means that you're doing 250-yard paddle outs, probably doing 12 to 13 turns per wave, so a lot of surfing happening up there. And now we see Federico Moraes, powerhouse surfer, representing Team Portugal, and you can already hear the boardwalk going wild and some emotion coming out for Federico Moraes. Who knows? This is his last chance to stay in this competition. If he makes it through this, he'll have another go. And Grani now, Team Panama, a couple bashes down the line. So rights and lefts activated already.
Yeah, that was just a little bit of spice and venom on that last wave for Team Panama for Grani. I mean, I really liked those 2 punches on that wave, but for Federico Moraes, that was the morale, I think, that the team needed for Team Portugal. Unfortunately, they lost Teresa Bonvalot and also Francisca Vasilko yesterday.
No.
Yeah,
Come on.
I know. 2 out of their 3 Portuguese women are out. Yolanda Hopkins, she's still in that main event for the women's. But yeah, Team Portugal really needing that energy from Frederico this morning.
I'm shocked that Vasilko is out. I mean, and Teresa as well. So much experience. So that kind of tells me 2 of the best female surfers in the draw are out at this contest. So again, speaking to the depth of field we have here at the ISA World Surfing Games for 2025, I would say this is some of the best surfing I've ever seen in ISA history. That's not superlative. The numbers are following that storyline. And, right now, like we said yesterday, waves, a little bit of morning sickness, so it's a little bit lumpy out here, but they're making the most of it. And one thing we know about this place is it will improve all day long.
Yep.
So here's a look at the first kind of round of waves coming through here. I think pretty safe to say Frederico Moraes got the best of it.
For sure. Yeah, I really liked how he approached that wave at 6.5. It locks in. I thought it was really smooth, clean surfing. And as you said, surfing yesterday for him over at El Sunzal, they're big days. It's only 2 heats, but they really take it out of you. Even going for a free surf out there, you last about half an hour to 40 minutes, and you come in feeling like you've done a 3-hour workout in the gym.
Yeah, I saw a highlight yesterday from Finland's Ellington Perry. 13 turns. I think he needed a 6.3. So after a run of 13 turns with a big finish, I think he got a 6.5.
Wow.
With the buzzer beater. So big things happening at Sunzal, and they will continue, or they won't continue today, because now we have 1 podium and 1 podium only focused on La Bocana.
This is where it's all at.
Yeah, and this looks a lot like yesterday morning.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see an uptick in swell and just more waves coming through. So you see Maximiliano Sanz representing Team Ecuador. Good, clean power surfing here. Not an easy wave to ride, but he made the most of it. So I'd say a mid-ranger. Nice casual start for Maximiliano Sanz. Great surfing. Flip it over to Team Panama. This wave got a little weird. He's out. But his first score came through at 5.33, so a solid start for Panama's Teo Galigrani. Frederico sitting on that 6.5. I think kind of as expected. You just always think of Frederico Moraes as super smart competitor, very consistent. Shocked he's already in the repechage rounds, but not shocked at that 6.5 because he is that good.
Yeah, he really is. And I think as well, that first wave that he got, we've seen, and a lot of, everyone that's watching these events, whether they're down at the beach or online, you've watched a lot of Frederico surfing, right? And you've seen him compete a lot, and you've seen how much he can give, I guess. In heats in that first wave, it was just like, I'm just going to get a score and complete my first wave.
Grayson Grant now going vertical on his backhand. Comes around this section, another big backside whip there. Adding some flair to the end of that turn, blowing his tail. This was a split P because you see Frederico Moraes. Is he looking at us? What did we say?
Yeah. He's like...
Took it out on that poor wave and then stared down the judges. There's Team Portugal right there, of course, always coming through with a star-studded team. Frederico Moraes, Yolanda Hopkins-Quera, Guilherme Ribeiro, Teresa Bonvala, Alfonso Antunes, and Francisca Vasilko. Shockingly, Teresa Bonvala and Francisca Vasilko out of this contest. That is going to be a tough hill to climb for Team Portugal with 2 of their stars already out of this contest, with 2 more full days of competition left after today.
Yeah, it was some heavy hits yesterday. It was pretty emotional. Love this wave from Maximiliano. Really liked his approach. I mean, it was a wobbly wave, but there is that bit of morning sickness this morning. It locks in just at a 3.5 for him. This is that 5.3. Oh, just a quick in and out there for Grani, for his second wave. And then we'll take a look at this last one as well for Frederico. I mean, really, really committed first turn. It's a bit of a difficult wave to surf, but he does really well. Wow, just being really on point with his turns, with the timing. He's so tight in the pocket. That staunch look back as well. He's feeling it out there. And Grayson Grant for Team Sweden. They're a team of 3. That's a pretty cool second turn. I liked how he kind of got the fins out the back, so we'll see where it locks in. I mean, right now, everyone's kind of on par with their first few waves.
Well, we need to do some scouting. We need to find some Swedish female surfers to round out that team. And remember that if you have, heritage, if let's say your mother's from Sweden, your dad's from Sweden, your mom's from Costa Rica, wherever you are in the world, if you have that heritage, that lineage, with the family connection to the country, and it is a process, but if you're a young Swedish female surfer out there, let's get involved. Your team needs you. Mm-hmm. And we know, with 61 nations competing here, there's a couple of ripping young Swedes out there that would fit well in this team. Just got to find them. Here we go. Surfer in red, Teo Galligrani representing Panama. He gets the 3-turn combination.
Oof.
We got a heat on our hands.
Yeah, I liked that.
Grayson Grant again.
Oh.
Going upside down into the air. Kind of a reverse air wind on the left. So you saw the board just kind of blew out from underneath his feet. But I like the idea. Get radical. I mean, this is one of those instances here in the repechage. In case of emergency, break glass. Do something wild. You will be rewarded from the judges, because we actually haven't seen that many airs. When you're on the beach, you're looking at this wave. It almost looks like every left has an air section at the end. But that air section can be deceiving. It kind of goes away from you a little bit. So it's actually pretty hard to hit. We have seen some big, spectacular airs here in the past. I think of Leon Glatzer as a guy who's decoded this wave a few years ago. But today, these surfers, and I'm not saying you have to do an air to make it through a heat, but it will help if you land a good, clean one.
Oh, absolutely. And you are right in saying that. We haven't really seen too many here at La Bocana. I mean, it'd be cool to... I mean, obviously, Dane Henry has locked in a couple from my memory. But... there's been a couple more, but there's not been as many as probably what we were expected. Maybe everyone's just keeping it in the back pocket, saving it till a little bit later on in the event, which fair enough. And this is a really well-surfed wave for Grani. I mean, that second section was really wobbly, and he timed it well. And then here for Grayson, loved this approach, loved the progression. Just didn't find that completion, which that happens, especially early on in the morning. Well, let's see.
He's got a nice looking right-hander here.
Ooh.
Big snap to start. Blows the tail in the second turn. Snaps the fingers. Letting the judges know he wants it.
How fired up are these surfers right now? For the first heat, this is crazy. I mean, a 7 and a 6.5 for Frederico. Teo, he's got some scores to lock in as well. This is really, really just intense, this whole heat, back to back. Let's take another look at this one. Love this first turn. He throws so much spray and power. You could see how much drive he got off that bottom turn as well. Loving the energy. Wow, that was a difficult section to hit. You can see that wobble and how difficult it makes it. These waves this morning, and these men, they're just making it look easy.
Now here's your standings for now. Galligrani comes to the 6-4 and a 5-3-3. It's enough to solidify his spot in second place. It's going to make Grayson Grant's job kind of tough. He has a 4-5, but he's going to need to get something in that 7-2-3 range or 2 completely new scores. Unfortunately for Maximiliano Sens, representing Team Ecuador, just sitting on a 3-5, no second wave ridden yet. Here is your current happenings. Swell's looking at about 3 to 4 foot range, head high, overhead on some of the sets. Casual wind right now. Tide's going to be dropping quickly till about noon, and then it's going to be rising just as fast all the way through into the afternoon. And as per usual, paradise numbers with the water temp and air temp. Let's just call that an even 85 for both. Water here is silky and smooth, and it just feels like when you jump in, yeah, it's hot in and out of the water, but it does have a way of really relaxing you and re-energizing you just the second you jump in the ocean here. So with 8 minutes left, that's probably not what they're thinking in the lineup right now. Relaxation is not a word in the vocabulary of any of these four surfers. It's up to Grayson Grant from Team Sweden now to jump back into this heat. Does need a 7.23. That number's out there. It's just a matter of finding it in this, I would say, confusing lineup right now because all the takeoff zones. Oh, yeah. And just come on. Make sure. Yep, there you go. Just by standing up in the whitewater, Teal Gale-Grane made it clear to the judges that he pulled off that really cool looking kind of fin chuck frontside reverse. So pretty awesome finish there to that wave. So he could be improving in his score line. And I'm saying go to tricks today, you know, do something a little different. That's what Granny did on this wave.
Yeah, he did. I liked that a lot. You could see how much projection he got, how he just projected all the way to the beach. And with that came that speed from that turn as well. And the dedication to ride out of it too. He's like, no, I'm going to hold on to this. I'm going to get it. Team Panama would be pretty stoked with that as well. Look how much power as well came in that whitewash coming back to him. Could quite easily have knocked him off that board, but well, let's see what Grayson can do.
Grayson's got to go big here. Oh, slips going up into the lip. That's not going to help him out. 6:30 to go. Maximiliano sends now. Just a little hung up on his backhand. These lefts are looking tricky. Could have a good end section to work with here. Good combo right there. Two big turns. And gets the finish. So not bad. It's not going to be an 8.23, but it's going to help his campaign. 6 minutes left. Grayson making his way back into the lineup. Federico now fading to the left. Cranks it off the bottom, straight up into it. A massive backside whip.
Oh.
All right, Federico is looking like he's on a good one today. First two turns were, you could tell in his body language, he knows he just absolutely destroyed that wave. And that's what we're used to seeing from Federico. I mean, this turn will never get old. This will always, always play into exactly what the judges want to see.
Oh, absolutely. And how's this wave just really standing up for him as well? He tore that to shreds. And I would hate to be the wave right now because that looked like it hurt that first turn. Oh, so much aggression. And he was just really aware of what he wanted to do. And he's surfing for the whole of Team Portugal right now, and you can see that.
And just as I say, let's see some tricks. Federico goes, nah, tricks are for kids. Power reigns supreme. And that is one aspect of surfing, and especially in competitions, that will never go out of style. Power surfing is always going to get you big points, especially when you do it like this. This is power and precision all in one. Two massive turns right there. The judges are going to love that wave.
That's going to go big. That is going to be huge. Better than the 7 for sure.
Oh, yeah, that was a quick one for the judges. 8.67.
Ah.
So right there in the excellent range. Real obvious, too. I mean, there was no argument there. We knew that was going to be a huge number.
That quite easily could have gone into the 9s for me. It was pretty close. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. I didn't do much wrong. Those first two turns, the grunt and just the laser sharp focus that he had behind them was just crazy. I mean, an 8.67. We're talking about no one feeling relaxed in this heat. Federico's in a really... Now he's enjoying the spa bath out there. He's just having fun.
Basically on vacation after putting in work like that. Here we go, Granny. Quick snap there. I mean, tough act to follow after Federico Moraes does that on his backhand, but nicely surfed there for Teal Gale-Grane, representing Team Panama. You can hear the beach going wild there, supporting that Panamanian surfer. ISA World Surfing Games is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador. It's nice to have a sponsor that we can depend on, right? That will always deliver waves.
Yes.
Today, one of the smaller days we've seen of the week, but you know, when people are out there dropping near 9-point rides, you know how contestable it is, and it's just going to get better from here on out. That's kind of what happens here every single day.
I wonder if You know how you get that feeling when you surf waves so often and when it's pumping at home, you get really surfed out? I wonder if that's a thing here in El Salvador, or if they're just so used to getting these incredible waves every day that they just surf all day, every day, and being surfed out isn't even in their vocabulary.
I mean, it's probably why they're one of the most improved and fastest growing teams in the ISA. It's like their training grounds are incredible. Here we go. Sens now trying to fight his way up into one of those advancing 2 positions. He needs a 7.73. Interesting wave here. He's had to kind of do a lot of work to stay in the zone. Here goes Grayson Grant. Grayson goes for the big front 3.
Whoa!
Nails it. So there's your point of difference. That was a perfectly executed frontside 360 air. Just as we were talking about how hard these sections are to find, boom, Grayson Grant does it. That's seaside lot troll training right there.
I feel like going into it, you knew what he was going to do, and then halfway through that rotation, you knew he was going to land it. This was a pure moment. 7.23 is what he needs. Put everything on the line for that one section. You knew he was looking for it from the start. I mean, the rotation, the height.
Wow, and he went like far laterally too.
Covered a lot of distance. And he's just, yeah, okay, cool. That felt better. This last one, a 7.73 is what Maximiliano needs. That was a good, strong first turn. But yeah, as you said, he kind of has to really navigate his way through finding those sections, really working for it. It was really good, clean surfing. I just don't know if it's a 7 that he needs.
Do you think that was a bit of a sales claim?
Potentially.
Which
For
there's
sure.
nothing wrong with that. Great surf. Great, he surfed this wave really well. It wasn't an easy wave to ride, but that mid portion where you kind of had to carve down, it looked cool. It probably felt cool, but the judges, they want to see impactful maneuvers in the most critical sections.
Yeah.
And he got that at the end. So that'll be an interesting score to come through for Maximiliano Sens. Now all eyes are on the score for Green. Big frontside air.
I think for Maximiliano, it came in at a 4.9, so it's his best score. It was a really well-surfed wave. There was nothing wrong with the surfing. It was just the wave selection, and that wave had that weird ridge in it. Kind of stopped. He had to work a little bit harder. If you compare that to, say, the 7 or even the 8 of Frederico, the wave kept offering. It was there every single time. This is Grayson trying to maybe even better the 4.5 he's got.
Smaller wave, good pocket here. And that's going to be it. So he gets this one in the last second. So now it's up to the judges. Was Grayson Grant's front 3 worthy of a 7.23, just under a 6.87 for Grayson Grant? He's going to get the news right here. So he runs up those cobblestones. So at the moment, that's going to be it for Team Sweden's Grayson Grant, but provided us with a highlight package worthy frontside 360 air. But
You've got to be happy with making that in the heat.
Yeah, that was super cool. Just a little bit late. 6.87 is a solid number, enough to get him up into that 3rd spot for now as we wait for one more score to come through for Blue. Job well done from Federico Moraes. You can tell he's surfing with a bit of a chip on his shoulder, and that's a good thing. Don't poke the bear. Don't make this guy mad, because he'll make you pay. Give full credit to Teo Gallegrani, Team Panama. Just a really well-surfed heat there. Put things together on the rights and the lefts. It all comes down to one final number for Blue. It's not going to be it. Do have a score coming through for Green. Not enough there either. So there you hear the hoots and hollers coming up from the team representing Panama. They're stoked because Teo Gallegrani hung in there for 2nd place. Unfortunately, we lose Grayson Grant and Maximiliano Sáenz, but job well done for Sweden and Ecuador. Give it up to Federico Moraes. Huge heat, near perfect score on his backhand, and much more to come. Our repechage rounds will continue through. And La Bocana is coming alive. We'll be right back with more action from the ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition. Stay tuned, why don't you?
sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Right back into the action here at the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Peru, Costa Rica, Great Britain, and Israel represented here in this repechage round 5, heat 2. 4 incredibly talented surfers enter the lineup. Only 2 will stay in this contest. I'm Chris Cote, joined by QS standout, an amazing analyst, True Starling. True, that first heat was a great indication of things to come. We saw an 8.67 dropped by Federico Moraes. No surprise there. He's an incredible surfer. Do you expect to see big numbers like this in this heat?
Every heat.
Okay.
Seriously.
I believe you.
Honestly. This is day 7. And we saw the likes of the repechage round yesterday. They were stacked. So I'm expecting the same from the men's as well. I feel like big numbers every heat. This is the moment where everyone has to level up, and they got to do that with their scores.
I did my homework last night, meaning
Yes.
I watched a bunch of the highlights. The team at Action Sports Productions putting together an incredible highlight package, and the ISA social media team has been going off. So many amazing photos at ISA Surf on Instagram. The updates, I don't know, the coalescence of these brilliant teams behind the scenes have really made this a entertaining event to watch from the very beginning. And here on day 7, I mean, this is like a bullet train, and it's a finely tuned machine. So a lot happening in your phone, in your computer, however you're watching. You can check out at ISA Surf on the gram. If you're watching on YouTube, throw up some comments. Let us know what you like, what you want to see more of. And of course, who are you cheering from? I've just been given the team updates. This is straight from the top.
All right. This is what we've been waiting for.
Yeah, so obviously we've got a lot of ties, right? So
Okay.
in the top spots, you've got Australia and Peru tied for now. Brazil's currently in that 3rd place position. Spain 4, USA 5, Argentina 6, Portugal 7, Costa Rica 8, tied with Ecuador. And rounding out the top 10 for now, Team France. We got a lot of surfing left, and of course, the numbers just get bigger and bigger. If one of your teammates gets a gold medal, that's a huge allocation of points for your team. Will it be Darshan Antiqueta from Team Costa Rica? You got to try stuff like that, but you got to make it. So unfortunately, Darshan goes down from that Pura Vida team of Costa Rica. Leilani McGonigal saving the day in the last heat of the women's repechage yesterday. She surfed 3 times, went off every single time, and put on a great show. So with 16 minutes left, our surfers looking for the wave to give them that big score. While we wait for the next one, let's go down to the ISA Lounge. We've got Rachel Tilley with Federico Moraes.
Thank you so much, you guys, at the ISA Lounge here. I liked that. Federico, the first heat of the morning, absolutely blitzed that one, going excellent right away. Talk to me about how you're feeling on that.
Feeling really good, to be honest. I felt like I've been surfing pretty good this whole comp, but just been struggling to get scores. Just the judging, it's hard to understand sometimes. But yeah, it definitely felt good to go excellent here. Start the morning with a wave like that, especially when hopefully I'll surf 4 heats today.
Yeah.
It's definitely a good start.
Okay, so talking about that feeling like you're struggling to get scores out there, and the judges are communicating what they want to see, but sometimes it takes a while to get into sync to provide to the judges what they want to see, I guess. How do you combat that in your mind, and what does your preparation in between heats look like to try and tune to that?
I think it's just tricky because usually, obviously, you do a lot of the WSL events as well, and we get to talk with the head judge at the end of the day, and you can exchange opinions and just understand what they're looking for. Even if you make a hit and you feel like you got underscored, you can go and talk and just go like, so what you guys want to see?
Yeah.
Like, these were my waves, why weren't they higher?
Yeah.
So and you can talk about it. Here you can talk to anyone. So you're just kind of figuring out by yourself.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's hard because some hits you think they're judging something, and then other hits that you see the scale completely go different. So I think you need to clear your head, forget about that, and just do your surfing, and hope the score comes.
Well, the score came on that one. You went into the excellence, so that was really great to see. You're hopefully surfing, like you said, 4 times today. How are you going to plan to refresh during each heat, between each heat?
Just a lot of water. The heat here gets to you, definitely. It's really hard. 20-minute heats are really intense heats because you just never stop and you're always looking for waves. So yeah, just drink a lot of water, rest, stretch a little bit in between heats, and hopefully get some fun waves out there.
Okay, well, we love to see it. You're on to the next one, so looking forward to seeing it.
Thank you.
Who's yelling right now? Somebody's excited. I like that from Federico Moraes. Just, not only kind of saying that, you got to have your wits about you in the water, but this is a complete act, right? You got to be prepared before, during, and after your heats. And our judging panel for both of our podiums all week long, the best of the best in the world. And they've been spot on with their numbers as we see Lucas Perez representing Team Peru. Right behind him, Hagag, Team Israel.
Nice float to start off. Kind of a little bit behind this whole wave, unfortunately for him, but he's off to an early lead with a couple of small scores. We do have numbers to lock in.
Wow.
Frothy wave for Aaron Strong from Great Britain, but putting everything on the line for that last turn. He liked the feeling of it as well. And Darshan, nice first snap. He's got a really smooth backhand.
What's with these tall, goofy foots that are so good on their backhand? We've got about a dozen of them.
It's so good to watch as well. Like, it's easy, effortless, smooth. I was actually taking a little look into Darshan's. I'll come back to that. This is a good looking wave.
Oh! I mean, for as powerful as this guy is, that end section for the last 7 days has wreaked havoc on our competitors. You see it on the right, you see it on the left. When the convergence of whitewater comes through, it is a really tough spot to ride out from, as Aaron Strong just found out there. And Lucas Perez is fired up. Started off with a 5.83. He's trying to delete a 0.87. And by the looks of his excitement, he's done just that. But of course, we're going to leave that one up to the judges. Ido Hagag, meanwhile, 3.73 and a 3.33. I believe those scores are both going to have to be deleted. He wants to stand a chance to keep up with the pace currently being set by Lucas Perez, whose high mark right now is a 5.83. But here we go again. A guy with a very fitting surname, Aaron Strong. Aaron has an incredible story coming into this event, dealing with a rare disease that he is now, kind of the fighter for. So we're looking for Aaron Strong in the hopefully not too distant future to put together a documentary about what he's going through. And obviously it doesn't look like it hinders his ability to shred. He's already got a 5 and a 2.83. So with 10:51 to go, Great Britain's in the lead, Israel second, Peru third. But all 4 of these surfers are waiting for scores from our judges.
This is crazy. It feels like everyone is just lifting each wave. Oh, beautiful arc there. Wow, what a great 2-turn combo for Lucas Perez. And you can see why he was feeling the passion. How's that emotion? I mean, that was crazy, and fair enough. And this was huge. Could have been a big score for Aaron Strong, but
that was like a magic trick. He just disappeared.
Seriously, he's like, I'm here and I'm not.
The wave just ate him in one bite. 10 minutes left, still waiting for scores to drop. All 4 surfers in the lineup now patiently anticipating the numbers that they're going to get rewarded. Ido Hagag is in that top priority spot for now, surfer in green. Second priority is with Aaron Strong. Third, Darshan. fourth Perez. Inside of 10 minutes now.
I was having a look at Darshan's bio on the ISA website, and in the little message thing that you can put at the bottom, he just says, I'm just here to try and win this thing and represent my country the best I can.
Fair enough.
Love it. That, I was just like, yeah,
I
this
like
is sick.
simple, impactful messages like that. If you want to go to ISAsurf.org and check out the teams, that's where you find the bios for all these surfers. I mean, any one of the surfers in the draw, all 297 of them, could have a biographical documentary made about them.
Oh, yeah.
So many awesome storylines coming into this contest. We've got 9 minutes left now. Darshan Antequera from Costa Rica blasted that little left-hander. So now we've got some updated scores. Lucas Perez comes through with a 6.23. Add that to a 5.83. You got a 12.06 total. Strong.
Woohoo. Big.
Now sitting on a 5. His backup at 2.83. So now we're just waiting for one score. Hagag, it's 3.73 and a 3.33.
Nervous times for everyone
Oh,
today.
yeah.
They're nail-biter moments. This is when the points really come into play for the teams.
Oh, yeah. Top 10 overall team standings starting to come into a clearer picture now. But, of course, you know, we have our ideas. We have thoughts just due to the performance that we've been watching of who we think is going to be on the podium at the end of the week. But, you know, this place has a way of upsetting the balance. You know, some of these surfing superpower teams are falling behind. And we've got some rising nations coming up. Team Canada always comes correct. I'd say in the past five years, Team Canada is definitely one of the most improved teams. I mean, they have scoured the globe for people with Canadian heritage, and they have put together a solid team yet again for 2025.
Yeah, it was incredible to watch them. And even yesterday, standouts for me were the Team Netherlands as well.
I'd say it's their best overall team performance that we've ever seen in ISA competition so far.
Oh, for sure.
And they're still going.
I know. It's crazy. I mean, yesterday afternoon, particularly for that last kind of 2 rounds of the women's repechage, I was pretty blown away by some of the surfing that was on display. Oh, this is a good wave.
Nicely done there. Aaron Strong, 2-turn combo. He's going to completely obliterate that 2.83 at least. Might improve on the 5 as well. Here we go. Darshan Antequera. Big wrap on this little left. Solid pocket wedge to work with. Could have a good little end section here. Bam. That's what you're seeing from the boardwalk.
Yeah.
The rail's packed. And the best part about it, front row seats are free. Surf City welcomes all. And there's a couple representatives, Team Canada, preparing for the next heat.
I think that was a mistake from Darshan. I'm
Go
just
on
going to
that
put it
small
out
wave.
there.
Okay, do it. That's your job. Let's hear it. Why?
Well, his backups are 4.9, and I don't think that's going to better it, to be honest. I feel like the wave just didn't really have the height to it. It didn't have the critical section. If you look at Aaron Strong, I feel like he's going to get the 5.04. And now Darshan's paddling back out. He's going to end up in that 4th priority rotation. The good thing for him is he's got just under 6 minutes to go, but I really feel like he could have just sat out there and been patient for one of those good waves to come through. In that last heat we saw Frederico, he was patient. And yeah, he was in rhythm with the ocean, but he put himself in a good position to get those better waves. I think Darshan needs to do that.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's a word that comes to mind when I see this wave from Hagag and the previous wave from Perez. And it's not in the judging criteria, but I think this word fits. Excitement. Not a lot of excitement on the wave that Darshan took off on. You saw it tapering off quickly. I mean, as a goofy footer, when you see a little left wedge coming at you, it's really hard not to go.
Yeah.
But these heats are only 20 minutes long, so every decision is super important. The good news for Darshan is he's in 2nd place for now, but we are waiting for a score from Hagag. The last score did come through for blue, Aaron Strong. Helped him out a little bit. 4.70, just not enough. He still needs a 5.04. Meanwhile, Lucas
Okay.
Perez, quick snap there.
Oh.
I like that idea to lean up into it, do a little something different.
Yeah.
But it went against him. 4.5 minutes left.
I thought Aaron was unlucky to not get that 5.04. I thought it was really touch and go with the score is obviously quite close. This next heat.
Oh my goodness.
Woo.
What a heat. Leandro Osuna, two-time ISA gold medalist, going out there against a stacked field, including one of his teammates from Argentina. So all eyes are going to be on those two Argentinians to see if they can implore the teamwork makes the dream work ethos and both make it through that heat. They got Cody Young representing Team Canada.
Oh.
See Perez goes upside down into a front side. Kind of whippy reverse. So 4 minutes left.
It looked like ankle breakers that moment. I was like, it's pretty hectic. And I don't know, with this wave and how slopey it was for Darshan. Yeah, I'd get off that, get straight back out there. He's got 3.5 minutes to go again. I feel like he needs to go to his backhand. I think these last few rights we've seen, they've been steeper, they've had better sections. The last 2 or 3 lefts that he's had have been really slopey. The start of his waves has been a carve, and it just has lacked that impact. And then you look at this for Aaron Strong. I mean, he found a good left. He's on his backhand. He can really light it up, get really tight to that pocket. I love the approach and the intention here for Lucas. Just not kind of going his way, unfortunately, but he's in a pretty strong lead. And Darshan needed to do something like that to better the 4.9, make it harder for Aaron and also Ido. That was a good finish.
That's how you do it. I mean, that is right there in line with what the judges are looking for. Radical maneuvers in the most critical section of the wave. So that wave, to your point, True, the previous 2 lefts he had sloped real quick, shouldered out. That one had a better, obviously a better ramp to it, and he found it perfectly done.
I liked it. You could see how that one had a little bit of more of a wall on it. So maybe it was just his wave selection and maybe not the positioning. Times it well, gets a rotation pretty clean.
Straight out of it, too.
Yeah, and then gets a little bonus section to just tie off the bow.
That was cool.
Oof. Staunch. Needs to better a 4.9. Do we think that is going to do it?
Well, Grayson Grant did a similar air. Grayson's a little bit bigger, but
section a
Darshan
bit
did
bigger.
have that kind of finishing turn
Yeah.
add to it a little bit.
There we go.
5.13 with a 5.47. So Darshan defending his second place position for now. Aaron Strong is right there. Needs a 5.60. He's got a minute and a half to do it. Your leader, Lucas Perez, now
Ooh.
gets the memo. Start blasting off. He goes down there, but he's in a pretty solid lead with a 6.23 and a 5.83. Here we go again. Darshan hunting ramps on this inside left. That one goes awry. But you can tell he's fired up.
He's ready for it, isn't he? And he's seeing those sections and he's like, yeah, I'm going to boost. And he may as well now. I mean, Aaron needs a 5.6. Ido needs a 6.87. And if he can keep adding pressure to third and fourth, then he'll be in a really good position. It's worked out for him a lot. I feel like in that next heat, it's probably good for him to tidy up those small little nothing waves that kind of, he was surfing them, but they kind of didn't have that good wall ahead of him. It'd be good for him to tidy that up for the next round, because from here on out, mistakes need to be less and less.
Well, he's doing exactly what he needs to do right now. Literally sit on the tail of Aaron Strong. Even though Aaron's in a higher priority position than Darshan, this is where you apply pressure. 15 seconds left. Darshan has been ripping his way through this heat, so a strong second place position. But he just needs to keep his eyes on blue. Great Britain with the best chance right now to unseat Antequera and Perez, but that's going to be it. Give it up to the Pura Vida nation of Costa Rica. Darshan Antequera flying his way into a second place position. And full credit to Lucas Perez. Big win there for Team Peru. We did lose Great Britain's Aaron Strong and Ido Hagag representing Team Israel in fourth place respectively. Props to both those surfers. Well done here at the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games, but every single heat going to be a battle from beginning to end. We're going to take a quick break, but we're going to be back with more repechage action. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned. Big implications on the line here in the repechage rounds. We're live from Surf City, El Salvador at the ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with True Starling. 4 titans in the sport of surfing are in the lineup now. Leandro Osuna, Lucas Silveira, Cody Young, Nacho Gunderson, 2 surfers representing Argentina, going up against Silveira from Brazil and Cody Young, who represents Team Canada by way of Maui. This one is impossible to call. All 4 of these surfers are so good, and the waves are really interesting right now. I mean, we've seen it kind of all over the place. The rights have been scoring high. As you see right here, your surfer in white, Nacho Gunderson, identifies this right-hander all the way down the line. True, that's how you want to start.
Mm-hmm. He's making a statement. And it's reflective of the scores, 7.5.
Why was that one of the highest single wave scores of the day so far?
Well, you watch it and you see the intent. He just had an intent to start strong and sticking to the game plan. Hopefully Lele can do that for Team Argentina as well.
Lele Osuna, 2-time ISA gold medalist, veteran. He's got a lot of know-how in every type of heat scenario.
Ooh.
Couple of nice layback snaps, high speed line for Leandro Osuna. Leandro and his brother Giero actually opening a surf hotel just up the road. Vamos Peru. Their team is always going to stand out in ISA competition. And their trajectory is looking pretty solid at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Second, right? On the team rankings?
They are tied for first.
Oh, tied
with
for
Australia.
first.
This is after competition finished yesterday. So at the end of today, all these numbers will be updated. And then it's going to be a sprint to the finish line for our teams, hoping for that illustrious accolade of being an ISA gold medal winning surf team. And this year, 2025, this is really going to set the table for 2026. So the seeding for these teams heading into next year, which will be an Olympic qualification year, will be all sorted out at the end of the week. So it'll be, I think that's a good scouting report for coaches and for the staff behind these teams who will be choosing who's going to represent these probably 61 plus nations going into 2026, but still some work to do here in 2025 as we see Nacho Gunderson again His backhand firing on all cylinders. Big snap to start there, but that's going to be it
Can you hear me?
for Nacho's
Okay,
right.
so my first question will be about surfing from
I just
in La
have to
Bocana
say-
after being at Sunzal the past
As
couple
well,
days.
the men's repechage, or this whole day, is a marathon.
Oh, yeah. A
of
marathon
day.
and a sprint.
I mean,
It's
oh,
both.
seriously. I mean, look at it. We've got the men's repechage round 5, goes straight into the men's repechage round 6. We're going to have the women's main event on after that. Then men's repechage round 7. Then women's repechage round 7. And we're going to finish the day with men's repechage round 8. That is a lot. That's 4 heats for the men's repechage today. You've got to be prepared.
Well, and, you know, we've been talking about how solid the field of surfers we have here is all day. Well, here's some proof.
Ooh.
Olympic medalists in the draw. We've got Callie Voss, your gold medal winner from Paris 2024. Amuro Suzuki from Tokyo 2020, a bronze medalist. 22 Olympians in the draw at the beginning of this event. Cody Young. Big snapping carve there. He goes vertical on his second turn. It's a quick little hop to stay in this wave and continue his momentum down the line. Young looking for a finish here. Pulls out with confidence. Great start for Team Canada's Cody Young. 14:15 to go. Nacho Gunnison in the lead. All surfers making their way back to the takeoff spot. Let's make our way down to the ISA Lounge. We've got Rachel Tilley standing by.
Thank you so much, you guys. Congratulations. Now, you've been over at El Sunzal competing the past couple days. You're back here at La Bocana. How does it feel adjusting back to this wave?
I'm happy. I'm really ready for all conditions. With the team, I was training a lot here and there. And I know these waves. I live here some years, and now it's like my second house. Now I'm feeling good. I want to surf more hits.
Well, you're going to get that. You potentially could be surfing 4 times today. So
Yeah.
we hope to see it. Now, I know you have a quick recovery before having another heat. Is there anything you'd like to say in Spanish back to Peru?
Sí, quiero mandar un saludo a mi familia, a mis sponsors, a mis amigos, a mi equipo que está acá, que ha estado apoyándome desde temprano, a todos en verdad que están mandando las buenas vibras. Ahora estoy en repechaje 6, caí antes de ayer, pero seguimos avanzando. El equipo está bien fuerte, estamos motivados, así que muchas gracias por estar ahí atentos y vamos a seguir con todo.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Gracias.
Nicely done there for an El Salvador local. At this point, he surfed a lot of heats this week at both Sunzal and here at La Bocana. Moving through for Team Peru. 12:33 to go here in men's repechage. Round 5, heat 3. Nacho Gunnison, his backhand has been spot on, and he shows us that he can do it going both ways. Big snap there on his forehand for Gunnison. So at the moment, Team Argentina in the top 2 spots. We're waiting for a score to come through for Cody Young. Well, yeah, just dropped a 4.17. Yet to see Lucas Silveira activate his powers. We know how good he is, but almost half the heat is gone, and he's yet to ride a wave.
That's nerve-wracking to be sitting there for that long. You're waiting, your wave selection, and then you're kind of thinking, oh, do I wait for longer, or do I pull the trigger early on one that I think is going to get me into a 5? And that's when you can see mistakes really start to come through, or maybe the head noise gets a little bit loud, and you're thinking, oh, am I going to go this one? Oh, I'm just going to go this wave and get a score on the board. And then that's when it just sort of, ends up in a pretty uncomfortable situation for Lucas. But these past champions, Gabriel Medina, Sally Fitzgibbons, last year in 2024. Brazil obviously taking it out. Peru taking it out in 2023. They're currently tied for first right now. United States, Team USA taking it out in 2022. I mean, and look at the names there. Gabe Medina, Alan Cleland, Kanoa Igarashi, Sally Fitz, Tati Weston Webb, Kira Pinkerton. There's some pretty big names for the past champions of the ISA World Surfing Games. Still a bit of a question mark for who's going to take it out for 2025. I mean, there's been so many incredible performances. I don't even think I could pinpoint a male or a female that is going to win, because I think every day it changes. Every heat it changes. It's yeah, there's a lot of great talent in this event. Today is a big day as well. We'll probably see maybe our future champion, who knows, but we'll lose some pretty big names as well, I'd say.
Well, now I'm sad.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
I have like 7 of my favorite surfers still left in the draw, but today being a repechage day, we're going to cut through over half the field of our men's competitors. So again, 3rd and 4th place, you're out of contention for an ISA gold. 1st and 2nd, however, you could very well surf your way back onto the main podium and maybe even into the finals. We've seen it happen every single year. As you see now, Silvera, uncharacteristically, taking off on a strange wave. That's not like Lucas Silvera. He is an absolute standout for the better part of the last decade.
Yeah.
The QS level competition, as well as here at the ISA World Surfing Games. I'm wondering what is going on right now with this young Brazilian, who's usually just a lock to make it through these tough heats. He still has time, though, 9 minutes, 15 seconds.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to say before as well. He waited for so long that he maybe got into his head a little bit and was like, oh, I just need to catch a wave. And it's a 1.93 after waiting for pretty much 11 minutes for that. Now he's going to be in a position where he's scrambling. He's trying to get himself back into this heat, and that's where bad decisions are made. So hopefully he can just try and... He needs to reset right now. He's in a good position because here at La Bocana, the waves are short, the puddle out's not too long, so he can get 2 waves in 8.5 minutes. He just needs to be really hoping that the ocean is working with him, not against him. But for Team Argentina sitting in those top 2 spots right now, I mean, Lele has only had that 1 wave. He's got first priority, so hopefully he can back up that 5.33, and for Nacho, 7.5 and a 4.1. Good way to start.
Well, this is the dream scenario for Team Argentina, right? In your top 2 spots, and you box out 3rd and 4th place. It looks like we're looking at some teamwork here. You saw the white jersey at the bottom of the screen handling Silvera, and the red jersey handling Cody Young. Leandro Osuna now backing up his opening ride of a 5.33. A couple good turns there. Look at the way this wave is just bending right at him. Those are the type of sections that are so fun to lean into. So 7 minutes, 40 seconds left. And you saw the angle from the sky. First time in the history of surf competition. We have 2 drones up in the air at once, courtesy Action Sports Production. So we're getting all the angles and more covered.
We don't miss a beat.
No, we don't. There hasn't even been a piece of spray missed. Everything has been covered. So with 7 minutes, 13 seconds left, score will be coming through for Leandro Osuna to extend his 2nd place position. These guys from Argentina are doing an amazing job right now of fending off Cody Young and Lucas Silvera. See, right there, Nacho Gunnarsson taking away an opportunity from Silvera. This wave looks like it may be growing down the line. Big snap there. And you can see just out of the corner of the screen, Silvera looking back, and all he saw was a switchblade of a board go straight up into the lip and just gallons of spray flying in the air. That's not what you want to see when you look back as at a surfer who actually just kept you off a wave.
Team Argentina are executing whatever plan they put in place right now because they're just suffocating their fellow competitors.
Well, we'll see if Cody Young has anything to say about that. This wave growing as it goes down the line. Cody Young straight up into it. Completed 3-turn combo there for Team Canada. Cody started off with the 4.17, but it's not going to keep up with the pace currently being set by Argentina. Leandro Osuna's last wave comes through a 5.17. So now both surfers from Argentina into the double digits. Nacho and Lele doing a masterful job of fending off Silvera and Young.
Oh, this heat is just not going Silvera's way right now.
Happens, even to the best of them.
Yeah.
That's just in the most basic terms, a slip. So his front foot just fly right off the wax. So far, you could put this in the category of shocker for Silveira, but we know how good this guy surfs. He is a clutch performer. He's got 5 minutes and 15 seconds left. Still time, but it's getting harder and harder because now Argentina is in the enviable position of being in first and second priority.
Anything can happen. Oh.
Or not.
That's so tough. You can see how much he wants to get there and how much he wants to get himself back into this heat. I mean, in the scheme of things, he only really needs 2 5s. You know, it's not a big ask. And I think he still has time to focus on 2 waves as opposed to just that 8.57. Cody. Oh.
That wave just got real weird and lumpy, and you could just see the frustration there, clenching his fists, looking like he was trying not to scream. So we see Osuna now. It's such a solid, steady competitor. Great style, super powerful. Already has 2 ISA gold medals. One of the winningest surfers in ISA history. And I believe this is his 16th ISA World Surfing Games. So he's tied the record with Mimi Barona. And guess what? I'm sure they'll both be back next year. So we can call it 17 already. I mean, why not? But how cool is that? I mean, we've watched the whole career for Leandro Osuna unfold in front of our eyes for 16 plus years, and he's still doing it at such a high level. Nacho Gunnarsson there holding off Cody Young. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. That was not a good wave. So we'll see what happens with the priority scenario now.
Will we get a paddle battle there? Or Lucas?
Yeah, Lucas is just kind of looks like he's crashing out right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that wave was never going to be an 8.57. So you can tell there's some frustration right now with Lucas Silveira.
Heats like that hurt the heart.
And there's nothing, I mean, you can't change whatever is going on inside you. You know, if you're just having an off day, it happens.
Yeah.
And it's weird that it's happening to Lucas Silveira because he's such an amazing surfer.
Yeah.
There's Team Argentina. You got Jose Ignacio Gundarsson, a.k.a. Nacho.
He's put on a clinic this heat. Straight away. From the moment he got to his feet. 7.5 first wave.
Well, he's got to rely on Leandro Osuna right now, who's sitting in that top priority spot. Leandro is shadowing Cody Young right now. I mean, you can't discount how good Cody Young is. He could drop a 4.9 easily with one big turn. But Leandro, who is a veteran competitor, knows exactly what he has to do for 2 minutes. He's just got to make sure that Cody Young does not get an opportunity. One big turn, one big carve. Cody Young is such a powerhouse. I mean, he could do that on a mediocre wave. So this is going to be a big test for both Leandro Osuna and Cody Young. Who will come out on top of this one with 1:45 to go?
Yeah, this is when the tactics really start to come into play. You know, you saw Nacho just beelining towards Lucas as well. Even though Lucas is pretty far out of, you know, reach for that second spot. I mean, he can get the 8.57, but...
And the good news for Team Argentina right now is Nacho Gunnarsson's in third priority, Silveira is in fourth priority. So while Silveira needs a near 9-point ride, Nacho is not going to take him lightly, and he should not.
Yeah.
Because Silveira has 9s in his arsenal all day long. But with 1:12 to go, this is perfect dream tactics happening right now for Team Argentina. You've got on the right side of your screen, Lele Osuna shadowing Cody Young, and he does have that priority position over him. And on the other side of your screen, you've got Nacho doing the same thing to Silveira. So tactically sound right now for Team Argentina. They have to be very fired up with what's happening in the lineup right now.
And the ocean's just taking a minute. There's not really... There may be something coming, but it's just chilling. And for Nacho and Lucas, they're a little bit further down compared to where Lele and Cody are. Cody tried to sell Lele on that. Nacho's definitely taking this off Lucas Silveira.
So Nacho's low is a 5.63. He's flying down the line here. A big finish. He could do better.
For sure.
There we go.
That's
Four-turn
better.
combo. Asuna did the same. Fended off Cody Young. I mean, you look at this wave, and Cody Young was probably a couple feet over. That's the passion we want to see.
That is awesome.
Expertly done by both Nacho Gunnarsson and Leandro Asuna. That was the best example of teamwork we've seen yet here at the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games, and just at the right time. These repechage rounds are no joke. Incredible surfing by your Argentinian squad. I mean, their coach is got to be the happiest guy on the boardwalk right now, because that right there was just textbook what needs to be done when you have your fellow teammate in your heat.
How in sync were they with each other as well? They were just like, yep, you know what, this whole heat, you're going to be on Cody, I'm going to be on Lucas, that's my person, that's your person. We're going to start strong and just shut the door straight away.
It's like American football, right? You've got your offense and your defense, and the coach is saying, okay, you're the X, he's
Sick.
the O. Be with him the whole time.
This is awesome. Wow, they did that so incredibly well.
Cool moment right here for Team Argentina. We got a lot more repechage action to come. We're going to be cutting this field of men in half today. Give it up to Nacho Gunnarsson. Huge standout performance in the first heat of his long day of surfing. If he keeps doing this, he's going to be here all the way through to the afternoon. Well, we will be right back with more action. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Let's go ahead and bring in Paul and Barton on the call. We will be right back after these brief messages.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Welcome back to Surf City. A fine morning for a surfing competition featuring some of the brightest treaders from around the world. We've already seen some good teamwork go down this morning. Great energy from our various nations. And the surf still providing plenty of opportunities. Be our smaller day today, but there's still energy out there and there's still some pockets to hit if you're up for it.
Oh, it's really, it's quite good. From the window of my room, I went, oh, it's quite small today. When I got down here, I went, well, it's still head high. It's still overhead high on some. So it's still providing, and it's almost better. It's moved it into the inside reef, and there's all sorts of opportunities. We haven't seen people getting skunked. That last heat to watch Argentina get the first and the second place was amazing. The way they came out of the blocks early, got their base, and then divided and conquered, took control of the priority in the dying moments, tag teamed their third and fourth surfers, made sure they didn't get an opportunity, and pretty much surfed the perfect heat for Argentina. So that was exciting. This is super exciting too.
Yeah, having a look at Luke Lepront of South Africa, Sage Katz from Puerto Rico, Brian Perez, the Pink Panther from right here in El Salvador, Luke Guinaldo of USA. So expect plenty of noise for El Salvador. And I look at Puerto Rico right now. And Sage unable to come to grips with that wave. You can see the intention from him. The wave just running off a bit. But to your point about multiple peaks, often the opportunities for surfers just to force something, get it going. Here's Luke Lepron out of the south coast of Natal in South Africa. Finding a right-hander. Some decent energy, good finish as well. Just making the angles, really. Just about cling onto that.
Made it work, got the completion. 5.33 for the local on the board already. Brian Perez still flying the flag. He is a superstar in this country. So much on his shoulders and on surfing's shoulders, really. Next heat, there's Oliver Heights representing the Netherlands, getting ready. Sebastian Williams, super experienced there in the white for Mexico. We've seen him do amazing things out here at this location in this event before. Looking serious this morning. Repechage round, third and fourth. Lost to the event. Here's Sage Katz again.
Puerto Rico on a right. Little clip off the top. And you can see the busy approach. Again, not exactly the wave he was hoping for, but a decent decision to go and try and find something. Get a couple of combos done and getting that rhythm early on in the heat. Opening couple of minutes, crucial for setting that tone. Someone that's done that on your screen in green. Brian Perez, and he's got another good looking wave here. He'll give it extended paddle effort. It'll eventually will let him in, and then he'll have at it. Nice open and turn, and then projecting down the line for a section. Wow! Really good combo for Brian. Whoosh. Here goes Luke Lepron again. Slopey section. Now, wow. Super vert hit. So really nice exchange on the rights there. And the judges will consider the two-turn. Brian Perez, and that one. Nice hit on the closeout from Luke Lepron.
And Luke Guinaldo waiting with the priority, the only surfer not to have ridden a wave so far. Brian Perez's last big, powerful guy. He just did that first snap and it made you felt something because of the passion that he brings. Here it is. Look at this first section. Oh, big snap. Oh, this is the previous ride. Another wrapping turn. The inside gets a little bit smaller, but keeps delivering. Beautiful waft of the tail there out of the lip. South Africa in the team with his little sister, Louise. Couple of double L's. And right out of the top there for Luke Lepron. And this is the second ride for El Salvador. First turn, big wrap, a lot of spray, powerful. This section goes a bit flat in front of him, but he builds so much speed across the flat sections and absolutely crushed that lip. It was such a beautiful turn. The way he did it, the power he employed. Luke Lepron, first turn was a little bit pedestrian. The wave wasn't delivering much, but that closeout turn was beautiful. Judges got a lot of work to do. Considering, comparing, keeping scale. 6.17 the second for Brian Perez, and rightly so. Two great scores for the local. Straight out of the blocks, ridden two that will count or could count in the end. So now he's in a position to just build throughout the back end of the heat. Luke Guinaldo waiting with first priority.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot, isn't he, Perez? You think nearly 12 points from the opening 6.5 minutes or so of this heat. What a great platform to set yourself up on. And then really just pick out the quality. No one can do that better than him because no one knows the lineup like he does.
Yeah, no one has the momentum and the energy and the support coming his way. You've got to feel that. Turn it in. While it could be, considered pressure, your job's to turn it into energy and take that support and love that your nation has for you. And really fly the flag proudly like he has been already. And Luke Lepron, a similar situation. Good start for him. Couple of scores that create a foundation. While Sage, he's worked hard. He tried the same theory, a couple early, try and get some scores. But unfortunately, his wave selection let him down just a little bit.
12 minutes on the clock here. It is El Salvador and South Africa for the early running in this. Just thinking about this past year, BL, and thinking of South Africa and that great surfing nation. What did you make of Geordie's title run this year and the kind of, like that late career kind of title run from him? Are you surprised to see him still in that sort of form and still in contention?
I suppose it's fair to say you could be surprised. He's an incredible surfer. I've known him since he was a baby. His dad, Graham, was a good friend of ours, and when we go to Durban, he'd hook us up and make sure we were in the right places with the right people. So we've known them a long time. I left my trophy from, I'm not sure if it was the Renault Pro or the Gunston, one of the events. We had 2 events back then, back-to-back in Durban. And I left my trophy with Geordie when he was 2 years old, when I left South Africa way back when. So for me, he was my sentimental favourite. I was hoping he could rise to that moment. And in that heat against Griffin, it was really emotional for me, the first half or so, while he really wasn't finding form, and it felt like, oh no, he's going to fall short in a way that would really hurt. But then he got that 8.67 and showed the amazing surfing he can do. I suppose in the end he was a bit of a victim of the inconsistent ocean. There really wasn't enough for 2 surfers out there. Griffin had the experience from previous heats and took it to George, but powerful year.
Luke Guinaldo, speaking of power, plenty of it on that turn. Nicely done. He's been patient to wait for this, but after that wait, locking into something solid. He's loving that.
And that's right there with the other scores. Might be one of the better scores. Might be better than Luke Lapronte's start. We'll see. The judges will tell us, but that was my feeling. Authoritative first turn, good power. So he made the wait worthwhile. If you've waited that long, half the heat, Nelly, and you don't get a score of consequence, that's a big mistake. Showed maturity and an ability to control the pressure of the moment and translate it into performance on the wave.
Just thinking once again about Geordie's year. Part of that, what put him in a good position, was obviously the performance here, just down the coast at Punta Roca, and rail surfing and beautiful sort of timeless surfing. Is that very much back on the menu at the cutting edge, or where are we in terms of that? Well, it's not really a battle between the progression and the rail surfing, but it's come back to prominence in the last couple of years.
Well, I think it ebbs and flows through time, and there's this generational influence. And when Miguel Pupo came on the scene and was doing incredible airs, like in that early generation of the Brazilian Storm, and those guys were able to turn 2s into 10s with their performance, there was a backlash against it. Like, how could, the wave selection wasn't important, really, because those guys were so good in the air. It was so fresh and new. The judges would throw big scores at poor waves, really, and they were able to translate it. There needed to be a backlash against it from the traditionalists, because they couldn't match that type of performance, and they had to be on the best waves to win their heats. And then that's when the rail surfing came back in. Around that time, we saw Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson win world titles without doing a single air all year. And so it really was a transitional point in time. Then it's sort of, from then it's ebbed and flowed back and forward, and good surfing never goes out of fashion. That's I suppose, the end result that we learn, is that judges still considering Luke Guinaldo's, proving that it's a wave of consequence. But yeah, so I think those things ebb and flow. And in the modern day of surfing, you need to have both. You can't just do one. Geordie himself is a progressive surfer of note through his career as well. So we know he can do it all. And here's Luke Guinaldo backing it up.
Team USA, great looking left. Whoa, really nice turn for him. Nice light touch with that speed, and the position he was in to take that wave was because he just rode that right-hander. It put him down the beach, and it all worked out pretty nicely for him. Let's go down and check in with the winner of the previous heat, standing by with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Nacho, congratulations on that heat win. Amazing. These heats are getting more and more stacked as we're getting towards the pointy end of the event. How are you keeping your mindset so strong?
Yeah, the waves are firing, and yesterday I was struggling with El Sunsal. It's such a hard wave, and I made it in the last second, the last wave, and La Bocana was waiting for me. I was like too fired up to surf here. And there's a lot of hits today, so yeah, I'm fired up. I'm super happy, and yeah, it's unbelievable. Both make it, and Lele was saying it's the first time 2 Argentinians make it in a heat. So yeah.
Wow,
happy.
well, I love that. Lele, I'll have you come over here too, because I'll have you, yeah, perfect.
I'm here.
Yeah, talk to me, you guys, about doing that bit of a tag team, working together so that you guys are two Argentinians that advance through that. I mean, really amazing heat tactics you guys were able to pull off there.
So I've done this cut a while, and I've had a lot of two of the same country. I actually had one earlier this event, and what I try to think and do is just go out there and you do you, I do me, and at the end, if we can help each other, let's get into that. And the end kind of came a little earlier.
We were like 9 minutes, and we were like talking like, hey, I will go here, and you will go there.
Supposedly we want to do that in the last like 5 minutes, but we already did our scores. You know, he had a 7.5, he had a backup really quick. I had 2.5s. So I started looking at him, and he looked at me, and without even saying anything, we're like, okay, it's game time. Let's try to do what we came here to do and make this heat.
That's awesome. I love seeing that. I mean, that's an amazing aspect of this ISA is that you get to represent your country and be a part of a bigger team to do so. So both of you guys are on to the next round. It's amazing to see. So vibes are high down here. Super happy for you guys. We'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Oh, I've got goosebumps, mate. That was fantastic. And I know how much it means. You know, Argentina's been around a long time as a nation in these games. Fernando Aguirre, the president, originally from Argentina, so a soft spot for his country, and that was a fantastic win. Great surfing, great strategy, good vibes all around there in the interview. It was great to hear from Lele because he was a big part of the success for both of them there.
Good number in for Guinaldo. High score of the heat, 6.93 for the left-hander. Sorry, that was his right that he rode early on. He got the 4.47 in for his right. Brian Perez still in the lead. That's 6.17 for the combo. Good enough for first place. Hasn't made much of a move since then. Things have settled down a touch. Suddenly we're down to 5 minutes left. And we're sort of consistently and regularly surprised at just how quick these heats will go. But interesting to see USA, Guinaldo, not really involved in the early knockings of this heat. And when that happens, you generally think, and he's done really well. He's kind of forced the issue a little bit. Maybe a little bit of luck as well. He picked up that left because he was down the beach on the right, but he's taken any opportunity that's come to him. He's grabbed it with both hands.
Yeah, and he set himself up by waiting patiently and getting the best score of the opening exchange, winning the opening exchange by a couple of points, essentially. The 5.33 compared to his 6.93 was the opening ride for each surfer. Here, and then after that opening ride, he was a beautiful air there. You could see the energy and the excitement. And the team dynamic is bringing out more claims than I've ever seen. There's a lot of teamwork here and a lot of surfers. Important ride for South Africa. Through to the inside, pumping and driving. Looking to improve on the 4.6. Potential for that was a priority wave. Sage Katz now with the first priority. He's had an awkward, 16 and 15 second heat so far. The rhythm hasn't quite been right. Guinaldo, second priority, decides to go.
Here we go, Team USA backhand loading up, tons of speed. What's he going to do with it? Big rotation,
whoa, get it.
landing,
Woo!
and he gets it done. Well done, that man. That was huge, and this is going to be a really significant number.
And I could just, you know what I thought? I went to their living room because they're friends, the Guinaldos, and I could see the family. I just saw them celebrating there. That was a great ride. Look at this. Good wave selection for South Africa.
Bomb here for Luke, but it doesn't quite get into it with any kind of rhythm. All he can do is just kick out. And we are waiting now with some anticipation for a score that has to be excellent. It's just how high is it going to go?
And there was a precarious moment at the end. It looked like the back foot might have slipped off the board and he might have got it back on and got the completion. That was massive. And at a point in time, you were talking about traditional surfing and where its place is in things. We see a lot of traditional surfing get scored very highly, but this is something that I think the judges will love. I absolutely loved it. Pumping and driving to get around this section. He eyes it up, gets super low, spreads the wings, flies into that lip. Let's look at the height. Woo-hoo. Didn't get the complete rotation. It was incredibly high. The back foot comes off. Somehow he made that. That was desperation, determination, and incredible talent from Luke Guinaldo. He looks at the teammates and goes, how was that? Do you like it? I think they loved it. Big, crazy completion there. Those ones can be really dangerous. There's hamstrings that have been torn off bones, complete avulsions of semimembranosis, it's called. I have had it myself, so that's how I know. Great completion, super technical, super difficult, but he made it look pretty easy, really.
Fireworks here from Team USA. We're waiting on the number from our panel. The heat will continue, as we'll see. Paddle, I think that was Luke in 4th prio anyway. He might as well just paddle. Nothing really to lose for him in terms of that priority. Wait on the number. We'll see. Katz really needs to get going. He's having a bit of a nightmare here. This is much better for him. First turn's really good. And then he'll get a crumbly section. It's nice surfing. It doesn't quite have that impact, particularly after the sort of explosive acrobatic stuff we've just witnessed. It'll be an improvement for sure. His best wave, I think it'll be a case of too little, too late for Puerto Rico.
And that being one of the more, as you said, acrobatic, tweaked out, wild airs we've seen this whole event. It's going to be interesting to see where the judges put that, because people are going to be watching and learning from that example, and future trends will perhaps be determined by the score that comes in from that.
Yeah, I mean, if you sort of start at the very top of the scale and kind of take off points, the landing, he even kind of grabbed the ball with a hand, didn't he? So he had to tidy up the landing. So
yes,
that will go against just the perfect textbook landing, but nevertheless,
and it was
that kind of surfing, how technical that is.
Yes,
you look at the criteria, and it's doing a lot of good things within that criteria, and it is an excellent number, 817.
Yeah, the low end of excellent, you know, illustrating some of the, it wasn't complete rotation as well, landed in the white water, and that's kind of what created the entanglement. But he's having a great heat. He's actually just free surfing now. He nearly made that too.
Enjoying himself out here as well. He should. A well-deserved win for Team USA. Luke Guinaldo has absolutely blown the spot up this morning. This will be a consolation for Sage Katz to come in. His surfing is done in this event. We're cheering on the rest of his team here. And it looks like Luke Lepron will be the victim of that significant move up from Luke Guinaldo. Brian Perez will drop the seconds. And really, the cushion that he built himself was invaluable. But the story of the morning, really, other than the great teamwork in the previous heat from Argentina, Team USA going excellent. A big air stomped by Guinaldo. More live action from Surf City right after the break.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Welcome back to the action here. The man of the moment, Luke Guinaldo. Absolutely ripping out there. He'll be feeling great, as will Team USA. You can see how much it means. Meanwhile, we'll keep rolling with the action here. And look at Team Greece. It's Levi Epanetos. And a bit of fire in his belly as he gets multiple hits done. Meanwhile, loading up in white, Sebas Williams out of Mexico, who is also an outstanding aerialist himself. He'll be looking at some of these sections and going, all right, we game on. Also looking at Oliver Heinz of the Netherlands. Nice looking wave for him. Look at the flow he's got going here. Able to swing up into the lip.
Oh, he had to kind of pop his board. I don't know if the board hit the rock right there, but you cannot spend too much time once that wave closes out riding in that white water. All surfers with scores being considered, all of them recognising the importance of the early start and the strategies and tactics becoming a little more uniformed. But Luke Guinaldo proved in that last heat that, you know, the start is important only if the waves you catch are worth catching. If you catch waves that aren't worth catching, you're just burning time off the clock. So it's a fine line as we see Team USA celebrating.
And that really is what makes this event unique and so compelling to watch, is that team energy. And this stuff happens win or lose as well back on the beach. This isn't just a reflection of the fact that he's gone excellent and shown us incredible numbers. I mean, more energy because of that. Congratulations, a nice moment. Luke Lepront, even though he's eliminated, taking the time to go over and say well done.
You know, that's one of the things that I really enjoy about this event. This is a team competition, and you know, and obviously there's moments of tension and friction between nations and all of those types of energetic mishaps, but we're all surfers. And that's the thing that connects us regardless of where we're from in the world, is that we all have this love of the ocean, love of nature, love of riding waves, and then we're able to rise above our petty differences because of that connection that we have regardless of where we're from in the world. I have friends from all around the world, out of traveling it, out of these events, and you get invited to places and it doesn't matter. In the heat of battle, all sorts of stuff happens, but the job is to leave it in the water. Come to the land, show your good sportsmanship, and we see them shaking hands and congratulating each other and sharing in the good vibe, win, lose or draw. And that's a beautiful thing about this event, is that it can be competitive, it can be gnarly, but it can also be a lot of good fun and respect considered between and shared between us all.
Team USA is abuzz with that performance that just went down. Let's go and check in with winner of the last heat with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Luke, wow. You took your time to get your campaign started on that heat. I think we were saying you caught your first wave at about 12 minutes ago, but I still don't think you had your first score actually announced to you until there were like 9 or 8 minutes remaining. So a really, you know, the majority of your work was done in that back half of the heat, and you shot yourself straight to first. Talk to me about that.
I mean, you pretty much just said how it went, but yeah, I was terrified, super nervous, horrible feeling not getting a wave in the beginning. You never really want to start a heat like that, but I just had to kind of just remind myself that I could do it. Like, I know I'm able to do it, you know, and like any like negative emotions that you're dealing with, like you're like, oh, like you're thinking like, my team's gonna be pissed at me, I should have caught the first wave. Like, you just gotta let it go. Like, you just gotta be like, I'll deal with that after if it comes to that. And it's like, most of the time you don't even have, like, I don't have to deal with that right now. I'm sure my team's pretty psyched that I waited all that time for those waves and it went down how it went down.
Well, they just put your 817 on the screen. You went to the air.
Dude, I didn't get to see it. Can they put it back? I really want to see this clip.
Okay, can you get, there we go.
Here we go, okay. Dude, I don't think I've ever done an air that sick in my whole life. That was like, and like, look at how I landed. Like, how did I even ride out of that?
I don't know. You know, how did you ride? That's supposed to be me asking you that. How did you ride out of that?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, you can see the exclamation.
Actually, no, I know
okay.
how.
Tell me.
I just like was like battling in the whitewash, and I was like, thinking about how awesome my team is and how awesome God is. And I'm like, dude, I have the best team on my side. And then I just pulled it together and I was like,
Well, I love that they're giving you power even in those moments. You guys have such a strong team, so would love to see you guys keep it going. Is there anything you'd like to send as a message back to everyone who is giving you that energy?
Well, first of all, we have the best team in the whole world. I'm representing the best country. I love everyone in America. Everyone's so psyched. My heart and prayers go out to all the people out there maybe that are struggling, and just like, yeah, sending love from Team USA, even across the world, not even just USA. We need more love in the world. And yeah, shout out to God too, because he's pretty sick.
I love that. Thank you so much, Luke. Great interview, and good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
That's the kind of energy generated with performances like that. You can see how much it means to Luke and his team. He'll just want to keep surfing. He's on fire. Kick away from De La Torre, but on the scoreboard you can see big significant numbers in for Mexico. This guy, Seabass, he's got a 7.5 and a 7 already in this heat. He streets ahead of the competition, flying down the line. He makes it look so effortless and easy. And he's something of a quiet achiever, isn't he? He's just lurking in the draw there, and he's so deadly in any kind of condition. He's so quick and light on his feet. He can generate scores out of nothing waves, as you were sort of speaking to earlier, but also able to lock into quality and really get super creative. Here goes Netherlands, backhand attack, just pushing.
About to say super important use of the priority. He's got an equal wave to the Greek surfer, Levi Epinitos from Cape Town in South Africa. And only in that second place because of the 193 of Levi. So those two guys were tied on that best one wave. So that was an important use of priority. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a keeper score. But we see the potential. He pushed it really hard out the back there. And I love the interview. I love the personality and the character and the sharing of what was deep inside. And when you're so stoked on advancing and winning, and it just oozes out. We know that the United States of America has gone through quite a lot this week. And I think he was feeling that, mate, and wanted to share a bit of his feelings for his country and his nation and some of the tragedies they've experienced.
10.5 on the clock. Plenty of time in this heat for surfers like Chile's Noel De La Torre to fire up and get involved here. But around about this point is where, other than the scoreboard, just start to feel like you need to find some connection with the ocean right now. Get that flow going that every surfer needs, because you might need to produce a couple of moments as the priority rotation goes around. You might need to come and find scores multiple times. And in order to do that, we know you got the surf skills, you're at this level of competition, but that connection with the ocean, there needs to be something there as well.
And the chess game and the management of the luck. I used to have this opinion, which I will share in a minute.
Here he goes. In fact, right on cue, finds a really good wave and great style.
We have a lot. I heard Chris say it in the earlier heats. He was commentating. There's a lot of tall, sort of slighter build goofy footers. Here's another goofy footer.
Here goes Oliver Heitz, Netherlands. He's got the endings slightly mangled on a couple of his rides.
And he got a 2.33 on the previous one, which takes him up to an advancing position. That beautiful backhand re-entry from Noel was textbook.
Yeah, the lithe, slender goofy.
I know.
Martin Lynch, you know anything about those type of people?
I know a lot about those type of people. They're good people. They have a lot of passion, a lot of style, and good technique. It's been, we've seen a lot of surfers in that kind of mould, which has been great to see. Waiting on the scores for. There it is, a 5.53 for that single turn. Has him in fourth place, but it's better than the two higher surfers, 5.33s. So really a powerful moment in the heat. One turn, you're going to go, whoa, if I get two of them, let's go to the moon.
Yeah. It's exactly what we were speaking about, and he's equaled the top score of surfers in second and third, and he's right back at it, and with some extra fire in his belly, he'll find a left here, and he'll punt, and he'll get the landing stuck. So there is that connection. I tell you what, he's so smooth, and everything's like understated with what he does. It looks really, really good.
And we talked about finding that rhythm. With priority, it's hard to find rhythm because you're obliged to wait. Without priority, and especially in this break, look how far apart the surfers are. You can easily, in theory, especially if it's not in the last 5 minutes and they're already on your case, you know, and they're already using it in a defensive capacity, all three surfers, besides our heat leader, they all need another wave. They can't be thinking defensively at this point. They have to be thinking offensively. 5.9, better than the previous, sends him up into second, and that shows what you can do without the priority. Once you can move around and hunt, you don't need the best waves. You need waves with a good section and put on the type of surfing that Noel has just showed us in a few minutes, and he's up into an advancing position. And that only happens if you keep the faith. If you keep the belief that whatever happens, happens for a reason. This man's got to believe that too.
Here goes Epinitos from Greece.
Nice.
Well put together wave. Showed a bit of variety. And from fourth place, after some quick work from De La Torre, wanted to get back involved, get rid of that low backup number, put something much more substantial on the board. He'll do that. See where exactly it goes. 4-7 from the panel. Moves him up a touch. Still looking for that 6-1 though.
Yeah, it doesn't really impact. That 4.7 really just burns some time off your campaign. Any wave you ride that, you know, while he did improve on his second score, it wasn't really just, that wasn't just the assignment, improve on my second score. There's times when it is that. At a point when you're in, you know, third or fourth place, you've got to look at the requirement. Both our surfers needing a 6-1-0. Identical scores for Levi and Oliver. The ask, both goofy footers, both got potential. I'd be going to the backhand for sure to find that 6.
6 minutes on the clock here.
Or the air.
Yeah, those maneuvers above the lip with big rotations, able to access excellent numbers, even on maybe slightly more lackluster waves. If you do it on a bomb wave as well, then, as you said, go to the moon. Here we go. Backhand hit, Heinz. He'll come around the corner again. Bang. Couple of nice maneuvers for Team Netherlands. It's a similar story to those chasing surfers. They've all going to improve on their backups with their last efforts. That will be the improvement for him. Is it the 6-1 required? We'll find out soon. Vibes on the promenade. It's like Team Ecuador. Taking it all in.
Dominic Barona there. Legend of this in this surfing event.
Only person to have surfed more World Games than Lele Asuna?
Exactly. Leading the way for the women, Lele and her, having had the most appearances, incredible success, and used this event as a foundation to build a life, build a career. And looks like she's having a good time here in El Salvador, as we all are.
Under 5 minutes to go in this fun morning. Slightly smaller conditions, but no loss of surfability, of scoring potential. We've already seen excellent numbers come in. We've seen surfers get hold of their heats by multiple connections. Fred Moraes early on. Power surfing on the backhand. We just saw Team USA, Ronaldo, go to the air in a big way for excellent scores. And right now in this, Sebastian Williams early on just sluicing numbers, couple of 7s for him. And he's gone quiet since then. Expect to see him get involved again, post more quality scores. We'll fly over the coast here in bright morning sunshine. And you can see up and down. Everywhere you look, where you see a bit of coast, you see white water just fringing on every headland, which just gives you an indication of how many waves we've got up and down the coast.
Gets you excited, doesn't it? Score came in 4-3-3.
There's your heat leader, Seabass. Nice hit off the top. Oof. Ooh. And he'll go to the air and just kick that one away. Board came down quite close to him.
Yeah, the nose sort of started coming back towards him. So difficult going to the air and chancing it all. He had to do that with the 7.5 and the 7, being in a solid position. He just wants time to go. He doesn't really need to surf again. And there's those heats where you don't want to surf again. You're in that position. You know you've got a long day of repechage rounds ahead of you, so you take it nice and easy and get your start, get your win, save something for later. Very similar heats for Levi and Oliver. Similar scores, similar approaches. And just a couple moments of brilliance for Chile. You know, he had the slow start. It didn't feel like things were going his way, and then boom, boom, couple back to back and into second place.
Yeah, he's been really relaxed, isn't he? Just finding those waves, kind of cruised into them. Nothing rushed about his surfing. Hearing insights from the team as some of the motivation for them is the pressure to not let down the team and really feel like representing their country, just how high the stakes are. He doesn't look like he's feeling any pressure at all in his surfing. Now, we're just sort of speculating from what we can see of him in the water, but he's surfing like someone who feels so free and liberated, and when he can do that, it looks good. He's got priority. He's got a bomb here. He'll load up for a big backhand rotation of his own, which will be kicked away. 2 on the clock. Important moment for Netherlands to get involved here. 6-1 the requirement. Here's a wave that grows as it goes down the line. Can't say that about all of the lefts. A little bit sticky and stiff on that turn. Second one has a little bit more spark to it. Not sure we saw the 6 there.
I feel like he surfed that down. I feel like perhaps there was a 6 in that ride with a cleaner first turn. Good finish. I feel like just missed a couple of opportunities there to realise the potential in that wave. I'm with you. I don't think it goes to the 6-1-0. Always difficult as a commentator, sticking your neck out, telling what you think. But feeling fairly secure for Chile and Mexico at this point in time with 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, priorities with surfers in first and second place as well, which generally ain't good news for surfers in the hunt.
At this point in time, you can see them, you know, you would split up, and even though you're not countrymen, you're in an advancing position, so you've got a connection there.
Yeah, you can see Noel chasing down Levi. Levi trying to get away. And some energy out the back. There's a wave that's sort of standing up on the outside. It'd be quite interesting because you can get chased actually into a position. But you know what? That won't matter. He'll go this wave, the one that pops up right next to him. He'll swing backhand. Why not?
25 seconds. Last wave for he.
Yeah, didn't see that being a 6-1. Meanwhile, Noel will find an opportunity here. And he'll take it. Team Chile. A nice languid, fluid wrap for him. There's another. And he'll have a little section here, which he might go at. He will. There's the pop. There's the air reverse. And he'll stick it. Nice way to come in. Meanwhile, Seabass. This will count. And he'll load up with loads of speed.
Chile, best wave of the heat for them. I feel like that was unnecessary, but felt good.
How cool does he look as well with his surfing? He's just absolutely cruising. Almost shades of like the young Yago Dora there.
100%.
Looking so free.
And how good does the board look under his feet? So fluid and consistent. Well, watch it here. Look how the speed, it's so sensitive. Little tweaks of the ankles and the feet, and the board responds immediately. Couple of nice wraps. Sees this section, he knows exactly what it was the perfect section. You couldn't have done anything but that air, really, and it was beautifully done.
We've also been talking about how much claiming there's been going on and passion and all these sort of things. He just doesn't look bothered at all. Yeah. I mean, he could be like waiting for the bus as he finishes these waves here. He just kind of casually comes out of this. Yeah, no worries. The team goes mad around him. He's just cruising.
Well, it's a good way to be. Conserve the energy. It's a long day, a long event. Day 7 of 9. The teammates coming down to congratulate Mexico and Chile advancing through that one. We lose Levi for Greece and Oliver for the Netherlands. Great event for those guys to have made it this far.
Team Mexico really stoked the performance of their guy. I don't mind their get-up either. It almost look like the sort of pajama-y feel to their outfit. It looks comfy, it's shiny. It's probably well adapted to the heat.
You like things that are comfy and shiny?
Yeah, we all do. Time for a quick break here. Stay tuned for more ripping like this. We'll be back with more from La Bocana real soon. Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador. The fun continues here. Great energy this morning. And still all sorts of opportunity out in the water for surfers like Sebastian Williams of Mexico to go and blow it up. And we've seen some statement performances, really. Some big numbers being rewarded. There's a debrief from Team Greece, Levi Epanetos. Unfortunately, he'll bow out of competition. So pretty well out there.
Yep.
Ultimately, couldn't quite lock in and get the numbers required. Having a look at a new quartet. Uri Uziel from Israel, Carlos Humberto Escobar from Guatemala, Ruben Vitoria from Spain, Alex Suarez from Ecuador. So let's see who can get that proverbial fast start that we like to talk about. Who's going to find patience? Who's going to maximize opportunities? Here goes Israel Uziel. A lot of power, a lot of aggression in his surfing.
Stuck at the top on that one, unfortunately. Alex Suarez for Ecuador here. Oh, looking sharp and fast. And the ride for Ruben Victoria. Snaps out of the top, drives off the bottom. Frothy, foamy face, and little drop of the knee to the deck of the board, and somehow he got it back up without even flinching. Doesn't get the final turn. I don't know about you, but for me, if there's no final turn, it always feels like, you kind of get let down that little bit right at the end because there's no exciting finish.
Victoria back at it there on a right, but can't quite find that connection. Whoosh. Suarez, the pocket rocket. Punting, he'll just kick that away. All sorts going on as a pulse of sets to kick off this 20-minute heat, which is exactly what you want if you're out in the water looking for numbers. Thinking about Ruben Vitoria and Team Spain. They've had a good contest so far. So has Team Mexico. Let's go check in with them with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. Sebastian, you had a strong lead over that heat right from the beginning, a 7.5. And by the time everyone was getting their first wave, you already locked in a 7. Talk to me about having such a strong start to that heat.
Yeah, that's the ideal way to start a heat. Just your first wave, like whether it's in the first minute, first 5 minutes, or the first 10 minutes, your first wave, I think, has to come into your top 2 scores by the end of the heat. So preferably within the first few minutes. And I'm really stoked that that wave came through. And yeah, there's a lot of ramps on offer today, so I'm gonna capitalize on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a great training ground for all the heats that you potentially have to come, potentially 4 heats today. Talk to me about making your strategy with team. Actually, sorry, scratch that. Let's look at the screen here. This is your 7.5.
This is the 7. I got seven points for that was my second air. Slob grab, smaller wave, but a little more technical, I guess. Felt nice. It was once you get that first wave under your belt, and it's such a good score, it's you get into a rhythm, and it just feels good to start doing some fun surfing in a heat. This is the same one again.
How good does that feel? Now that you're back at La Bocana, we were just talking about it feels good to have that power, the ramps on offer as compared to El Sunzal where you just were.
Yeah, it's nice to have a wave with some wall to it. We've been over there for the last 3 days, and I just wish I had had a longboard or something, because it's so flat. Like even on the lowest tide and the best wave, it's still, there's something about it where it's it's the very tricky wave to surf. But I'm very, very happy, very proud to have pushed through it and come out the other side, and now we're back here at La Bocana.
And talk to me about making strategy with Team Mexico, working with the team prior to paddling out. Like you said, you had a really strong intention of what you wanted to get out of that heat from the very start, but you have plenty more heats to come. How are you working with your team to get ready for that?
We're just feeding off each other. We're just whatever. We're not pushing an agenda. We're just trying to let each person sink into their own rhythm and just be like, hey, so your heat's in a few hours. You should probably have lunch around this time and just drink a lot of water and just do your thing. Don't take it too serious. Just have fun with it. And that's what we've been doing for these last few days, and it's been working for me.
Well, it's showing that you're confident out in the water and that it is working for you. So congratulations on that, and we look forward to hopefully seeing you sitting back here multiple times today.
Thank you so much. Do you mind if I say a few words in Spanish?
Of course.
Quisiera mandarle un saludo especial a Leila, a mi hija, mi mamá, que están en casa viendo todos mis hits. Les mando un abrazote, las amo. También quisiera mandarle un saludo a mi papá, que está en Sudáfrica con el cambio de horario, está viendo todos mis hits. A veces son a las 3 de la mañana, a veces es en el día. Entonces quiero que sepan que los amo mucho y que siento su amor desde acá, y seguimos adelante. ¡Viva México!
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Viva y Mexico.
Sí, sí.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel. Great interview that. Really interesting to see Sebastian Williams, the energy from him, how precise he is with his analysis of his surfing. I love the fact that it's good to do some fun surfing. Do those airs, be creative. He's been through Sunzal, not his favourite wave, got it done. Now he's back here to entertain us at Bocana.
I mean, they have the World Longboard Championships there at El Sunzal consistently, and it is, I've said it multiple times in this broadcast already, for me, it's the most tiring wave I've ever competed at. Well, not that I've competed at, but surfed at, and then you imagine competing, because, free surfing, you're not puffing, you're not panting hardly ever. You surf one wave in a heat and start paddling back out the back because of the energy and the intensity that you have to put in, and you're puffing and panting. And El Sunzal, I puff and pant free surfing because it's such a long wave. It takes so much energy out of you to draw performance onto that wave face because of the flatness of it. And that's exactly what he was saying.
Gazuri Uziel here. Little hit projection off the top with a load of speed, which puts him down the line, and he'll get a nice finish as well, crisp. And he did well not to push too much there. I think that was a good line to take through that.
Yeah, 100%. There was a patience. Oh,
Escobar pushing hard.
Oh, unfortunate.
Doesn't quite get up for the combo. Meanwhile, he goes Suarez. Nice hit for him with some spark to finish. So, distinctly different waves all around there.
And you know what I'm noticing is that we're in repechage round 5, so day 7 of 9. We're deep into the event, and still we have this wide selection of nations still involved. It wasn't so long ago you get to the deep into the event and it's all the superpowers. But that's one of the things that I'm really noticing. Look at this heat: Guatemala, Israel, Spain, and Ecuador. So we're deep into the event, and all of the nations largely are still represented in some way, shape, or form across both genders. So, you know, that's the sign of the great things to come for surfing.
Down towards that midway point in the heat here. Alex Suarez at the moment with the lead. We're waiting for a number to come in for Uziel, which would be an important one. It's just a second wave. It was a completion. And then we just picked up that end maneuver, didn't we, from Escobar? As he tagged the finish on a left. And that'll also count for him. He's just on a 1 so far, so a much slower start for him. Just also from that interview with Williams of Mexico. He was talking about the team and their approach to it. And as opposed to some that are very loud and it feels like there's a lot of energy going on, he was just saying that, you know what, they're kind of tailoring it slightly more to the needs of the individual. It's like, well, how do you want to prepare for your heat? Because we're not going to kind of impose something on you and make this something you're not. You're not going to be a character as a team, like, or a caricature even. You're actually, if you're that laid-back person, let's approach your heat like that. It's really working for him because I would put him in that class of surfer.
Yeah, it's important to individualize the approach, isn't it? You know, we're all so different. And you need to, you know, especially as coaching staff and fellow team members, you have to respect the differences and allow people the space to do their preparation. For me, representing Australia in these ISA World Surfing Games, that was the hardest part for me, was fitting into a team. Having coaches telling me things that I actually didn't believe and that I felt differently about. And the way at some of my events that I did, I felt at odds with the coaching staff even, and almost felt argumentative with them because they were saying things that was just putting pressure on team members and things like that. So it's a unique dynamic.
Team Spain here, Ruben Vittoria pushing hard on his backhand. And he'll connect as this one will get steeper. That bottom turn just tightens up and he'll get a good finish, which is important. Just the way the scores are in this, no one running away with anything massive. They needed to get the finish. He'll do that. Here goes Israel. Similar sort of wave. Great speed. And not quite offering as much in terms of that runner section through the inside, but neat surfing. He'll lose the 2 in the backup. Here is Suarez, your heat leader. Goes to that turn quite a bit. Bit of a weapon for him. On that particular occasion, it misfired.
Yeah, and really, you know, there's a 5.33 and a 5 for the surfer we just saw incomplete on that last wave, Alex Suarez for Ecuador. And really, beyond that, everything else is a throwaway. No one wants to keep a 4. You don't want to keep a 5, for that matter. So, you know, Sebastian Williams made that point. Whatever your first wave is, if you can make it a keeper, whew, the pressure's off, even if it takes you 10 minutes to get that. We saw Luke Guinaldo do that earlier. So that first wave, all important. This heat really could still be won by anyone because the scores are generally low and no one's really stood out or stood up and claimed an excellent score or something above that 5. Or how now they have.
Good number in for Vittoria, 6.33. That backhand of his, which has been really important, significant for him for success in events down the years. 6.33, the mark of quality in what's otherwise been quite a grindy heat. Let's have another look at it.
I feel like he might have even surfed this up. See how it's a little flatter? At this point, you're kind of thinking, is this really a good wave? Is there a score in this? But his performance surfing, those last 2 turns, he surfed this wave up. He surfed the potential of it up with his performance, with his energy, the board underneath his feet. You know, looked like it went to another gear in speed. Wow, beautiful top turn for Escobar. Wraps it around. What's going to happen at the end? Does he get a big last turn? Needs something here to excite the judges just to finish. Doesn't get it. Couple of nice turns to start. 4.4 was the score for that one. And here's 3 backhand turns, a little rushed almost. And the in-between turn, the second one was a little late. 4.9 for that. So this is a really tight heat. 5.43, 5.93, the ask for 3rd and 4th. This one, with 6 minutes on the clock, has yet to really define itself, and anyone can come from anywhere at this point in time. It's going to be an exciting finish.
Yeah, we're at that stage of competition, day 7, where you're really kind of knocking on the door of a really significant result, but you're not quite there yet.
No.
And you're in that point, really, of managing that energy, but also maintaining the focus. By now, you've surfed a lot of heats already. definitely not a stage where you start to think, okay, cool, my work's done. I'm where I want to be. You're like, no, I've actually opened up the possibilities to do something really quite special here from a team, from a country, from myself as well. Team Spain, one of the favourites to go deep to the event, being represented pretty well here by Ruben Vitoria. And he'll fire up on a right-hander and making an adjustment to a smaller wave and thinking, I want my backup, I want to improve it. 4-2-3, I do not want him a top two. Here's Uziel of Israel. He's got a couple of fours. That was a nice hit, as he will just jam a finish. That does loads done before that. Double bicep curl celebration.
That's what it was, yeah. Full flex, wasn't it? A full metal flex there at the end of that. Layback snap on the closeout. Needing a 5-4-3. Judges considering it. Didn't really feel like that to me. A little bit short, a little quick. And when you get this deep into events, seen a lot of great backhand re-entries, seen a lot of great layback snaps, seen a lot of great surfing overall. And when someone does something different that you haven't seen a lot of already, that's really a way to excite the judges.
Yeah, whenever you're coming across a flatter section like that, generating your own speed, kind of forcing a turn in, always looks nice when you pull it, to see it completed, but you can't help but just make the comparison with the sort of surfing that we've already seen this morning, either that explosive, electrifying aerial stuff, or even just some of these really clean, powerful carving maneuvers. Here's a really good looking left for Suarez, who's led this heat most of the way, second at the moment. It's just a little bit repetitive from him. He's got a couple of good numbers though in the fives. I'm not sure if we'll see a betterment there. There's an obvious game plan that he's sticking to. It's working in terms of second place. I do feel he's a little bit vulnerable. Look at the requirements. Escobar and Uziel just need fives of their own with 3 minutes. Opportunity to get those. Israel's not going to wait for his previous number to come in. Nice opening snap. Good speed. And controlled power. Again, nice wrap and turn. And he'll just kick up. A little release of the fins to finish. He's busy.
Yeah, those two rides are being considered. Oh, goes. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Get it, mate. Get it. He got it.
Exactly what we wanted to see from Suarez. I've seen that layback jam in the pocket a few times in this heat already from him. And now showing us something else. Getting the air reverse, just about getting it done. Team Ecuador enjoying that.
Mimi Barona, patch of light. Waving the flag. And that was something different. I feel like he could go to the backhand and just mix it up a little bit and show us something a little different at this point in time. 2 minutes, though, super important score in the context of the heat.
Yeah.
Scores for red still being considered too.
It's been really busy, hasn't he? Suarez. Here goes Escobar. Nice looking way for him as well. And he'll tag that lip. It does really well to hang on there. And they'll recover and get through to a bonus section. Good crack. Really nicely timed. And just rake that rail line. Snap up, spray. An industrious finish. Really busy on the inside.
Yeah, great word, industrious. He definitely manufactured that, didn't he? He was working so hard. After that first turn, I was like, cut out in my mind. I'm thinking, just cut out. It's not gonna. You're not going to be able to build that into something without a good first turn. But he did a lot of work towards the end there. I believe a 4.03 came through for Israel. The previous layback, single layback snap. Replay. Advancing surfer, second place. That was a big air, a lot of height, lofty. Again, a little tangled up momentarily right here with that layback, you know, a little messy-ish on the completion, but still the best single maneuver of the heat for sure.
Down to final 35 seconds. Another great looking left, ton of speed for Suarez. And a sprightly push in the pocket. Ooh, almost gets punched in the face by his own board. He has put so much into this heat, I tell you what.
9 rides.
His application to the task, he's covered every...
And he wasn't going to lose sitting there waiting, was he? He's ridden a lot of waves, 9 rides, more than anyone else in the heat.
This could be an important wave for Israel.
Oh, the pressure of the moment coming to bear on Uriel's shoulders. This heat is done, Paulie.
Yeah, we're all wrapped up here. And we're still waiting for numbers, though, for everybody. So that last wave won't be significant for Israel. But prior to that, he got busy on a right. We're still waiting for that number. Blue, Escobar, he got real busy on an inside himself. We'll wait for that number as well.
Still waiting on the big air score for he. So that's going to be an influential score.
White, yeah.
You would imagine.
Ruben Vittoria's got a number to come in as well. So a little bit to clean up at the end of this one. Overall, feeling might be that it's probably going to be Ruben Vittoria. We'll find out soon. Time to go to a quick break here. The fun will continue. Big performances on day 7. When we come back, we'll bring in Cote and Starling for the call. Don't go away.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We started this event with 297 competitors. Well, we've cut that field nearly in over half, I would say. And now we're well into these repechage rounds. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with True Starling, and we're still waiting for final scores to come through in that last heat. Huge numbers flying all over the place. True, what is happening?
I don't even know. It is so hard to keep up with right now. I mean, there's waves ridden left, right, and center. There's so much going on, and it's this score for Carlos, for Guatemala, yet to lock in. He needs a 7. Big number. Oof.
Yeah, there you see our overview of La Bocana. Only one podium today. That means we're getting down to the wire here in this incredible international competition. 61 nations represented here on day 1. Each surfer with 2 chances, right? So start off with our main podium, and after a couple days of competition, then we start to fire up our repechage rounds. That's where surfers who maybe had a slip or are just starting their competitive surfing path wind up after a main round loss. But what we're going to be seeing all day long today as far as the men go is repechage surfing, and more of that to come. So we enter repechage round 6, heat 1, Oliver Zietz, Luis Diaz, Frederico Moraes, and Darshan Antiquera. Federico and Darshan have both surfed once already today. So this is going to be a huge day of surfing, and give it up to the women yesterday who competed right here at La Bocana in those repechage rounds. Some of those females surfed 3 times in the heat, 20 minutes each time. Had to have felt like a marathon of a day, but full credit. The women yesterday rose to the occasion and more. And the men that you're seeing here in the repechage rounds today surfed at El Sunzal for most of the day yesterday. So they earned it as well. But all eyes are now on La Bocana. This right and left peak has provided some incredible opportunities for these surfers in the water. 20 minutes on the clock. Top 2 surfers stay in the contest. 3rd and 4th place surfers, you're on the cheer squad.
Yep. Time to be support team. I feel like that's almost just as an important job as well. You got to bring the vibes, bring the energy, keep everyone hyped up. And yeah, it's a lot more than just surfing at this event.
We got the Netherlands, Spain, Portugal, and Costa Rica represented here, so truly an international heat in the lineup. Great overview there, showing the takeoff zone is pretty tight right now. This wave is pretty tidal. You're always going to have a right and a left, pretty much every single day here. It's just a matter of how big the takeoff zone and how wide the playing field gets. Changes a lot between high tide and low tide. Here you see all 4 surfers furiously paddling to this peak. All 4 of them having a good look at it and nobody taking it. I like to see that though. That shows me there is urgency in the lineup.
I reckon that's one of my favorite ways to watch a heat start, is that immediate tussle, the hassle, I'm going to have the inside. No, I'm getting the inside. And then I just love that, I feel. And it's exciting to actually be in that and be a part of it. Because, yeah, it's really, I don't know, brings out a different kind of fire.
That's like a 4-man game of chicken right there. And we have seen just a handful of interferences happen earlier on in this contest. I think all 4 of those surfers right there, they're probably looking at the wave, they're looking at each other, and it's kind of like that cat and mouse game. Are you going to go? I mean, I'll go. If you want to go, I could. But
yeah.
So
I want to go, but you're kind of there.
That was a wild way to start this one. 17:30 to go. Federico Moraes has the highest single wave score, or one of the highest single wave score of the day, on the strength of amazing, powerful backside surfing. So we'll see if he continues the momentous push that he made earlier on this morning. You see Darshan Antiqueta, his backhand was a huge reason he got through his opening heat today. Some big turns there, and that's the sound of Leilani McGonigal screaming on the rocks right now. The ultimate cheer section for Team Costa Rica. She did her job yesterday, advancing through her repechage heats 3 in a row.
Yeah. I actually sent her a message. I said, I could hear you screaming in one of those heats earlier. And earlier throughout the event, I said, I think she'll get quieter because she'll start to lose her voice. And she's actually gotten louder.
Yeah.
She goes, I proved you wrong.
If you're staying anywhere in Surf City and you didn't set your alarm, you're awake now.
Yes.
Leilani has entered the chat. We'd love to hear it. Puerto Vida Nation of Costa Rica represented well here by Darshan.
Oh, loud cheers and well worthy of it as well. I mean, really fluid surfing. Love that end turn. Such a good way to start off this heat. Applying pressure early and maybe just getting rid of his own as well.
Yeah, anytime you can open up with a 5-3-3 like Darshan just did, it just gives you that good feeling like you're getting your campaign going. If you start with a 3, it's more of a placeholder wave. We've seen those kind of mid-5s as great secondary scores. If you can get yourself into double digits already today, you're probably looking pretty good for advancement. But of course, we got 15 minutes and 45 seconds left to see what happens. So, first wave is locked in. Surfers resetting themselves. Let's go down to Rachel Tilley in the ISA post-heat lounge.
Thank you so much, you guys. Congrats on a heat win. The first round of hopefully many today. You got a score that went into your top 2 as your last wave there. So you had a great effort all the way till the end of that heat, giving it all to ensure that you got the win. Talk to me about that.
Thank you so much. It looks like today is going to be a long day, hot day, but I think beautiful. This heat was good heat for me. Like I started getting some waves, getting some rhythm, like improving my wave, and my strategy was get a better wave than I have. So I did that, and that worked. So I'm happy with my performance, and now support the teams and do the best job.
Yeah, well, a 6.53 and a 6.33 in your scoreline, something to feel really strong about. Putting in all that effort when the temperatures are really hot out there. I mean, how do you plan on pacing yourself throughout today?
I don't know. It's so hot. The weather, even the water, it's super warm. So I think right now I'm going straight to the ice bath.
Yep.
And be in the shadow because it's going to be a long day with the sun and a lot of heat.
Well, talk me through the end of this wave here. You've already had 2 hits. You're going for your last one here.
I'm gonna be like, I don't really like my wave. Like, I feel that I can do it way better. So happy that with my normal performance, I got some good scores. So I think if I go bigger, because I know that I can go bigger, I think I can get more scores. So I'm happy because I have more for the next hits.
Yeah, well, that's a great takeaway. You know, your minimum was already getting you 6s, so it's only more from here, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Now, Team Spain looking strong this morning. These repechage rounds are going to fly by right in the middle of our men's repechage heats. We will have a couple heats of the women's main event. So that'll be 2 heats of round 5 around 11 a.m. this morning. Next heat coming up will feature Dylan Groen, Giancarlos Gonzalez, Lucas Perez, and Theo Gallegrani. That's probably not what Team Germany wanted us to see.
It was the throw. It was the throw, not the cat.
Don't blame the surfer.
Yeah.
Blame the coach. Although, don't tell him I said that. Look at this guy.
Might eat you for breakfast.
He easily could. Team Germany obviously well prepared. They've been doing big things in this competition. 12 minutes and 46 seconds left. At the moment, Darshan and Tekera, only wave ridden a 5.33, a rare occurrence here in Surf City for this little of opportunities to have come through. Just shows us the ocean taking a quick breath. Don't worry. A fact is that this is one of the more consistent competition venues we have on planet Earth.
Yep.
That's a fact.
It is.
I've done my research. This is my 12th trip here. I've seen it.
12th. Wow.
Or something.
Love that. Well, I feel like, we're day 7 of 9. I don't think there's ever been a contest that's been this consistent for 7 days in a row. BL said it yesterday, or someone said it yesterday. And today, just once again, just come back here and you know there's going to be good waves, and it is just, you don't even have to wake up and check it. You can wake up, put your board shorts or bikini on, and just get straight out there.
Yeah, the water's 85, the air's 85. It's 9:20 a.m. local time here in El Salvador. And Darshan Antiquera identifies the section, throws the front 3, and rides out clean. Literally launching himself into a huge lead for Team Costa Rica.
Bring in the Pura Vida. That was crazy. I mean, and how was the chest pump? That was cool. I liked it.
The other surfers in the lineup are going, wait, what is going on?
Yeah.
Is Darshan on a different peak? Like, what's happening here?
How is he doing this? Let's take a look. You can see it's got that section, gets a rotation, bit of a dramatic finish. He kind of disappears for a moment. I love that. That's my favorite part of the whole wave.
Yeah, this is making a lot out of a little. That wave didn't look great when he stood up, but he made big things happen. That section was just calling for that exact trick. So he threw that air, I believe, in the most proper way you can. Tail high, spinning, landing in the flats too, which is not an easy thing to do, and then he just whipped it right around. That's why they call those frontside air reverses or front 3s. If you're calling them in the proper skateboarding terminology, which is weirdly controversial for some reason. So you see one more time here, Darshan Antiquera. I mean, look at that, a perfect ramp.
Wow. He's really, whatever tactics he's come into this heat with, or whatever plan, he's stuck to it. And that's, win, lose or draw, I feel like the best thing you can do. I mean, a 6.33, he's just locked in for that single turn. He's gone out to a pretty strong lead straight away, and no one else has had a wave yet. And that's wow, he's up and riding again.
This kid is back on the escalator with maybe another ramp in front of him. Do it.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, incomplete, but still cool. And you can just tell he's fired up. He's loving every second of this 20-minute heat that's already halfway through, and no other surfers have ridden a wave. This is strange.
Darshan is loving it, though. He's saying, you guys, you hang out there, you have some tea and a couple bickies. I'm just going to hang over here and just do my thing. You just continue chatting. It's all good.
You know, to me, the ultimate passive-aggressive way to respond to when somebody's saying something negative about another person, you say, wow, they've always been cool to me. That's what Darshan's saying. These other three guys in the lineup going, gosh, what's happening out here? It's not that good. And he's like, it's pretty fun for me.
Yeah.
I'm having a good time out here.
He really is. And everyone else is thinking, oh, okay, maybe it's a battle for second.
Well, it was a battle for that wave, and Luis Diaz comes out on top with this left. Quick snap to start. Cranks it off the bottom, right into the lip. Nicely placed turn there. Slightly hung up on that last car, but a good, strong finish. Diaz now on the board for Team Spain.
Hopefully he can pick up a couple wide ones on his paddle back out.
Just go sit where Darshan's sitting. Wherever he's at in the lineup, something good is probably going to happen. He just seems to be in that flow. 6.33 paired with a 5.33 gives Darshan a big lead, but watch out. Here we go. Oliver Zietz now entering the chat, back three of his own. Finally, the judges have something to chew on here. Federico Moraes now. His backhand has been stellar throughout this competition so far. This wave is pretty quick, smaller looking left, so first mistake of the day for Federico Moraes, but the first three turns looked pretty solid through tons of spray. Now, finally, over halfway through, have a heat on our hands.
Now everyone's getting waves. Team Costa Rica may be starting to feel the nerves. You can see Leilani on screen there. Tosh. It's nerve-wracking times for them as well. You know, watching this for Darshan, it's his second heat. We've got scores to come through for everyone else now. They're all on the board. And now is when it starts to get a little bit tricky. 6-1-7 for first of Luis. That's a good way to start his heat. And I feel like that adds a little bit of extra pressure to Darshan, who's up and riding once again.
Well, he got himself out there into that top priority spot, and here's how he uses it. This wave has a decent looking wall in front of him. Second turn was nice. Throw some flair. Lay back with the tail slide. Proper finish there. This is a guy who's feeling it. Right behind him, though, Diaz now. That was creepy. Board landed under 1 foot, which is always sketchy. Just chucking his tail out there, trying to back up a 6-1-7. Still waiting for a score to come through for Oliver Zietz. Pretty radical back three for the surfer representing the Netherlands. Federico needs a score as well.
Wondering if Oliver Zietz got another turn before that. I don't know, it'd be cool to see what happened there. It was a pretty big end section for him as well to do that kind of turn on. 4.9 comes through.
Tide still dropping all the way till about lunchtime. Here we go, Oliver Zietz. First wave, 4.90. Needs a 2.08 here to get up into one of the top two positions. Smashes it through the mid portion of this wave. Looks like more for the inside here. This wave just keeps offering him up a buffet of lips to hit. This young surfer from the Netherlands by way of Kauai in the Hawaiian Islands is amping, and you love to see it. That means that there's electricity through this lineup right now. Antiquera still in the lead. Now we're going to wait for scores to come through for Federico Moraes and a second score for Oliver Zietz. This is what you wanted to see, right? Things amplifying into the final 5 minutes of this heat.
How is it 5 minutes already? This is crazy. That was a great first turn for Luis. This is a 6-1-7. Surfed this wave really well. Just catches a little rail there, but recovering perfectly to get that 6-1-7. This is the 4.9. Just the one turn for Oliver Zietz. He likes the feeling of it. A 4.2 locks in for this first wave of Federico Moraes. Probably, well, arguably one of the most competitive, one of the most experienced competitors in these repechage rounds. He needs a score, and then this yet to lock in for Oliver Zietz. This is a really good wave. Look at the bowl that it has ahead of him as well. surfing really smooth and just kept offering more and more. I mean, look at that. He gets like a 2-for-1 combo right in front of the rocks.
6 turns down the line on this wave. First one, just a great setup. Then he really starts to apply pressure to the rails of his board. This is where things just started to go rapid fire.
I love this. He's just seeing every single section. There's no downtime. There's no double pump transition in between turns. He has to be up and at every single section. 7.0. He goes to the lead.
And just when you thought Darshan was running away with this thing, Oliver Zeitz comes through in a big way. Diaz now, smaller insider. Nice flow. But looked like he was just trying to keep up with the cadence of that wave. So that'll...
There was never really an open face on that wave.
Not a lot of room to work.
Yeah.
But give it up to Oliver Zeitz. First 2 turns were nice, but then things really got radical towards the end of that wave. 6-turner comes through at a 7-point ride. Darshan Antequera now drops to 2nd place. Luis Diaz needs a 5.5. Federico Moraes needs a 7.46, but time is starting to go by quickly. Here we go, Federico. 2 big whips to start this one. Solid 3rd turn. Comes around, trying to get everything he possibly can out of this wave. It was good, but he needs a great wave if he wants to get anywhere near close to a 7.46.
He'll better the 4.2 for sure.
Time is not on his side, True.
No.
2 minutes, 23 seconds left.
This is
Surf City time machine.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is that last wave, a 4.33 for Luis Diaz. He needed a 5.5, so not what he was looking for, just lacking that open face. This last one for Federico. Couple of nice opening slashes. I mean, really flowy. He's got a beautiful style. Love that last jab. Really just adding a little bit of extra something to it. 7.46. I don't know if it's going to get there. It was good surfing, really smooth. He probably needs to search for something more in the next minute and a half.
Definitely got the most out of that wave, but it's not going to be enough. As we see now, Zeitz.
Whoa! Oh!
Looks like Zeitz is feeling frisky on these right-handers. Big 2-turn combo there.
Goodbye, 4.9.
Yeah, trying to do better than that 4.9. We'll see what the judges say. Darshan Antequera now finds himself in a position of having to play defense in second place.
Oh.
Kind of forcing it a little bit for the back half of that wave. Costa Rica goes wild regardless, as Luis Diaz now is way on the inside. Just a minute left. He's waiting for a number. He's just going to stand there about knee deep and ponder the decisions he made in the last 19 and a half minutes. I think he surfed really well. And was this the score? Was this 5.30?
Like the first turn, like the second carve down, bit of flare. He needs to come down from that, and he does. Okay, I kind of liked it. 5.5 is not a big score. This is going to go into the top 2. No one's touching Oliver Zeitz right now. That was crazy 2-turn combo. He has just got so much confidence. This last one of Darshan yet to lock in as well. That last wave of Federico is a 5.8. He gets himself back into this heat. This was a little bit forced, this wave of Darshan. I mean, he's an incredible surfer. It's been so good to watch him approach this heat. But, yeah, I feel like that last wave was just pushed it a little bit extra, and he had to, because there's a score for Luis Diaz to lock in.
Well, time's up. So now it's in the hands of the judges. We have a five panel, 5 experts on our panel, an international panel of judges as well, male and female. And right now, conversations are being had. Did Diaz do enough?
I feel like we need to have a conversation as well, Chris, about 4th place. because Frederico did not get another wave.
Yeah.
And Team Portugal,
I'm shook a little bit.
they're going to have to cop that one on the chin because that is a big upset.
It's a big name going down in these repechage rounds. And more of that will come. Unfortunately, for a lot of you out there, your favorite surfer might be knocked out of this contest today. And I know there's a lot of people out there who cite Frederico Moraes as one of the greats. But that's how it is here at the ISA World Surfing Games. You've got an incredible, talented field. And at the moment, Oliver Zietz rises to the occasion. He gets the top spot. So after these brief messages, we'll let you know who came through in second place. So do not go anywhere. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. And we'll be right back.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025 edition. We are live from La Bocana. Some incredible performances already this morning, and it's only 9:36 a.m. Big upsets as well. We just lost a Portuguese powerhouse in Frederico Moraes, but give it up to our top two surfers making it through that tough heat. Dylan Groin now going up against Giancarlos Gonzalez, Lucas Perez, and Tio Galegrani. So this is where we're going to start to see stamina come into play. Galegrani and Perez both have already surfed this morning. First look at Dylan Groin and Giancarlos for the day. This is going to be awesome. Top two surfers will stay in this contest. Third and fourth place surfers. I mean, yeah, it hurts to lose, but at the same time, when you lose out here in the repechage round, you're officially on vacation in Surf City El Salvador. So life's not too bad.
No.
It's going to hurt for a little bit.
Yeah.
But later on this afternoon, when you're chilling at the pupusa stand, having a great lunch.
You're living the good life, aren't you?
That helps to, ease the sting of losing out here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We've got 17:30 to go. One wave read in by Lucas Perez. It's a Team Peru now with a 3.33.
No better way to get over a loss than some pupusas.
And we got double Panamanians in this heat. And here's one of them. Tio Galegrani up into the air, but can't come down with it. We saw a masterful teamwork performance earlier today by Argentina. They basically boxed out the other two competitors in their heat and got first and second. That's what this team from Panama is going to hope to do here, but they're going to have their hands full. Perez has been great throughout this competition, and Dylan Groin is a powerhouse of a surfer representing Team Germany. We saw him warming up earlier on. They're prepared, they're ready. There's a little bit of luck comes into play here of kind of, you could put yourself in the proper takeoff spot. You can try to use your priority in the best way possible, but this is the ocean we're talking about, so nothing is guaranteed. As we see, Ole, get up.
Make it.
Get up. Oh, he's fighting for
there.
it. Come on. And that is a completion for Giancarlos Gonzalez. There will be an element of flow taken away from that air, but super radical, done right in the most critical part of that wave. He's going to get a solid score for that one. That was awesome.
How was the just fight? It was a full fight to make that. That was cool. I loved that dedication, the determination to ride out of that, especially first wave. Like, it really sets you up for either a good heat or a heat wave. A little bit out of time, so I really liked that from Gonzalez. Team Panama would be happy with it too.
Yeah, no doubt. Judges are having a deep think on that one. Let's take one more look at it. This is a really cool air.
Whoa, gets a grab.
Quick, too.
Really fast. And this is the bit where you're going with the emotions through him. He's probably thinking, I need to stay with it. I need to stay with it. Projects the tail. Gets pretty tail high as well.
Wow, that was super technical landing.
Yeah, that was so hard to do. We're still waiting on that score.
If this was 5 years ago, that would be probably an 8 or a 9. But I like that the judges now have put a lot of emphasis on just landing your airs clean. Super, I mean, so hard to land like that and lay back in the whitewater and get back up. But, you know, the judges really want to emphasize clean landings on those airs. As we see now, Dylan Groen said he was a powerhouse. He's proving it right here. Big turns out the back. I think he's in the 6-foot+ club. Here in the draw, and slams the finish. Here we go again. Looks Perez now, Team Peru. Quick start there. 2-stager. Snap, float, airdrop. Quick carve through the middle here. Frothy face, but he's making it work. Blows the tail out on that last maneuver. Opts a pull out right behind him. Galegrani. Ouch. Face full of water right there. That was a violent wipeout. Tough kid, though. He's right back at it, trying to steam back out to the takeoff zone. First score comes through for Giancarlos Gonzalez, 3-4-3. So the judges, again, just putting a lot of emphasis on how much of an effort he had to make to stay on his feet and get back up in the whitewater. And if you're watching a snowboarding contest, a skate contest, anytime a snowboarder or a skater puts their hand on the ground when they land, that takes a lot of points away. So I like that surfing has caught up to the progression of the other action sports. 13:25. Galegrani now back at it. So this is a kid who 30 seconds ago was just face planting into the flats and didn't seem to affect him at all. He's right back at it. And he wants more on this one.
Make that. You're going to make that.
Be careful. You're in the boneyard. There's huge dry boulders.
He went that far.
Yeah. That was cool. All right, inside of 13 minutes left. Judges have some catching up to do with a couple scores to drop in. While we wait, let's go down to the ISA Lounge with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Oliver. Congratulations on a heat win. So we'll keep this interview really quick. I know you have a quick turnaround for your next heat, but I want to talk about the start of that heat. It was Darshan who got a really quick start. He had 2 scores in his scoreline before anyone else caught a wave. And you were able to really keep your strategy put together. Got that 7 with about 7-ish minutes to go, and it turned the heat for you. You were able to hold on to the lead. Can you just talk me through how that felt on your end?
Yeah, that was an exhausting one. And so much pressure, too, just like waiting for some waves to come in. I was just thinking of fighting for a second at that point because White had such a good lead. And then, I don't know, I just kind of found got on a good roll and then just kept giving myself chances, and it ended up working out, so I'm super stoked.
Yeah, well, we just had one of your 7s here on the screen. You know, you laced so much power into that wave. How are you keeping that energy going as you're, battling in this type of temperatures, this type of many times surfing today?
Yeah, I think it's just really positive thoughts. Like I've said before in my other interview, you always got to keep things positive and always just think that there's going to be another opportunity and just make the most of it and give it everything you got.
Well, I know you have a message for everyone back in the Netherlands. Let's hear it.
Dankjewel voor het kijken. And hoop Holland, hoop. You.
Hoop, hoop. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel. Great performance there from Oliver Zeaton. As Rachel emphasized, let's make this quick. You got a lot more surfing to do today. He may very well be surfing 2 more times to get through these repechage rounds. Actually, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. So maybe 4 heats in Oliver's future. So during that interview, Lucas Perez got involved. He just dropped a 4.87. Paired that with a 5.67. He's now in the lead, so that's bad news for Team Panama. Teo and Giancarlos have dropped to 3rd and 4th. But the good news is they're not in any huge scores. White needs a 1.68. Blue needs a 3.58. And here we go. Giancarlos Gonzalez screaming down the line. Huge layback snap. And he goes to the big front side whip. Lands that one a lot cleaner.
Yeah.
Stayed on his feet through the entirety of the turn, so that will be rewarded. Think of the judging criteria. A combination of major maneuvers. Well, he just showed us that.
I honestly have no words. That was just crazy. He put everything on the line for this wave. Gets a cleaner finish as well for that fin chuck air. And look at this. How good is this wave here? This first turn, really just, it was almost as if he wanted to kick someone away with that turn, pushing off that back foot so hard. You could see how difficult that was, or technical I should say. Gets a grab once again, pretty much a carbon copy, but a better completion for Gonzalez. Locks in 6.83. He's got the second best wave of the heat already. I mean, that's 7 from Dylan Groen, obviously standing out, but really loved the approach on that wave for Gonzalez for Team Panama.
Inside of 10 minutes now. Perez in the lead. Giancarlos with a 6.83. Straight into that second place position. Now it's up to Teo Galegrani to join his Panamanian teammate up in one of those top 2 spots if he wants to continue through and potentially make it back to the main rounds. Dylan Groen has something to say about that. His wave flattens out in front of him, but he's going to stay with it. Now we're starting to see some more energy. Big snap there. That's a big guy on a small wave and making it work.
I like it. He's got a really great style, and he seems to have a really good flow out there right now. And for Dylan, 3.26, he'll probably get that for sure. Maybe even go to the lead, to be honest, with 8 minutes to go. He's just, that 7 in his scoreline is really given him a leg up in this heat, as well as the 6.83 that we just saw from Giancarlos from Panama. Lucas Perez, he has the lead, it's just not a safe one. He needs to break that 6+ range to really find himself in a good position. And it looks like he's going to have a look at this one.
Perez leaning into it.
Oh.
Just forcing the issue on his final move. That was a really sick layback snap. I think when you can extend your body and kind of make a layback snap kind of into a carve, you know, not just laying back and sliding the fins. He actually engaged the rail through that turn, making it just really cool looking.
Yeah. It's hard to do, especially on these waves sometimes, if they don't like match that power. This was nice though. Good first turn. Not as big of a wave as we saw from the 7, but I liked how he went it because he wanted to get up into first place. Still really good surfing. Look at the attack. That approach. Really just flowing through each turn. I liked it a lot. I'm still waiting for that score. It needs a 3.26. He'll get it for sure.
So with 297 competitors, just want to reflect a little bit and say, get well soon to Santa Vevre, surfer representing Latvia. A ripping young woman who was practicing. She was injured. Our water safety crew was right on top of it. She's fine now. She wasn't able to compete in her repechage heat, but Santa, you're awesome. We love you, and we hope to see you back here in 2026. I saw her yesterday She's totally recovering. Got a couple stitches. It was a pretty serious situation, but she is super tough. She's doing fine. She was hanging out with us down in the ISA lounge throughout the afternoon yesterday, and she was, less concerned about the injury and just more bummed that she couldn't surf again.
Yeah.
But she said, I said, so what are you going to do? You going to hang out? She said, of course.
Obviously.
I'm here to support. She's going to be here all the way through to the end. So
she's in paradise.
yeah, just another example of, the amazing human beings that we have competing here at the ISA World Surfing Games. 297 surfers representing 61 nations. Each one of them comes through with a story all their own, and here they are in Surf City, El Salvador, building memories, in a lot of cases making a name for themselves on the international stage, and all of them, I think, giving a lot of credit and thankful to be included here in our ISA competitive family. And not only do we have an amazing opening ceremony every single event led by ISA President Fernando Aguirre and of course the Sands of the World celebration, but make no mistake, after the medal ceremony, which is a prestigious, glorious celebration, ISA always throws an amazing after party. I'm trying not to think about it because we've got a couple
We still
more
have
days,
2 days, 3 days.
Yeah, it's truly an international celebration of surfing and humanity. We're here to make a better world through surfing. One party at a time. I mean, one heat at a time. Big snap there, Galegrani. Currently in 4th place. This thing has flipped 3 or 4 times. Perez is now in 2nd. Dylan Groen jumped in the lead on the strength of a 7-point ride. Jean Carlos Gonzalez needs a 3.71. Teo Galegrani needs a 5.22. So again, both of the Panamanian surfers now in 3rd and 4th place.
It's not where they want to be, is it?
But we know that these heats always seem to go down to the wire. So many buzzer beaters. I mean,
Seriously.
I'm talking about almost
Every heat.
probably 50 buzzer beaters have happened throughout
Yeah.
this contest. And that trend will continue all the way through to the finals, I'm sure of it.
As Nanaho Suzuki says, buzabita.
Buzabita! My new favorite Japanese word.
Yep, the best. Wow. He did well. To make that, I just feel like maybe needing a little bit more for that 5.22. Locked in at a 3, so I don't think that's what well, it's definitely not what he's looking for Grani. And, with Dylan Groen, he has that 7, putting him out in a good position. It's really for 2nd place right now. Gonzalez, he only needs a 3.71. Don't forget to check out the ISA Surf Instagram as well. And, jabby first turn for Teo. Good flow. It's just a wave size letting him down.
Yeah, he's kind of put himself on some mediocre looking waves in the past 6 or 7 minutes. But he's been in that low priority pecking order for that amount of time as well. So hard to be patient when there's only 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. You got Lucas Perez out the back in 3rd priority, Dylan Groen 2nd, John Carlos in that top priority spot. So John Carlos has a shot, has a chance. He needs a 3.71, not a huge score. He knows exactly what that feels like. So he is a veteran competitor. I don't think he's going to be rattled just yet. We've seen him in this predicament before. See him further sky out, so he has his choice of waves. Here's your Peruvian team: Alonso Correa, Daniela Rosas, Lucas Perez de Solar, Arena Rodriguez, La Maquina, Luca Macinas, and Sol Aguirre. For Perez right now in a good spot, but watch out. Here comes Oli Gonzalez. And no! Mistimed on the 2nd turn. Things went from weird to worse. You can tell right when he took off, he's airdropping on that floater, and it just threw him off balance.
Oh.
A rare mistake from a veteran competitor, Jean Carlos Gonzalez, and now he's in 4th priority.
Yeah, that was seriously not what he wanted to do on that wave. He only needs a 3.71. And that was, heartbreak moment really for him. Not a big score. He's already got that 6.83. And now he's just put himself in a position where Lucas Perez can suffocate. He can sit on him. He can apply pressure. Look, they're just following each other. Lucas keeping up. Dylan putting his hat in the ring as well. He's like, hey, I want a part of this little tussle, because he's got that first priority, and with just under a minute to go, Gonzalez gets a 3 for that last wave. That is just really not what he wanted to do. Maybe Teo will have an opportunity on this wave. He only needs a 5.22, but I feel like Lucas could be in a good position to cut him off as well. Oh, here we go. Oh.
And using his sprite. Whoa.
Oh.
Double front threes. Might have been a blessing that Green didn't land that air, because right in front of him a big rock popped up. So exercising priority. Green was fully within his rights to drop in right there, I think.
Oh.
So much was happening. Priority situation was still shaking out as those surfers took off.
Oh.
Just like that. Whew. Again, down to the wire. Don't take your eyes off the screen for even a second or you'll miss something. So at the moment, Dylan Groen in the lead, representing Team Germany. Perez in second. Yeah, Green had a priority over White. White did pull that air, though. This one's not finalized yet.
He needs a 5.22.
It's a pretty cool wave. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more. This is the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Don't go anywhere. So much action right after these brief messages.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with True Starling.
Hello.
Why don't we go ahead and just put 4 more incredible surfers in this lineup and see what happens.
May as well.
These are repechage rounds. You got Owen Moss, Samuel Reedy, Nacho Gunnarsson, and the Pink Panther, Brian Perez. USA, Costa Rica, Argentina, and El Salvador represented in this international superheat. I'm excited for this one. 4 great names, superstar surfers, each with momentum from previous heats surfed, but This is a repechage round, so third and fourth place surfers are out, which is kind of sad because I'm a big fan of all 4 of these guys.
Yeah, I don't really want to say goodbye to any of them. But it's not really goodbye, is it? Because they'll still be around.
It's just till next time.
Yeah. And we'll get to hear the cheers. Team spirit.
Well, these are 20-minute heats. Top 2 surfers will advance. Will it be this surfer in green? Decent start.
Don't mind it. Smaller wave, but you can see it build. Boom. Ooh.
That was power matching power right
yeah,
there.
I liked it. 513. Oh, sorry, 4.83.
Here we go. The pride of El Salvador, the Pink Panther, Brian Perez, hammering that first section and somehow getting up and over the whitewater. Vertical foam climb, comes down clean. He just made a wave that was barely rideable look amazing.
How was the motorcycle stance? You know, in gymnastics, and they go motorcycle.
Yep, I wrote out.
Get the landing.
I'm in control. I did it.
I got this. Strong first turn, really fast, whippy, exciting surfing.
The second turn is unbelievable.
Yeah, how he does that.
I mean, the first turn's just good, clean, solid surfing, but the second one was like miraculous.
Boom. That was such a hard section to do that on. It's like he just projected out and over it, and he's like, yeah, I got this every day of the week. Don't even worry about it.
Well, he does that every day of the week, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
At La Bocana. I would say he's more of a local down at Punta Rocas. I mean, he is so fun to watch surf out there. It's like surfer and wave just perfectly paired. But, of course, he's put in some hours and training here at La Bocana and El Sunzal, and he's had to surf his way through both podiums to get here to repechage round 6. And he starts off strong with a 6-point ride. So a well-earned above average score there for Perez. Gunderson comes through with that 4.83. Owen Moss's first wave, a 2.5. Sammy Uridi yet to ride a wave, but he is in that top priority spot, so he's got his pick of the litter out there.
Mm-hmm. He's got a paddle on. Look at the weight coming off him. Where's he going? He's seen something. Ooh, maybe some lines out the back.
It's like a set rolling through. He may have done a really good job of putting himself in the perfect takeoff position. A little late there.
Oh, no.
So just as we thought, he put himself in the proper takeoff zone. That wave just raced away from him. So a huge priority error there for Samuel Reed's first wave. Just a 0.50. Gunderson has to give way to Owen Moss. Owen Moss has had a string of victories at the QS level already this summer. He's right back at it. A little off balance on that one, so he'll get back to the drawing board. Nacho Gunderson now out the back with priority. Perez second priority.
He did so well to get himself back centered over his board with that turn. That quite easily could have knocked him off.
You must do yoga.
Yeah. He's just sensei. He's just not even worried about it. He's like, yeah, I'm just doing this to kind of for the drama, but I'm actually in control the whole time.
So Team USA came through with a really cool eclectic team. East Coast, West Coast. 3 women, 3 men. Fortunately saw Ella McCaffrey lose out yesterday in a stacked repechage heat. 13:30 now. It's going to be Brian Perez. Building speed, down the line, off the bottom. Beautiful carve all the way around. Strikes again, perfect vertical snap. And just as I was about to say, Perez is on his way to an excellent score. He falls on his third turn. Will get credit for those first 2 amazing snapping, carving maneuvers. Such a great, powerful surfer. Generally so consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of surprising that he fell on that third turn, but he had so much momentum going down the line.
Yeah, he knows this wave well. Love that high line to start, and then he just powers through that first turn, the second turn. Just a good jab and maybe there was a rock in his way or something, and he's just kicking out of there early, saving the equipment. But as you said, he's still going to get rewarded because that was 2 really good turns, back-to-back, great flow and commitment.
12:30 left. Owen Moss in the lead for now. That's going to change with Perez just dropping his score. This one bypasses our surfers, giving us a chance to go down to the ISA Lounge with Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much, you guys. Dylan, congratulations. A great heat win. Kicking it off, you dominated that heat right from the start. You didn't have to surf round 1 or the first round of heats this morning, so felt like you could come in fresh on that one?
Yeah, definitely it was good to come in fresh into that first heat. It's pretty warm outside, so I was trying to stay in the shade until the last minute possible and then just work on my plan and execute it out there.
Well, you had a whole day off yesterday, right? So what did you end up doing with that day so you could, find that balance of staying rested but also, activated for today?
Yeah, I had the day off yesterday, and I was just trying to support my teammates as best as I can, but also not stay down at the beach the whole day. So I'd go down for a couple of heats, go back up, rest, and then go back for the last heat of the day. Unfortunately, it wasn't the best day for us yesterday, but hopefully we can turn that around today and start it off well. So hopefully we continue it.
Well, they just showed some vision for everyone at home, reminding them of your 7. You had so much power in that wave. Talk me through what you felt after you cut out of this one.
Yeah, it definitely felt like a nice wave. I was just waiting out there for a bomb. Didn't want to start with a small score, so just waiting for a bigger set. And luckily that wave came in. Felt really nice, and then I was paddling back out, and I thought I heard, Red, your first wave, 3.4. I was like, oh. But it ended up being 7, so that.
Okay, big difference there. Yeah, it sets your heat very differently. And talking about warming up, I think you guys in Team Germany have some of the most unique ways to warm up. You guys were throwing the football around. Barton even joined in with you guys before that. Talk to me about those activations before you paddle out.
Yeah, in our team we have Martin with us, and he just activates us before the heat. And what I like to do, I just like to sort of play around a little bit, but almost do a workout while I'm at it, and so that I'm just distracted from the whole competition and just already drenching in sweat and everything. So, and then I go out there and my mind is just blank and just focused on what I have to do, and it really works out. So we're just gonna keep on doing it.
Okay, well, it worked out great on that one. Keep it up, and looking forward to seeing you in the next heat.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Rachel. Team Germany has to be excited by the power act. Just witness Dylan Groen. And he will continue on through this competition. 9 minutes, 42 seconds left. Perez well into the lead and on his way to another big number. Huge bash to start. Follows through at the second turn, fixes his hair, continues down the line. So much momentum in and out of each and every turn for the Pink Panther. Brian Perez finishes strong, flexes, looks at the judges. I know you saw that. Give it to me. Improving on a 5.17. Do you know why they call him the Pink Panther?
No, I was actually going to ask you this.
It's actually how he walks.
Oh.
He's got a kind of cruisy, flowing way of walking around. And when he was a youngster, people said, "Man, you walk like the Pink Panther." And he thought, it's actually a really catchy, great nickname.
That's it.
I'm going to go one up and spray paint all my boards pink to go on with that.
Panther. I like it.
Probably one of the coolest nicknames in all of surfing.
Yeah, seriously.
And
the coolest nickname.
He's got a really chill, loose style as well. So in and out of the water, he does give us Panther vibes. Here we go, 8.5 left. Samuel Reedy starting strong with a 7.83. He's trying to back it up now, and it looks like he's just detonated that 3.77 at least. Still driving down the line. Here Costa Rica rising up on the rocks, but watch out, Owen Moss up and out. So Samuel Reedy only needed a 1.81 on that wave. He just went far beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
Or quadrupling that score at least.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, actually, I'm not that great at math, so let's just say he did way more than he needed to do.
He'll probably go to the lead. off the back of that last wave, to be honest. 783. Big score. You could hear Team Costa Rica go absolutely crazy during that interview. And then again, with Samuel Reedy. Let's take another look at it. Love the patience. Beautiful opening arc. Really nice second turn there. And then I just love how he's flowing in between it. He's got that second combo. Beautiful deep bottom turns. It was really good.
A lot of action in the lineup. People paddling all over the place, trying to get themselves in the proper position. 7 minutes left. Perez is in the lead, but we're waiting for some scores to come through now. Samuel Reedy was just needing a 181, and he just hammered that wave from beginning to end. Nacho Gunnarsson now back at it. Needs a 482. Deep bottom turn straight up into the lip.
Oh.
Slips out a little bit, but maintains his composure, and then does a backside snap into oblivion. Here goes Owen Moss. Power snap to start. Big section in front of him. Huge.
Oh.
Whipping, tail sliding snap. That was one of the turns of the day for sure. Oh my gosh. The quickest two-stager. It was a vertical hit into a sliding kind of carved slash. 360 degrees of spray, about 15 feet in the air. That was incredible.
And how quick, when his head whipped around, how quick did his board follow through as well? That was just, you could see his head just goes, woof, and then his board just went boom with so much power behind it.
Yeah, win or lose, definitely getting the award for one of the turns of the day.
Oh, yeah.
That was radical surfing. Oh, I'm excited. We get to see it again here, True.
Yes. First turn, huge. Money. This one right here. Wow. Kicks, like, lifts a little bit. He gets that tail tweak. I liked it. That'll be his best wave of the heat for sure.
I loved it. I mean, this is Andy Iron style surfing right here.
That was really nice and flowy. Look how fast his head moves. And his board just, like, follows through so quickly around it as well. But doesn't lose any of that strength in the turn.
Oh, I could watch this all day. I mean, the first snap was pretty wild, too. Blew his fins out, gets the speed, but this turn right here is just
money.
Severe. Snap into the just power flare off the tail.
Lovely stuff.
For the first time in 7 days, I'm speechless.
Yep. Just need to appreciate it because 7.27.
Oh, yeah. Big score there for Owen Moss. He is now in second place.
This is a crazy heat.
Yeah, heat of the day so far, for sure. 4 minutes, 28 seconds left. Samuel Reedy's wave comes through. He's got a 783 paired with a 607, jumps from third to first, just like that. Owen Moss now in second place. We thought that Brian Perez had everything in complete control of the pair of sixes, but he's now in third, needing a 705. Gunnarsson needs an 831. What a turn of events. With 4 minutes left. Edge of our seats all day long. This has to be one of the highest overall heat totals of the morning for sure.
Yeah, I'm bamboozled. This is crazy how intense this heat is in regards to the scores, the surfing, just everything about it just seems just so exciting to watch, but also, you know, buzzer beater moment maybe coming.
Gunnarsson looking for it. That wasn't it. 3:30 now. So Reedy climbing in the priority positioning as well. He's now in second position. Perez has that top priority spot. Reedy activating. Gets the front side air. Lands on the top of the wave and somehow cleanly rides out. That is so hard to do. It's one thing to land in the flats, which is pretty difficult, but when you land on the top of the wave like that, it's almost like he landed doing a floater going backwards, goes down fakie, hits the bottom section and spins it back around. Super cool looking.
That was really, really cool. Whatever Team Costa Rica had for breakfast bring it here.
Pura
Because,
vida.
yeah, seriously. I mean, Darshan making 2 heats already today. Now Sammy out there with a 783 and a 607. That last one didn't go into the top 2 of 567, but any of the other surfers, even Nacho, he would have loved to have had that.
2.5 left. Brian Perez needs a 705. Gunnarsson's not out of this one yet. He needs an 831. That would be the best wave of the heat. 2 minutes, 15 seconds left. Perez has top priority. And he sees something coming through. Will he be in the right spot? No, this wave steamrolls right over him. Owen Moss out on the corner. Big whitewater takeoff. He's to his feet now. Stuck in the whitewash there, but he gets around it onto the open face. I'm really starting to become a huge fan of Owen Moss.
Mm-hmm.
Those frontside slash carves are so cool looking. So he's looking to get rid of a 587. Kind of got hung up in the whitewater for the best part of that wave, so it's probably not going to help him. And what may hurt him is the fact that now Brian Perez is out the back in that top priority spot. Looking for a big score, though, a 705. So Owen Moss safe for now, but we still have a minute, 20 seconds left.
Oof. We've seen too many buzzer beater moments to count Brian and Nacho out of this heat. I mean, Nacho got a 7-something in his heat before with Team Argentina with that incredible team tactics between him and Lele Osuna. So if he gets himself on a good wave and executes, he could really be pushing for that 8.31. It's going to be a really close finish, I feel. I mean, for Owen, he needs to better a 5.87, so we'll see if he does that.
Inside of a minute now. Brian Perez started so strong in this heat with a 610 and a 6. Moss and Reedy just
dominating.
Put themselves on some beautiful right-handers. It's that last wave for Owen Moss. 507. Majority of that score coming on that second turn. I mean, he was lucky to be able to get that one off of Perez, who was deeper, but just a little too deep. And I think that Moss was a little too deep as well. You saw him have to kind of ride down in his stomach through the whitewater, get up a little bit late.
Yeah.
Still made it work. I mean, got a 507. So not a waste of a wave, but it's not going to go into his score line. And with 3, 2, 1 seconds left, that's it. Costa Rica comes through. Samuel Reedy at masterful performance. 783 and a 6.07. Great show of sportsmanship right there. Give it up to the Pink Panther. Put together a great heat, but just wasn't quite at the pace being set by our representatives from Costa Rica and Team USA. Owen Moss comes through in second place. We lose Nacho Gunnarssson from Team Argentina. Upsets galore, but huge performances. The heat of the day in the books. Guess what? We got a lot more opportunities for huge performances coming up right after these brief messages. We will be right back. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Stay tuned.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Welcome back, Surf City. My question to you, Barton Lynch, is where is your head at? Look at the next heat we got on deck, mate. An absolute banger.
My head's in a headphone, and I'm listening to your voice, and I'm ready to rock this heat. As are two Americans, friendly fire.
Yeah, we'll have a look at James Fikocki, Michael Rodriguez, Luke Ganaldo, Lele Osuna. All sorts going on here. A lot of experience, some youthful exuberance, plenty of passion, guaranteed. Argentina, probably one of the noisiest teams back on shore, USA. Their tails are up. They're pretty happy about the way things are going. We've had a good event so far, and they want that to continue here. We saw an interesting heat this morning with two surfers from the same country. Let's see if we get any more of those kind of antics in the back end of this. Here's a replay of Jabe.
Well, it came in as a 7.67, so we're expecting fireworks. Fast, crisp, beautiful surfing. Does he get around this section? Yes, he does. Figured he had to get that 7.6. There's a fourth turn off the lip. Sharp, fast, furious, but stylish and controlled. Beautiful surfing. Luke Guinaldo, the other American. Oh, they're coming out of the blocks firing. Beautiful backhand wrap. That whitewater whip was beautiful as well before the wrap. Coming through to the inside. What happens down in here? It's a little pedestrian the wave. A 4.33 for Luke.
Let's pick up live action. Lele Osuna adjusts the feet. Gets crisp, springy stuff out of a foamy section. But it's a little too foamy and he'll poke the nose. Emrod wants an involvement with a right-hander. Nice slashing setup. And a crisp tag to finish as well.
Pretty basic, simple stuff, though, from Michael Rodriguez.
Another right here. Guinaldo, he looks really good. Look at this. Hammers it backhand once again. That's going to be another big number from him. USA have started this heat really well, and they are not slowing down. We're going to get another number for Jabe, and then Luke will get a solid score right there.
Yeah, thinking about the 4.33 of Luke's and then the score we're waiting on for Michael Rodriguez's. I feel like Luke's was definitely better than that, so I anticipate the Brazilian score coming under that 4.33, but you never do know. But he definitely is looking strong on the backhand. And what a great heat this is. Always interesting when there's the friendly fire. USA looking at another one with a 7.67 already in the bank for this guy.
Oh, they're really connecting with these right-handers. A great looking wave. At that one, a bigger wave. You can see it stretch away. And as he squared off the bottom, he looked like he was aiming for the lip. And about halfway up, he quickly identified the fact this was just going to be a kick out. But the Americans really connecting with this running right.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a fantastic wave, didn't it? But it just, I suppose because we're a little bit smaller, we're in on the reef, things straighten up a little bit. They don't have that full triangle that they had when it was a little bit bigger.
All right, Rodriguez with second prior has the advantage over Fikocki, and he'll use it.
Oh,
slashing
control.
And he'll just clean that up with another crisp hit. So been real busy, Emrod. He hasn't quite had the impact as yet. It's only just over 5.5 minutes gone.
Yeah, 3.83 for that one, so that makes sense in relation to the 4.33. And he kind of loses. You watch. Oh, this is the first one. Nice little cut down into a closeout re-entry. Basic stuff, really. 3.83 from the judges. That feels right. Here's the. Let's see this one. Drives off the bottom, snaps back to the pocket. Things slow down a little bit. The lip stands up, flares the tail. Comes into the closeout, another one. 3 turns. Celebrates with his team members. You watch this loss of control here. See that? That was a loss of control. The fins drifting in the whitewater. Nice finishing turn. But again, I feel like Ronaldo got the better of that exchange as well.
It's just relentless from the young American Goofy. Again, hammers a section. He's absolutely on fire here. Just tearing into these rights. This one a touch softer. So won't quite have the impact of his previous. You can see the score from it. 7-1-7 for his previous wave. We'll get another number here. The sort of form he's in. He'll want these heats just to keep coming. He's enjoying himself out there.
It looks like it, doesn't it? Great flares on the backhand. Loose and spectacular out of the top. We'll see it on this first turn here. Look how loose that was. All the fins would have been out the back of that wave. Does this wave improve on the 4.33 is the question. Shane, at the end, he was looking for it. He could see it starting to stand up here, and he was like, yeah, I'll get something out of this. Tried one more time, gave it a little bit too much, a little bit kind of too flicky with the head. The fins drifted out of the top, didn't get the completion. But look at that turn. That's as good a backhand re-entry as we've seen the whole event. That had a little something different, a little spice and extra in it. So Team America on fire here. Beautiful style and technique. A little slower moments out of the top of the wave. A little disconnection with speed. But still, what do you think? Feels like it might improve on the 4.33 at this point.
Yeah, that first turn, so critical. I mean, he sort of planted the turn just slightly out of the lip, didn't he? So where he kind of rotated on the front foot, it was so technical. It just looked amazing in slow-mo.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I got excited for a sec. Michael Rodriguez got a 5.3. That feels like an awfully big score for a kind of loss of control out of the top into a closeout. So looking at Luke Guinaldo's score, be interesting to see where that comes in, but 5.3 seems like a big score for Brazil on that one.
Just under 12 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go and check in. Winner of the last heat is with Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I'm sitting here with Sam. Absolutely annihilated that heat. Looking really fresh despite the heat that we have out here. Tell me how you're feeling.
Man, I'm definitely used to this weather. It's a lot like this at home. So I feel really good. It was nice to get on some rights. I've been sticking to the left, but thanks to my dad, I stuck to the right, and it paid off.
Okay, so, prior to your heats paddling out, you're talking with your team, you're talking with your dad, you're making strategy. What did that strategy look specifically like for that heat?
Honestly, it was just sit on the right and catch the best waves. And I felt like I caught the first best wave, but then was a little too deep on it. But it put me in perfect position for that 7.83, which I was super stoked on. Didn't really show it on the wave, but it was nice to get a good score under the belt and good surfing.
Well, and here we have a look at it here. Talk me through this one.
Yeah, I did that first floater, and I looked at this section, and I kind of came around it, and it felt super good to click off the top here. I almost felt like I threw a little bit of fins. Oh, wow. All right. Definitely didn't think I threw that much water, but stoked.
But you did. Looked great.
And then I was coming up to this last section. I couldn't decide between either a layback or just a normal finishing turn. So I kind of think I tossed the arm back into a little layback. Yeah, it looked good and it felt great.
Well, the judges liked it too, obviously, rewarding it really high. So you know what to do for the next one. Talk to me about your equipment. Have you been on the same board this entire event, or have you switched it around?
So I've definitely been switching around. I've been having a little bit of a struggle breaking boards recently, but it's all good. I have a new batch coming in, and this is an old and faithful that I have. I broke it when I was training with Jim Hogan, and I got it repaired by a guy in Santa Teresa who I want to send a huge shout out to. Thank you, Denga Surf Shop, for repairing this board. It feels amazing. Yeah, and it feels great. I used it in my heat where I did the air and passed with the last 8 seconds, and unfortunately took out Luke, but it seems like we're in the same round now, so we're stoked.
All right, well, it's all looking good for you. Keep it up, and looking forward to seeing you in the next one.
Thank you. Un saludo a todos los ticos que nos están apoyando. Ahí vamos. Darshan pasó su hit, ya casi viene Leilani. Vamos con todo, la verdad. Esto es un honor de estar acá representando a Costa Rica, y vamos con todo. And I want to send a huge shout out to my parents that have been talking me through this event. I really couldn't do this without them, especially my dad. My dad's been really getting into me, which I love it. I'm really thankful for him, and thank you guys. Love you guys.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Costa Rica very much in the mix here. Some outstanding surfers from that region representing well.
Outstanding young man, speaks so well, pays his respects, and absolutely shreds. Now, I'll tell you what I'm a little bit surprised by.
What's happening, BL?
Yeah, you know, the score came through for Michael Rodriguez, 5.3. From recollection, he goes up onto a whitewatery face, loses control of the rail, drifts a little bit. That's almost a mistake. Came down, did a closeout turn. Pretty basic, simple thing, nothing much. 5.3. We saw Luke Guilnardo's backhand re-entry with the fins flying and flaring. I feel like that alone was better than anything Rodriguez did, but he came in as a 5.10. So maybe the judges penalising for the incomplete and the fall at the end of the ride, but I really felt like that was an interesting score in comparison from the judges.
8 minutes on the clock here. USA in 2 advancing positions, first and second. Spirkoki with the lead, 7.67, his opening ride. Just hammered a big advantage to him. Also got a 7 for his mate Luke Guinaldo.
Yeah, and he was taking a while to get that second score, wasn't he? And that allowed Michael Rodriguez to go up into second temporarily. And then he dropped the 6, so Team USA in a really strong position so far.
Having a look at Seabass Williams, getting ready, Mexico.
Sending his love.
Just thinking about Emrod with that first priority at the moment. Chance of reflection last few minutes. Gone a bit quiet. His number is right up there with the backup of Luke Guinaldo, so he'll be aiming for something 7 or better. And you'd back him to post a number like that when he does make a good connection with a set wave out here. Haven't talked much about Lele Asuna. Uncharacteristic slow heat from him. Let's see if we can fire him up. He's got 4th priority, which means he's taking a wave of no consequence. Just roll down to the bottom of the line.
Interesting to see 2nd and 3rd so close to each other. Not just coincidence, I dare suggest. Guinaldo wanting to make sure, as we see Lele.
Asuna here, floating, climbing, layback slash, big power move, loads of spray.
Sometimes they look a little tangled in the whitewater. You don't see acceleration and speed out of it. That was about as beautifully done as it could have been.
So from 4th prior, why not have a swing? Give it a crack. Good call from him. Wash off the 2. Maybe attack your 4.
First turn. A little late to the lip. That was real quick, but this was beautifully done. You can't do that any better. Be interesting to see. He's got a 4.77. As you said, he was in 4th priority, so he's just hunting the inside, trying to create opportunity while he's down that priority roster, and that's pretty much the recipe.
What an entertaining heat this has been. It started at breakneck, blistering speed. Team USA just firing out of the gates. And that momentum that they've got on land, well, all that synergy between them, just bringing it to the start of the heat, turning it into major points and significance for the heat. Here's an extended paddle from Guinaldo, and no interest shown whatsoever from Enrod on that wave. And that's exactly why. It's just a softer closeout.
He did try to bait him. He was definitely trying to get him to paddle for that one and lose his priority. Strategic moves from Luke Guinaldo. Priority 3 at the moment. As you said, Mike Rodriguez, 5 minutes on the clock. First priority. Really has had an unusually slow heat. Just drops down into 4th place as Leandro's wave comes in, a 5.17. For that, again, in comparison to the 5.3 of Rodriguez's, that was a beautiful layback turn. So, a couple of points for advantage there for Rodriguez.
Yeah,
slight that's keeping him in this one.
It's great competing from Lele, isn't it? Because 4th prior on a wave that no one wants, and you're able to turn that into your best score, which means you also bring down your requirement a bit as well. And he's in that conversation in the 5s as well, so he's sort of leveled that playing field a little bit there.
Yep.
His requirement is a bit higher, 7.11. But he's definitely in the chat. Now, Rodriguez, you'd back him to make a move, and he'll go here. And he's looking for around about 7 or better. Let's see if he can get it. First turn, he'll drift, and he'll just hang up because the wave goes soft. So he'll wait at the top of the wave before joining things up with a slash and then a nice stinging snap into the lip.
Oh!
And he'll just kick away. And the whole way through that wave was just a slight feeling he was pushing, but the wave wasn't really pushing back much.
Yeah, and I don't know, it just feels a little bit below his best energetically. It doesn't feel that desperate. It feels like it's day 7 of a competition and you've been going day after day and you've been battling through repechage heats, and that was an unusual fall because the work was done. And in my mind, I'm thinking the score might come here, especially if you compare it to the 5.30. But I don't think he can get it with that fall at the end. There was some more spectacular surfing, even thinking to the 7.67 of James originally. That was an incredible ride.
Things could get interesting here. So Americans, first and second priority, first and second position in the heat. Will we see some of this teamwork? It looks like it is Jabe. He's in red. He's at first prio. And he'll actually just keep surfing here. So he'll block Lele and he'll go. Looking to improve on a 6 as a low score.
Here's a beautiful surfer with incredible equipment under his feet. Goes to the air, pulls it, Paulie. Looking to improve on the 6.
So, great use of priority to identify a wave that offered him section out the back and then the little ramp finish, and it's very neatly done.
He could not let Argentina have that wave, that's for certain. Had to go it. You see there the little block on the takeoff to make sure that the surfer in white didn't get this one. He may not have even wanted it really at this point in the heat with what he has. If he improves on the 6, fantastic. And that is where, if the improvement is available, it's out of that last air at the end there that was something a little different, a little exciting. But that board under his feet, I'm going to say is the best looking surfboard I've seen in the whole event. So quick and responsive, fast through the flats. Beautiful surfing. Where will the judges go? He's in the lead. He's going to stay there, obviously. Look at the board driving out of the bottom. Leans it over. Inside hand comes down. Little tweak at the end there. And the judges still considering this. 5.63 came through for Michael Rodriguez. This was like a bit of a balancing score, so to speak. Waiting for this to stand up on the inside, hopping the board through the water, building speed, up into the lip, front foot flies forward, head rotates, and it's amazing how the speed of the rotation is so simulated or led by the speed of the head in that situation. Big set.
Down to the final minute here, judges deliberating on a number. The American lead in this one in red, Jabe. Meanwhile, first priority with Luke, and he doesn't go it, realizing that
40-second
close out. He's like, Lele, you can take that if you want. Lele doesn't. And he'll have to wait on here.
Michael Rodriguez is paddling back out from something. We can see the red circle spinning on our screen, meaning the judges are considering the score. So there's a score to drop for Michael Rodriguez, looking for a 6.65.
Final 15 seconds here.
0.77, so that obviously wasn't much we needed to see.
And Emrod, something of an upset here. And he will be bowing out of competition in the repechage round 6 for Team Brazil. A major blow to them. An outstanding performer and someone you would expect to be here on finals day. Will he still be here, we anticipate, but more in a support role, watching on. Lele Asuna will also bow out and add this to his many experiences at ISA, but you have to say, Team USA out there in this heat, coming in with all the passion and the fire and turning that into the performance, and really great numbers. Couple of 7s early on, had the heat stitched up. Mistake-free surfing, competing, brilliantly done. It's entertaining here. The waves continue to cook in Surf City. We'll keep it rolling with more live action right after the break. The ISA World Surfing Games from Surf City, El Salvador continues on a sunny Friday. Getting down towards midday here and already seen some electrifying performances, big numbers raining down all over from our panel, rewarding expert surfing from the likes of Seabass Williams in flow here on a left this time. Surfer out of Mexico, but not quite the wave he was after. Meanwhile, let's check out Gui Ribeiro, Portugal. First turn is with power, as you'd expect from him. And kind of gets back up there and does pretty well. Just kind of slam the lid shut on that. Maybe almost a mini stumble before he got there. He'll clean it up, he'll get the finish. There goes Suarez of Ecuador. Slashing in the pocket. And then looking down the line at a little section. Nice and accommodating, good pop, and he'll get it done. Not a crazy huge air, but it's a complete one, and it's a great way to kick off a heat with the variety, with the flow, and crucially with the completion.
He had a 1 point ride on the first one, so obviously the start wasn't exactly as he wanted, but that's the perfect way to answer back. Guilherme Ribeiro's looked a little rushed and it's a little disjointed. The timing and flow on that one. Still got it completed, as you said, but felt a little difficult in terms of his, matching the pace of the wave with his own pace. A little disconnect, 283 from Mexico on that opener with the fall.
Also out in the water here, One Anwar out of Indonesia. Looking forward to seeing him getting involved. Another electrifying surfer, part of that Indonesian team. They've been enjoying themselves over here. One of the teams you'd expect to be relatively accustomed to the climatic conditions here in El Salvador. Even some of the Indo team have been saying how they find it pretty warm over here, though. Just gives you an idea exactly how hot things are. Here goes One. And it's a softer, slopey entry. So even though he's going fast, it just kind of pushes him out wide. A little bit of chatter and bump as well. So he's out of there.
Shame to not use that priority that he had in a more productive way.
Suarez. He'll get down.
Down and out. Still considering his second score. 4 point ride for Guilherme Ribeiro for the two-turn combination. That feels right.
Whoosh. In action again. Gui Ribeiro with a bit more flair and creativity in his first turn as he completely liberates fins and tail and then gathers again and trying to get a connection on a wave, which is just sort of trying to die a death at the same time. He tried to force it. Wave had other ideas.
Yeah, it was. You can't get blood out of a stone, as they say. And we've got the team standings as of the end of surfing yesterday. So there's already been some action today that'll have an impact. Here goes One Anwar.
Indonesia in action here. We watch it from above. First snap is angry and it's good. Bang. Whoa, that was tricky. Very nice. Just blows out the tail and rotates around in the white water. Very cool. And a good way really to surf up what was essentially a bit of a closeout. Not an amazing looking section. He did a lot with it. So very well done by him. We'll get in the mix here. We're still waiting for that number to come in for Suarez for his second wave.
Yeah, long think about that one.
Could be a significant one.
Does it still feel, perhaps we'll see where One Anwar's comes in at, but it still feels like perhaps the best wave of this opening of the heat. Here it is on the replay. Drops in, pumps high to build speed, drops down. Nice wrap there. Very stylish surfer. I love the way the legs operate. Look at the speed and the energy into that. He made that happen. 4.73 from the judges. Maybe reflecting the size of the wave, the fact that the wall was never running anywhere. There was never a moment of excitement. He was always sort of coming back to it to try and make it turn into something. Here's a fantastic surfer. Really good technique. There it is from a different angle. 4.73. Surfed hard. Chanced a lot. Best wave of the heat so far, so that makes sense for sure. And they're still having a think about Onis for Indonesia.
Yeah, you were looking at the standings. And so we got them as of last heat last night. Any major surprises, first of all?
There are some major surprises. No surprise to see Australia tied for the lead with Peru. They'd be happy to be there with Australia. Brazil in third, Spain in fourth, USA in fifth. So that all sounds pretty right. You know, and that could jumble around, but they would feel like 5 of the top nations. Then you go Argentina in 6th, so they're having a great event. Portugal 7th, Costa Rica in 8th. They're having a great event as well. Ecuador equal 8th. So that's a great position for both of those Central American nations. The powerhouse of France, or France as we would say, is in 10th place. Here we go. Action.
Yeah, backhand from Suarez. Great looking wave. Really nice hit. Speedy turn with venom in it and bite. Incomplete last maneuver, but prior to that, it was exciting. Enjoyed that.
Yeah, great surfing.
What's happened to France?
6.5 drops for Indonesia. So that's the best score of the heat so far for Anwar. Great score. We saw that from the drone angle. Really looked nice. Yeah, so then 10th is France. That's surprising to see them so far down. 11th is Germany. 12th is the Netherlands. Great Britain 13th. Israel 14th. Panama 15th. South Africa down in 16th. Puerto Rico, Chile, and in 20th is Sweden, ahead of Japan in 21. So that's a surprise. So interesting times.
Time to go and check in with Team USA with Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, well, Team USA had a huge result out of that one. You and Luke going 1 and 2. How did you feel out there being in that heat with him? What was your strategy first paddling out?
Yeah, I mean, this is now the second time I've had a heat with another US team member. So, of course, the goal is to go and both make the heat. And it happened that time and it happened the last time. So it's been pretty awesome. We've been able to pull that off. But kind of the same as the last round 2 rounds ago I had with Owen, like both do our own thing, and then if we're both winning at the end, just make sure we control the lineup, and kind of went to plan this time again. So
yeah, at what point during, I mean, I know you say, like we're talking about, it's an individual sport. First you have to get your work done, make sure you did that starting out with that 767 at the beginning. At what point in that timeline of the heat would you start to turn to Luke and say, all right, how can we start taking advantage?
Honestly, that heat, it was probably about the halfway mark. I already had the 7, and then I heard that he got a 7 and a 5, so he was pretty far out in the front, in the lead, and then I got my 6 as a backup, and then at that point it was like we both had 2 solid scores. I think there was 9 minutes left, and it was like time to just kind of make sure if there are any good waves, if we could be on them, try to capitalize and not let the other guys get a good score.
Well, and having the confidence to go to the air on that one that we just saw on screen, how did you feel after that wave?
Yeah, it was good. That was kind of a block wave. I saw White was looking at it and had a good line, and it kind of let me down the first 2 sections, and I already had committed so far down the line that I was like, kind of need to do something explosive to make it count, and gave me a little section, so cool to pop one off and ride out, yeah.
Well, I love hearing that insight. I know you have to go cool off and reset for your next heat, so I'll let you go. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll see you at the next one.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Team USA, pretty stoked. I tell you what, though, they'll have their sights set on gold here. That's what they're looking at. Everything is pointing towards that in terms of the way they're competing, conducting themselves. They want to go big here. And they're going all right in that task at the moment. We had a little look at the ratings, just going into that interview. It's as of last night, so a few things have changed since then. Peru and Australia leading things coming in. And Australia haven't really put a foot wrong thus far. They've looked very solid indeed. But the next couple of days will be revealing. Today, tomorrow particularly. Finals on Sunday. So we'll be crowning medalists on Sunday. Plenty more heats to go before we get there. Though right now it's repechage, and it is repetition. And if you're winning, you're paddling out multiple times. 9 minutes on the clock here. Indonesia going all right in this. The 6-5. Backed up with a 5-6-7. So Anwar doing good work out here. Suarez, 6-1 for him for the work on his backhand. He's ridden a lot of lefts previous heat in this one. Now he's going backhand, and it's working for him. 6-1, solid.
And super slow start for Sebastian Williams. We're not used to seeing that. Portugal, Mexico.
Yeah, he gave away his tactic, didn't he? He said, make your first wave count, and then other surfers have heard that and gone, all right. He's been
We've got to
unable
make sure
to.
yours doesn't.
Well, it's, retrospectively, I guess you can put any kind of narrative or plan on a performance. It's doing it before you go out and then actually allowing the ocean to provide that for you, because you are at the mercy of just what comes through. And if it isn't quality waves, we saw him ride that left early on. That just was a softer wave. Not his fault at all. This looks much better for him, though. And here goes Williams of Mexico, who's been brilliant throughout the rounds here. And he's going fast, and he's got a lot of control and flair and flow. Inside section, cupped out, really nice. Love the control there. And a different look, rather than just smashing into the lip and letting the wave push you down, to have that release on the top, the levity, as well as that control, it looks great.
Yeah, it looked great. Might be worth the wait, I think. Feel like that's the best wave of the heat so far. You don't mind waiting if you're able to do that.
Ribeiro of Portugal, reaching at this, puts plenty of welly into a closeout turn. And that's something of a combination that we've seen get points throughout today. The little float set up into the layback on the closeout. Just the way this right's breaking. Bit of a go-to combo of moves. Let's see how this one pays out for him. He needs to get going. He's looking for a really big number. I don't see that as being the high 7 that he requires currently, Portugal.
Not on a single score, perhaps, but I feel like it's better than the 6-5. I feel like it's the best wave of the heat so far. We'll see in a moment when the judges drop that score. It's been a slow start, a 5.6. They definitely didn't agree with me, and that's fair enough. We'll see it on the replay. We'll get to break it down again. See where he might have gone wrong or left points on the wave. Real time, looks like pretty well surfed, well utilised opportunities.
Yeah, the finish was great, wasn't it?
Thinking to the 5-3 in the previous heat of Michael Rodriguez, and although heats don't compare in any way, there's no recognition of what happened before. Let's see, first turn. And then stands up steep in front of him. It's a nice wrap there. Again, nice and tall, snaps back, the energy rises to match this inside section, flares the tail out to 5.6, pretty harsh. Perhaps they saw some, I did see off the bottom a kind of, two-stage turn here and there, so they have their reasons. Portugal drops down from the floater. Well, here it goes again, we'll see it from the start. There's the float, good projection across the top of the lip. Comes around the section, lays it back for a 5.63. Is that right? That's a little bit more than the ride of Mexico, Sebastian Williams. I don't see that myself, but, that's why I'm here, there.
Well, it's significantly, he's brought his number down. Now, 5.91 is all he needs, so he needs a sort of similar kind of thing again. Meanwhile, Suarez from second, first turn in the pocket, second one. Not loads of spray as we look at that beautiful pulled back angle, and you can really see the boulders in the foreground. It kind of frames what's going down the line. Just didn't have loads of impact, did it, in terms of some of the bigger turns that we've seen. Looked a little bit muted. It'll probably be reflected in the number for him. I'm not sure that'll attack his top two. He's currently sitting in second place. He's going all right for Team Ecuador. Indonesia out in front. It is Portugal and Mexico chasing. It's Mexico alongside Chile watching on.
And tucked in there on that step is one of the only places right with the judges' angle, so you can see exactly what they're seeing essentially, that's out of the sun. You see everyone tucked under there just trying to find some shade in the midday heat of Central American jungle, really. On the edge of the jungle here with waves just pumping for 7 days straight. It gets bigger today is the word in the street from the Surfline forecast throughout the day into the evening and afternoon. It's meant to pick up and be bigger tomorrow and even a little bigger on Sunday again. So this is the smallest it's been, and in theory will be the smallest it will be. So El Salvador delivering the goods again. There's not many places you could run a 9-day event with 2 podiums and get the conditions that don't skunk someone's sometime.
All right, here goes Williams. Needs to get going here. Look how much he's putting into these bottom turns. A little stumble, but cleans it up. And even his layback is big on a smaller section with a load of spray. Here's your heat leader, Indonesia Anwar. Great first turn. Really beautiful from him. A narrow stance and the acceleration, then he'll widen things up. And he'll just grease that finish as well. Gives himself a little polite golf clap.
I like the length of the board. It always looks good when the board's got that little bit of extra length in front of the surfer and you see it whipping around in the arc of the turns. Oni Anwar's board looks fantastic under his feet. Great length, and as you said, he had that little narrower stance and then he widened it for the air at the end. Looking to improve on the 5, 6, 7. Sebastian Williams' first two turns were quite flary, weren't they? Tail wafting across the top of the lip. Then he kind of nearly went over the handlebars with enthusiasm. And that's kind of, to me, is a sign of when the head gets involved. When you end up moving forward with the head, that's kind of you thinking and the ambition of your mind overtaking the flow of the body. 4.9. So paying for that mistake.
An interesting ending to this heat in store for surfers chasing like Sebastian Williams. Will load up big, beautiful rotation on the backhand. You just felt like something was coming from him. What a time to do it. Only looking for a 5.94, and he'll get that all day long. Inside 2 minutes to go. An amazing backhand rotation.
I'm going to call that some of the smartest surfing we've seen all week, as Oni Anwar's up on one that isn't going to influence anything. He got a 5.8, so just improved on his 5, 6, 7. Second place. He won't be there for long when this air drops, I wouldn't think. So he needs to do something right now, Paulie.
Suarez himself will punt, and he needed to do that. He could be in trouble here.
So he gets 2 scores. We're talking about Sebastian Williams from Mexico. He gets 2 scores that might have felt low to him. He hauled the 5, 6 and the 4, 9 come through. He then, here we go. Look at the size of this one.
Absolute bomb for Portugal. Gui Ribeiro, check this section for him. He'll hammer it. So a nice energy and pace, and look how much fire he's got. Wow, there's all sorts going on here. His number prior to Sebastian's was 5.91, but he will need more than that because Sebastian's going to get that number. He's going to move up and he's going to make the requirement more difficult. But love to see the pace followed by the passion.
Yeah, Ecuador's going to find themselves. They've been in an advancing position for the whole heat. 30 seconds to go. Feel like they're going to get bumped. Now there's the bump. Up into first, 8.5 for that massive air. He responded to the low scores on the right. And I'm going to show you something different. Went to the backhand, went to the air. It's genius. Here it is. Pumping. He knows exactly what he's going to do right from the start. Times it beautifully. Complete rotation. Lands with the nose facing the shore. That was incredible. And this heat's done. There was so much passion, such great surfing. That was the highlight. That blew the lid off things in that heat and went excellent.
Yeah, when you're that talented, it just leaves so many options available late in heats. So this will count. He was up before the horn. Suarez trying to rally out of third. We'll pick up the end of his ride. He's surfed a good heat. He's been really busy. He's covered a lot. He's been on lefts, on rights. He's done airs. He's done power turns. He's hit the lip. Williams, nicely done as he negotiates the cobbles to the water's edge.
It was a very slow heat from him, wasn't it? He needed something like that. He knew he wasn't getting the scores that he thought he might get on the right, so he went to the left, went to the air. I really liked it.
Didn't seem like he got rattled in any way. That, you know, we looked at him, we were kind of one eyebrow thinking, oh, is this an end to Sebastian Williams? But when you're that talented, you know you've got that. That allows you to have that quiet, calm headspace and just gives that quiet confidence. I feel like he oozes that stuff, and it's that kind of performance. That's why.
What type of if you have to score the wave itself, the wave was a 4.
Yeah, it was a nothing.
Trash.
Yeah.
Right? Nothing. You wouldn't catch it without having that ambition to go to the air. And he turned a 4 into an 8.5 and won the heat. Fantastic. Still waiting on scores for Guilherme Ribeiro, needing a 6.67. Feels like he gets that maybe too. It was a big set wave, some big turns. Oh, what an exciting heat. That was sick.
Yeah, the amount of just energy and juice on that wave, and he was able to connect with it big time. Got the finish as well. Just thinking about that number, where it is for the panel. So it's a high 6. Like, it was going really fast. Did the board do loads? Would be the one thing in your mind. If you're thinking about a 7, if you kind of make it simple, he was kind of following the line of the wave, wasn't he? I mean, it was a great wave if you're scoring the wave. Just in terms of where his board was going,
very fair.
That'd be the one point maybe that asking. We'll keep going with the action here. Surf City is providing beautiful moments like this, and we'll have plenty more of them throughout the afternoon. We'll go to a quick break. We'll be back real soon. Stay tuned.
Welcome to day 6 of the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games. We got something for everyone today. Main event, repechage rounds. It's going down here at La Bocana and El Sunzal. And our best score of the day for the men's side goes to Brazil's Douglas Silva with an 8.47.
Muito focado realmente no meu objetivo, que é sair daqui com aquela medalha de ouro. E se Deus quiser vai dar tudo certo, né? Então um passo de cada vez. E é isso aí. Obrigado, meu time Brasil.
The Pink Panther, Brian Perez, representing El Salvador, comes through with an 8.33.
Ambitious. See the spray and the way he used his body to give it even more. The second's the same. I feel like it is the best wave of the heat so far. Exactly what Alonso and Peru needed at that.
Noah Clapp going big for Team Germany, an 8.5. Leilani McGonigal from the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica comes through with an 8.17. Suzuki now on her backhand. This is an 8-point ride to start this heat.
Couple of massive turns tight to the pocket, flaring out of the top.
It feels so good. Yeah, it was a really nervous heat. I just focused on myself and then getting a good feeling. Got 8. I'm so happy now.
What a day of competition here in Surf City. The ISA World Surfing Games rolls on tomorrow. Tune in first thing in the morning.
Men's repechage continues at Surf City. Plenty of waves on offer out there. Big performances going down that last heat again. Showing us loads. There's ramps out there. There's powerful sections to hit. Who's going to make the most of them? Callum Robson from Australia. He'll be trying. Alongside Jose Joaquin Lopez of Venezuela. Ruben Victoria from Spain. Noel de la Torre of Chile. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Barton Lynch. And we're really enjoying, notably, the different ways that scores can come out here, BL. It does feel like that kind of day, just the size of the waves and what's on offer. There's different ways of doing it.
And that's an indication of the times we live in, isn't it? There's so many different approaches to how you can ride a wave, and as you said, how you can get a score. Ruben Victoria and Noel de la Torre just came in, so they've got some familiarity with the conditions because they've just advanced through a heat. Be interesting to see if that momentum sets them up in a better position than Callum Robson and Lopez from Venezuela. Fantastic heats, and when we find a little lully moment, which isn't now.
Here's Ruben. Softer wave out the back, and it'll get steep in here, and he'll sit up with a nice sort of raking slash before things run out of juice.
When you reflect on the history of surfing performance, And we put it into a gymnastics sort of term, and there's these different disciplines in gymnastics. There's kind of, there's obviously different craft and different disciplines in surfing, but when it comes to shortboard performance surfing, it's all in there together. And surfing used to be more of a floor routine, where there's this moment in time, which is the wave itself, and you do an overall performance on that wave or on that moment you have on the floor. Then there's the vault, where you run at the vault, do one massive thing and land it and stand there and claim it. That is aerial surfing. And now we're at a point in time where there's these combinations of two disciplines, the floor routine and the vault, coming together, and that's where you get these different ways of winning and losing heats, because there's different ways of getting the scores.
Ruben Vittoria here, back at it. With a load of speed from takeoff, it allows him to go up vert before having to bank around and try to juice a smaller inside section. He'll do pretty well. He's making the most of opportunities. Here's Cal Robson on a much more meaty looking section. And he'll use those powerful legs to tag that with some aplomb.
Fair to say that something must have happened before the last turn too. That was a big last turn, a big section.
Here goes De La Torre of Chile coming around a section. This will stand up nicely for him here. He'll give it a good whack. And once again, that smooth style, nothing hurried or rushed. Very light on his feet. The board's super responsive and a really sparky finish. What a great ride.
He's a beautiful surfer. It's, you don't use beautiful all the time, but the composure, the style, and how whippy he is on the backhand is incredible.
It's also quite nice to see someone kind of not gurning at the end of rides and doing these like crazy kind of claims and going mad. He just feels very natural and polished, like a surfer's type surfer.
And because the job isn't done. The claim is an emotional response to a moment. We love that. But, in my mind, the job's not done. Wait till it's over, then claim something if you want to. Or wait till the event's over, then claim something. But I always felt a little uncomfortable doing it. And then you hear the score of 5.5. You go, wow, did I just claim a 5?
So interesting to see the different approaches to wave ridings. No right or wrong answers as such, which is one of the cool things about the sport. There's no right or wrong body type either. You can be big and beefy and have loads of power. You can be super light on your feet. The ocean being the great level up. And it's the job of our panel of judges to use the criteria applied to each day and changing conditions. Decide who rode the best two waves. And in between all of that, your two rides, loads can happen. You can have kind of a nightmare on multiple repetitions. It's all about your two best waves, really your highlights reel from your 20 minutes. Here goes Lopez of Venezuela. And you can see his wave and all of his focus is down the line through here, where it gets racy and he goes to the air and he'll click that one around. So not getting loads of rotation done in the air. He did it on the landing. Loads of speed here for Vittoria. Look at this run up. As it just bowls down the line. That was a really nice turn from him.
Wow.
Once again, he is on here.
Wow.
And brilliant rhythm to the finish. Really enjoyable. Let's check in with the man who just posted an excellent number with a big backhand rotation. Sebastian Williams is with True.
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel like that heat earns a bit of a relaxing moment here in the ISA post-heat lounge. Sebastian, congratulations on your second heat win of the day. It's a marathon, not a sprint today, right?
Yeah, today's a long day for sure. Hopefully can surf all my heats and survive through till tomorrow.
There's, many heats. You'll have one coming up really soon. It's a super quick turnaround. The conditions, it looks really fun out there today. We can see just over our shoulders. There's plenty of opportunity. Let's take a look at the waves that you had in that heat. I mean, an 8.5. It was pretty exciting to watch.
Thanks. The conditions changed a lot from this morning. This morning, the wind was coming from the east, I guess. Blowing into the right. Now it's completely switched and it's blowing into the left. So conditions have changed a lot. So it's just like totally different from how I thought my day was going to pan out. But just got to work with what's at hand. And yeah, just stay calm and make smart choices in the heat. And should should all work out.
Hey, Sebastian.
Yes. Hey, how's it, Martin?
Here,
How are you?
How are you? Great,
good to hear
great. You know, those first couple of rides on the right-handers, those scores came through, a 4 and a 5. Was that the impetus that made you decide to go to the backhand and try going to the air because the scores weren't coming on those rights?
From before, when I was watching the waves before my heat, I saw that almost everybody was going right. And so I kind of, even though the wind was favorable for the lefts, I wanted to go right and just put up a couple solid turns and post up a few solid scores and then go for the air. Unfortunately, I got my 2 rights, but they weren't the highest scores, so I ended up kind of doing the same strategy, just played out a little bit differently, but more or less, yeah.
Well done, mate. Great effort.
Thanks, Martin.
I think as well, Sebastian, you know, it's a big day, as we keep saying. It's hot. The waves are really fun. Obviously, you're losing, you know, a lot of that hydration out there during those heats, but your boards are looking really good. They're looking dialed in. Can you talk me through what you're riding?
Thank you. Yeah, my boards, they're, I'd say, some of the best in the world. I ride Slater designs. I've been with Firewire surfboards since I was 11 years old in 2011. Nev Hyman saw me in a local competition at Newport Beach and bumped into my dad, and they were friends from back in the day. So Nev was like, "Tim, what are you doing here?" And my dad was like, "Oh, my kid's just surfing a heat right now." And so I was in the heat, and Nev's like, "No way, that's your kid? What? Does he have a board sponsor?" And it just all started happening since then. I was right on the team, and here we are 15 years later, and now Slater Designs, Firewire, Outer Known, Bayside. I've just got some of the best sponsors in the world, so that gives me a lot of motivation.
What an incredible story as well, to have the backing from such a young age, even all the way through here till now. I mean, round 6 you just completed for the men's repechage around the ISA World Surfing Games. You're into round 7. We'll let you prepare, rest, maybe relax a little bit here, and yeah, let's go Team Mexico.
Thank you so much, Drew. Thank you everyone who's watching, all my friends that are at home, my mom, my wife, my daughter, my dad's in South Africa watching, all my sponsors. Thank you so much for all the love and support. Viva Mexico!
Love it. Great stuff there from Seabass, watching Venezuela squeezing the juice and just working a wave all the way through down onto that inside. There's a few boulders in there. Seems to find himself a place to find a little bit of clear water to get back out. And he is in the lead currently in this heat. Halfway point, couple of solid 5s from him. However, the bigger numbers are with Spain in the form of Victoria and Australia with Robson. So when they work on backups, in fact, Callum Robson's only just ridden that one wave. So it's only a small number for him. A patient approach from Cal.
We're waiting on a second score. It just came in, thrusted him straight up into the lead. Experienced campaigner, a 5.57 on the second. You can see how far down and how far away they are surfing from us on that shot. A few hundred meters at least in the paddle for Lopez from Venezuela on his way back out of 5.9, 5.17. So a great start. Got to build on that 5.17.
Here goes Chile de la Torre. And he'll fire up here and he'll punt. Oh, looked like he'd done that. It just got away from him, the board, as it over-rotated. And will be an incompletion for Chile. And he's going to have to show us a little bit more of that. Ruben Victoria on the inside. And at the moment, he's also looking for a number to get himself back up to stay alive in competition for Team Spain.
He's had the best wave of the heat so far, so that's the extremely positive part of things. 4.3. It's not a very big score, but we are waiting on a score for Blue as well.
Yeah, it's a long wave for Lopez of Venezuela. He's still not yet back in the lineup, still making his way.
Look at the feet kicking. He's trying his hardest. Hard to kick the feet and have the arms moving, the feet kicking. It's such a workout. So 2 rides for Australia, both scores, potential keepers. Same for Venezuela. The 4 for Ruben Victoria. He'd be hoping to get rid of that as quickly as humanly possible. Only looking for the 4.3 to go into an advancing position.
inside, well, just over 7.5 minutes to go here. Number in for blue. It's a very marginal improvement. Nothing of major significance. 5-2. A helpful backup. We're waiting for a score for Spain as well. See if we can mix things up. Noel De La Torre really needs to get involved in this because things could get away from him a touch. Here's the requirement right now. 6-4-7. That could extend a bit. He might need a couple of waves. Just such a cool style. Sort of surfer you just love to see catching waves. And he's sticking to the left, or he's certainly much further back in front of our tower rather than much further down where these guys are to the east. And that right-hander, it's clean as it comes around the corner.
In the fourth priority, the surfer from Chile in the white jersey. So smart to be away from the other three surfers who have got priority. And if you're sitting with them, you're not going to catch anything because they're going to take it. He's created this opportunity for himself.
Here we go, on the left, all on his own.
Looks like it didn't really eventuate into too much after that, so that's the way to go. Just attack it, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, it was never going to be a score anyway, so...
I suppose the other positive thing, you fall at the start of the waves, just a short paddle back into the lineup, rather than travelling a load of distance and falling on the inside. Number 4, Ruben Vittoria. It's a marginal improvement, but it's not quite the score he needed.
Both our surfers in blue and green improving by 0.03. Any improvement's a good improvement, but then you've got to consider the time of things as well.
So it is still Vittoria chasing the number of the 4.33. He'll do that from third prio.
You'd be happy to hear that, wouldn't you? You know, 4.33, you go, I can get that. That's just a certain type of wave. Issue, third priority, not so good. Fourth priority, not so good for our surfers in third and fourth position. So Australia and Venezuela with the priority, with the advancing positions, with the better scores, but the best single wave heat for the surfer in third from Spain.
Yeah, he's got that high score. He's also got the highest wave count. He's ridden 5 waves in this, and 4 of those haven't been that number, the 4.33. So he's been real busy. I wonder if that is an express tactic. I'd imagine it probably would be. All right, another chance for Chile. Really nice. He'll click that first turn. Above the lip, flare in and get in the rotation. And on the inside again. And he's got so much pop and juice to his surfing. Even the little float down, we saw the fins pop out of the wave. He's so light on his feet. Such a good surfer to watch, pleasing on the eye. And that'll be interesting where this goes numbers-wise. 6.47 is requirement.
So generally you need a few people to go to 7. The good news is that he did the air on the first turn. We've seen a lot of them as the last turn. That's not as valuable as this. First turn, big, rotator, beautiful. It's a little snap there, comes through to the inside. Another snap, and then the closeout is another beautiful turn. As you see, just popped out of the lip. We saw all the fins. 4 turns. First turn, big, critical. Could have and did risk it all on the first turn. Will he get rewarded?
The other thing I loved about that, straight to the bottom turn. Yeah. He's not landing and kind of like clawing at the white water, winding up the windows. He's driving straight into a beautiful bottom turn for the next section. All things you would feel in his favour. Let's see.
I'm surprised to see the distance between red and blue in first and second priority and first and second place and green. He's done a good job just to skulk away, Ruben, and get enough distance that it's going to change in a minute, because currently red and blue are making a mistake and they're giving him a bit of space to create opportunity. That's his job in green for Spain, Ruben Vittoria, is to create that space so they can't control him. Now he's paddling back to them to kind of stop them coming after him. And once you stop them, then you can try and skulk away again, you know. So a lot going on here. It looks innocuous, but it is anything but.
Yeah, a really significant number to drop as well for white Chile. Let's see where it goes. Ruben Vittoria somehow snuck on a little left here. Here he goes. Bang, his backhand is a weapon. Look at the drive he gets. Look how vert he gets. He can just fold himself into that bottom turn, and he just swings with so much sort of speed and almost centrifugal force as he whips up there.
Noel got the score. Woo. Got a 6.67.
Numbers good for Chile. Up to second. Requirement for Ruben doesn't really change. for 5-3. It nudges up a touch. So
He's getting it.
That 2 backhand turns.
I think he gets it. I really do. They were, just backhand turns, but they were authoritative and powerful. And something about being able to get them without priority and leave these 2 out the back was genius. So he's seeing some fantastic surfing, incredible surfing, but at the same time, as equally important, seeing great competing.
How even this heat is. Everyone's top scores all coming within a point of each other. So it really comes down to backups and exactly how good your high scores are.
There it is.
Ruben Vittoria gets the number, 507, jumps to second. Some requirements very gettable for both Chile and for Venezuela.
Oh.
Callum Robson, who's had a clear tactic to only go quality waves. He's just ridden 2 up until then, and that wasn't great.
No, that was a mistake. They waited so long that the pressure of the weight got to them. And now the surfers in 3rd and 4th, looking for a 5-1-8 for Chile. He's up and riding, Paulie.
De La Torre, what's he got here? He'll punt again, foot comes off.
That was always the wrong wave, it feels like. It was kind of ugly looking, white watery, small. We're better off waiting, but he didn't travel too far, so that's the good news. He's still kind of on his own where he's sitting.
See if he gets another opportunity. He'll pop back into the lineup. This is on the other side of the peak, so they're not going to affect him here with priority. He has had loads of elbow room out there just to do his own thing.
Australia and Spain advancing, Chile and Venezuela in the hunt still. For Chile, a 5.18. Just needs a certain type of wave that he could go to the air and just get that score. And the 5.95, the same for Lopez from Venezuela, waving, wanting to know information, because that information's all important in developing the strategies and the next moves. He goes green on the inside, 45 seconds to go.
Ruben Vittoria, Team Spain, good looking wave for him. Really nice committed rail jam in the pocket. And again.
And his thinking was, if I can improve on that 5.07 and add a little more pressure, I may as well try. 29, 28, 27, time ticking down. Will surfers in 3rd and 4th get another opportunity?
Yeah, Ruben will paddle back out here. I'm not sure he'll get into the lineup to have anything to really say in terms of riding a wave. We've got maybe Callum Robson paddling, motoring over the top of a wave and something out the back here. Cal leading this one currently.
5 seconds.
Can first priority blue have something to do here? It looks like he won't be able to stand up before the horn. Neither will Chile. This guy, De La Torre, and a little bit of frustration from him. He surfed well, just a couple of mistakes, and ultimately proved costly.
Yeah, great event though. At the same time, round 6 of the repechage is no small feat. But Australia in the lead from the start to the finish.
Callum Robson, just too good. The Aussies, they'll be happy with that strong surfing from their guy out in the water. We'll go to the women next. Looking forward to seeing them in action here. We'll bring in Chris Cote and Rachel Tilley for the call as well. More live action real soon.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Right back to it. It's the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote with multi-dimensional world champion Rachel Tilley. And we are back in the main rounds. That's right, round 5, Heat 1, Yolanda Sequeira, Arena Rodriguez, Daniela Rosas, and Mia Brown, Australia. 2 surfers from Peru and a ripper out of Portugal. This is going to be a super fun and entertaining heat to watch. I can guarantee you that. We've got 20 minutes to go, or 18 minutes by now. Pretty wild when the buzzer blows. I mean, the train leaves the station and time flies by quick, Rachel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some really great demonstration of excellent surfing so far today with the men's repechage and how it really can come down to that final minute. Lots of buzzer beaters today.
Marina Rodriguez got this one right off the jump. A little bit chunked up out there. The wind is ticked up a little bit. Still nice, clean, and ripple all the way through, though.
Yeah, nice open. As we see another look at, our first look at the opening ride for Daniela Rosas. Takes a while to find that opening turn. Gets a nice smack for that second one. So was really patient, paid off, only comes through as a 383. So more of just kind of a starting wave for Daniela.
Placeholder.
Placeholder, exactly.
So we're already at 17:17 to go. Arena Rodriguez sets the tempo with a 5.33.
Yeah, that's a little bit more of the way that you want to start. But I mean, seeing what the conditions have had on offer today, the people that have been winning heats have gone excellent today. So, you know, even a 5.33, I think if I was in that position thinking, okay, I'm happy with that first exchange. I'm already back out there with my competitors, so I have something that I know is decent on the board. And now how can I start busting into those 7s, 8s even? I mean, we are in round 5 now. We're at the pointy end of the event for these women in the main round.
That chippy little paddle battle there between Yolanda and Mia, but Daniela Rosas finds a little left-hand nugget on the inside. Be careful, the rocks are popping.
Oof.
She gets in and out of that wave safely. And Yolanda up and out real quick. That means that Mia Brown is out the back with that top priority spot. That could have actually been a way for Yolanda Sequeira to get down the line and try to hunt around.
Repositioning tactic. I liked that.
Here goes Mia Brown. Kind of messy into that oncoming section. So things are starting to devolve a little bit here just in terms of the quality of waves coming through. You can see, though, there's those pockets that stay kind of glassy. You're really going to have to concentrate on staying close to the white water and maximizing the cleanest part of these waves. 15.5 minutes to go now. Ana Rodriguez, her last score comes through just a 1-2-3. Still in the lead, but in a precarious position for now because Yolanda and Mia are both charging right back out to the takeoff zone.
Yeah, you know, I think finding their footing out there, they have surfed the least amount of times out of everyone we've been watching so far today as of we've been watching the repechage rounds from the men. I mean, we just watched, we just watched round 6 of the repechage men finish. That means those guys have surfed already at least 7 times, including some of their main round heats.
Oh yeah, that's how you started off. Yolanda Sequeira now. 2 big snaps flying down the line. That wave got a little bit out of control, so she just jumped off. 14:45 to go. We're going to let the judges lock in a number for there. Let's go down to the ISA Lounge with True and Robbo.
Thank you so much, Cal. That was a tough heat. You found yourself in your repechage rounds, but you're doing the Aussie strong.
Yeah.
Aussie's proud, I should say.
yeah. Obviously, you don't want to be in the repechage heats, but I found myself here, and I'm just excited. It's another opportunity just to kind of surf heats, which was my goal coming over here, just to get some reps in those 4-man heats. And I'm definitely going to get that if I keep going through this repechage because there's that many of them. So I'm excited by the challenge, and today is hopefully going to be a big day. So 3 heats potentially if I go all the way, which is obviously my plan. But just trying to keep as present as I can and just conserve my energy in this heat.
It's a full marathon of a day as well. We keep saying it, you know, speaking to everyone. There's a lot of heats you need to conserve your energy and be really precise with your wave selection. What were you identifying out there as the best waves?
Oh, I don't want to let all the secrets out. Nah,
Put you on the spot there a little bit.
Yeah, you know the good ones when they come, they have obviously they just got good shape over anything out there, and yeah, I just got 2 waves. To be honest, they weren't even that good. I felt like I missed a few from being a little bit deeper on the bank, but nobody else got them, so it wasn't really an issue. But yeah, obviously just trying to like dial in my positioning for this next heat and hopefully nail some bigger scores.
We've got Miller out there now, and we'll have Sally and Ellie out there pretty soon for Team Australia. I mean, it's a stacked day for you guys. It's a long day at the beach. How are you going to rest and recover for the next one?
I'm going to go jump in the ice bath to cool down right now, and then just go sit in the aircon, wait for my next heat. I actually don't know how long till I'm on, probably not that long at all. So just chill and just refuel and get ready. Just try and stay out of this heat mostly.
Yeah, super quick turnarounds. We'll let you recover,
Yeah.
get ready for the next one, and hopefully we'll see you back here soon.
Yeah, hopefully I'm chatting to you in a couple of hours.
Yeah, send it back
Thanks,
to you guys.
That's the exact attitude you need to have in these repechage rounds. You know, don't dread the idea of having to surf 3 times. Revel in it. Get excited for it. Love to hear Callum Robson tell us that, yeah, he is excited for this challenge. He's ready to go. Could be surfing 3 heats today. We saw it happen yesterday here at La Bocama with the women's repechage round. So watch out for Callum Robson, this power surfer out of Australia. Has serious intentions to go all the way through today. 12 minutes, 21 seconds left. Daniela Rosas in the lead with a 4.20 and a 3.83. Yolanda Sequeira just got knocked down to 3rd. And we're going to see that all heat long. These situations are going to change for the entirety of these 20 minutes. Next heat coming up, Sally Fitzgibbons, Jenner Eri Exabare, Nanaho Suzuki as well. That's going to be a fun one. Split peak there. Didn't look like too much going either way.
Yeah, Miller just trying to improve upon that 3-point ride. Yolanda, like you said, knocking into 3rd, but she won that opening exchange, a 6.33. So really the only surfer that has that strong score of consequence, I would say, and we see her looking for a backup now.
Yeah, Yolanda is a tenacious competitor. She loves every minute of it. Looked like that wave had some opportunity right from the takeoff, but it just went super quick down the line. These two have been going at it throughout the first half of this heat. See Mila engaging in a paddle battle with Yolanda Sequeira. This is going to be a good test for this young surfer representing Australia because Yolanda has done it all in the competitive landscape. She's been training for this for a long time, and well, every duck dive counts, and it looks like Yolanda got the better of it there. I mean, it's those subtle little things that can make or break a heat. I'm not saying that a bad duck dive is going to lose this thing for Mila Brown, but every second is going to count with 10 minutes, 40 seconds left. Both these surfers in 3rd and 4th places.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're looking both to build upon their score line, and you know, I really like getting the insight that Callum gave us, feeling like he was a little bit too deep. I think kind of gives us that insight. We saw Yolanda's first kind of in and out. We were saying, oh, maybe that's actually a repositioning tactic. And I think even more so now, I'm convinced that it was, because it allowed her to get a little bit farther down the beach and have that opportunity to find that 6.33 that gave her opportunities to get multiple maneuvers in there, where everything else we have seen has kind of been either that one maneuver or you have to be really patient through that opening section. I think really smart for Yolanda to kick out of that one immediately. You know, to get those high scores, you need to take advantage of that opening section like she did here. Let's look at that 6.33 again. A nice 1-2 punch in and out. She's someone who's really quick. As soon as she's gotten the job done, she jumps off right away. Not going to waste any more distance for her paddle back out. Really smart by her. And all 4 surfers choosing to be kind of in the same mix. You know, over the past couple days, especially with this tide, Chris, we've sometimes been seeing maybe one surfer spending their time farther down the beach. We saw that from Nadia Arostarbe yesterday. That really helped her find, separate from the pack and maximize scoring potential. So interesting to see all the surfers staying in and around each other. Arena with first priority. Kind of taking her time to stick with the pack.
Team Peru right now in those top 2 spots. They are expecting some bigger numbers to come through. A 6.33, the high mark in this one so far, laid down by Yolanda Sequeira. This is where time really starts to fly, and so again, a lot of credit for Yolanda for getting out of that wave super quick, not wasting a second. Here's your team from Australia. Callum Robson, he just made it through his last heat. Sally Fitzgibbons coming up next. Morgan Siblick, Mila Brown, Dane Henry, Ellie Harrison. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty certain that most of, if not all, of Team Australia is still in the draw.
Yeah, they've been giving it a good hot crack, as I think maybe some Australians would say. A red hot crack?
Well, you would know. You spent a lot of time there.
Yeah, no, it's been great to see all of their performances, and Mila Brown being the youngest of them all. Here in round 5 of this main round, the main event, has just been really impressive to see. Would love to see her getting a bit more going. You can see her with 4th priority. Really smart idea here. She's sticking a little bit in, trying to get a wave that's maybe going to go underneath the other 3 competitors and improve upon that 4.43, so she's not just putting it all on one score at the end. Obviously only needing a 3.6 right now, but I'd expect that to change before time is up. And we see some lines coming in now, opportunities.
Arena now, trying to get around this big section.
Oh.
It's a no-go. So not a great use of priority there. Things shift now. Daniela Rosas out the back in that top priority Smith spot. Yolanda Sequeira with 2nd priority, cranks it off the bottom. Quick setup turn there. It's an impactful section, fully extended on the backside turn again. Does not want to waste a second of time. Jumps off her board. She'll be paddling right back out there. And here goes Mila Coco Brown. She's up and out. So we're going to see another paddle battle over on the right. Ooh, that could have been a bit of a tactical error. If she did see that blue jersey when she was dropping into that wave, it would have been a great idea to just kick out quick, because now she's going to lose this paddle battle.
Yeah, I don't know if she'll be rewarded this one. It does look like blue's maybe a little bit farther out, but also it's kind of whoever returns to the peak more as well, and I'd say that blue's a little bit closer to where that peak is. We'll let the priority judge make the final decision there.
Team Peru stacked as usual. Alonso Correa, Daniela Rosas, Lucas Perez de Solar, Arena Rodriguez, Luca Macinas, and Sol Aguirre. And the good news for Team Peru is they still have 2 surfers right now in the main round. And, you know, Rachel, both you and I have been talking to these surfers in post-heat interviews,
Yep.
and there's a big difference between, you know, the attitude that you see for surfers in the mains compared to surfers in the repechage round, where there's so much relief for the surfers that make it through each and every repo round. You know, there's obviously stoke and relief for the surfers that are still hanging on through the main event, but in the back of your mind, you gotta know that you will have another chance if you make a mistake in your main round. Definitely not the case in the repechage rounds, and we will see more elimination surfing coming up right after this. We're gonna go back into the men's repechage, then women, then men. So a lot of surfers taken out of contention today. That's how it goes, this elite level competition. Back to it, Yolanda. Quick snap there. Deep bottom turn right into
Wow.
it. Solid combo there. Gets another quick vertical foam snap. That was lightning fast power surfing from Yolanda Hopkins Sequeira.
She's staying busy, but she's choosing good waves to stay busy on too. It feels like all the other 3 surfers are kind of struggling to find something that provide her a bit of opportunity, releasing the fins a little bit on that one and wrapping that one around. Love that. And I love the 3rd little foam climb from her there, just really showing that energy that she has. I think out of all 4 surfers, she's looking like she just has a lot of energy to her surfing. The other girls kind of look like they're a little bit maybe just exhausted out there at the moment in their wave selection, in the waves that they've been surfing. So would really love to see that get going. I mean, I can't believe we're already 4 minutes remaining. So Daniela Rosas and Mila Brown. Now looking for scores, really small still. They all have, Daniela and Mila have 4s in their scoreline. Arena having a little bit slight higher of that nod with a 5.33, but you have to say that's kind of all within a similar mix of surfing. So only a mid-4s required for our surfers in 3rd and 4th. In my book, that's a really tight heat.
Totally.
Really gettable by those surfers. You know, we're not seeing 8s and 9s required in these final minutes. That's as when you're out there, if your competitors are required of that, you feel a little bit better. But here, I think we're going to see still some change-ups to go.
Daniela Rosas just gets caught up, taking off. And that was just a wave full of errors, unfortunately, for Daniela Rosas. You know, you're watching her paddle for that wave. You see the number 477. You're thinking, oh, Daniela Rosas, she's so steady, so consistent. She's got this all day. But just that little hiccup on the takeoff threw her off for the rest of that wave. So she's going to have to get back to the drawing board. That leaves Mila Brown now in a pretty good position, needing a 4.54. If I'm looking at Daniela and Mila's strengths, I'm thinking, okay, Daniela can get it with power surfing. For Mila Brown, if we see a little bit of progression right here, that could be the big difference. She needs a 4.54, but she needs that ramp to work with. She needs a good, solid wave. With 2 minutes, 22 seconds left, nobody's safe in this heat. Yolanda Sequeira's in the lead. She's got double-digit scores, 11.73. So most likely, percentages tell you that she will be making it through this one. But Arena Rodriguez is in a precarious position. Good news for her if she does hold that top priority spot. Looks like she is just surfer. Quick look at Yolanda Sequeira in red.
My favorite part as time is winding down like this is these two surfers' 1st and 2nd priority is to observe and watch the strategy of how priority is going to be used in this situation. You know, if you're Arena, you're hoping a multiple wave set does not come through, because that gets really tricky and you're trying to decide, you know, do I turn around on this one? Is this the one? Do I try and hold her off? It can get really hard to know. Just kind of like that. Really interesting by Mila. She's sitting slightly farther out than that person 1st priority, making it a little bit easier for Arena to block her if she wanted to. If I was Mila, I'd try to be getting in. Let's say Arena paddles for a wave and doesn't catch it. Mila still has that opportunity even to turn around and nab it. A minute remaining now.
Peru has been training hard for moments like this. Very well coached. They've got a couple wily veterans on their team, so tactics will be sound with Arena Rodriguez. We just saw a quick look at Daniela Rosas, another unforced error there. Really bumpy out here, so you saw Daniela trying to stand up on that wave, but she just got thrown head over heels.
Really interesting because, you know, she already has a 4.2 in her scoreline. Like, she got the work done really early on in the heat. Yolanda's just, seems like waves are just coming to her.
Well, she was looking down the line, and that was a close call. So all 3 of those surfers on the same wave. Yolanda got up, looked down the line. She saw the blue jersey, saw the white jersey. She thought, I'm not getting involved in this at all. She was in 3rd priority. So it was the white jersey that kind of almost looked like she went straight. And for Rodriguez playing some defense there, holding off Brown. That's it, just like that. Women's round 5, heat 1 is over. So at the moment, it's Yolanda Sequeira in the lead. Waiting for a score for blue and a score for white. Here's the situation that transpired at the very end of that heat.
Wow, Mila did so well to get out of that situation in and out, because Arena really put that pressure on, going, you know, I'm not giving you an inch of scoring opportunity here. Didn't even turn right. She was like, I'm going left and I'm going to put this on you if you come any closer to me. So Mila was a really, really smart competitor to get out of that. Had there been that a little bit more opportunity on that wave right behind, she would have had time to turn around, but
that was a good good bit of acting there. They both acted like that wasn't a closeout.
Yeah.
But give it up. Yolanda Hopkins coming through. Tough main round heat. Third and fourth place surfers will be heading to the repechage. Well, they will get another opportunity to stay alive in this competition. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We are into the main round 5 for our women. This is Heat 2, featuring some incredibly talented surfers. We got Sally Fitzgibbons, Janiri Echevarri, Nanalo Suzuki, and Ellie Harrison out in the lineup. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley, Australia, Spain, Japan. Bookended by another surfer from Team Australia. That star-studded super team reveling here in the main rounds, at least for the women. A lot of their dudes are repechage, but they're fighting through it. So props to these Australian women for keeping the dream alive for a potential gold medal for the entire team at the end of the week. Here is Sally Fitzgibbons, I think, showing us, and we saw in that last 20 minutes, that conditions are deteriorating slightly. You see a lot of bumps coming up the face of these waves. We've seen some of the best female surfers on the planet actually having some trouble.
Yeah. Bit of a shocker for multiple surfers in that heat that we just watched. I think even that opening ride from Sally, you know, she did really well to complete that wave, but you could see that she was navigating some really difficult conditions.
$16 minutes, 58 seconds left. Sally Fitzgibbons still waiting for the score for her opening ride. Janiri Echevarri went off on her first wave. Saw Ellie Harrison getting involved as well. These 20-minute heats providing tons of fireworks from our females who are still in this main round. Top 2 surfers keep advancing through, surfing less heats. Third and fourth place surfers are heading to an extremely stacked repechage round, which we will see more of later this afternoon.
Well, talking about surfing less heats, I mean, this is heat 2 of 2 of round 5. So these surfers are essentially trying to advance into that, you know, quote unquote final of the main round before that grand final, medal final that everyone is working their way towards. Nice opening ride for Sally. Still waiting for this one to get locked in by the judges. She's a little bit behind it, really had to force the issue there, but she completed it, and I think that the judges will reward it. So, nice opening ride from Janiri. I like that one a little bit more, offered a little bit more opportunity. Let's have a look at this one from Ellie. Just a 2-turn combination. So, in my mind, it's going Janiri, and then maybe Sally and Ellie in similar spaces. Ellie's was a little bit bigger, but only 2 turns. Sally a little bit smaller, but she really put the emphasis into it. But good thing I'm not a judge. Judge is giving Sally the nod of that exchange.
Yeah, 6.50 for Sally's first wave. 5.67 for Echabari. Both surfers off to a good start. Still waiting for that number from Ellie Harrison. 2 pretty solid turns down the line. And Nanaho Suzuki being patient out there, waiting for her to get her first wave going. She has been an incredible standout through the first week of competition here. Not only surfing so well, but doing it with so much joy. Literally smiling on her way down the line, dropping a huge number. One of the best waves we saw all day yesterday. Speaking of best numbers, Ellie Harrison comes through with a 717. So now she jumps into that top spot. Judges liking that combination of maneuvers she threw down for us.
Yeah, well, the judges are showing us exactly what they're looking for, and it's, you know, the wave size comes into play, which provides a lot of power. I'd say Ellie's was the cleanest wave of them all, allowed her to really lay into that rail.
Here's Team Spain. There are a lot of representation for the Basque region there. Luis Diaz, Nadia Aristarbe, Ruben Vitoria, Janire Gonzalez Echabari, Yago Dominguez, and Janire's sister Annette Gonzalez Echabari. Team Japan has come correct with some hammers. Hiroto Ohara, Amuro Suzuki, Ryo Inaba, Kananaka Shio, Kajiro Nishi. And in the heat right now, we've got Nano Suzuki. Get some 20-somethings in the mix there. And there, on paper, has to be considered a gold medal favorite. Just saying a lot in this 61-team field. Callum Robson, Sally Fitzgibbons, Siblick, Brown, Henry, Harrison. And at the moment, Team Australia is in the top 2 slots. A 717 and a 650. It's a battle of the backups now for our top 3 surfers. And strangely, Nanaho Suzuki is yet to ride a wave.
Yeah, just being super patient. I mean, 13-ish minutes remaining. Still plenty of time to get, you know, 3-4 waves, especially in low tide conditions like this. But putting the pressure unnecessarily on yourself, I think what we saw from last heat is that conditions really tricky to find quality waves out there. So clearly she's being patient, but sometimes the patience can then backfire because, you know, the great waves sometimes can be manufactured out of waves that don't look great, but great surfing is done on them, if that makes sense, Chris. So you don't want to be too patient, especially when conditions are like this.
Over-deliver on a mediocre wave. Make it look good, make it look clean. Keep it in the realm of the speed-power flow equation, and you'll be rewarded. It's not all up to the wave to do the work for these surfers. We've seen big numbers come through on pretty bad-looking waves. So it's totally possible, and again, that's a testament to how good all the surfers we have in this field are. 11:45 to go, waiting for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to the ISA Lounge. We got Yolanda Hopkins standing by with True.
Yeah, thank you so much, Yolanda. I feel like we've had a fair few chats in the last couple of days. I mean, different time of the day now, but another heat win for you and Team Portugal.
I mean, yeah, super stoked. Just trying to keep the right mindset. I mean, the conditions are completely different from my first couple of heats, I think. Getting the high tide, the morning glass, and now it's like full low tide. It's like a bit bumpy. You kind of like surf the right, not the left. So it's completely different. That right hand is really hard to adjust where you're gonna sit at the lineup. And I was lucky enough to get that 6-3. I actually thought I was going to get another turn, but just with a little onshore wind, just crumbled a bit too much.
Well, let's take a look at that 633 as well. Finding a good rhythm with this one.
Yeah. I do love doing those bottom turns. It's quite nice. It was a shame I could see that section coming. I wanted to get another turn in, but yeah, it was just good enough to get that wave. Super stoked.
I feel like the last few times we've been here, you know, you've been talking about how you've wanted a little bit extra, or there's been a little bit more you feel like you can give. Do you think there's going to be a time when we're going to sit here and you're going to be like, hey, There's nothing more I could give. I gave 110% in that heat.
I reckon the time is coming. It came in the past when I said that before, and actually I had a few like almost perfect heats, and that's kind of where I aiming at. I just waiting. Actually, the 20 minutes goes by so fast. You catch a wave, it's already 10 minutes to go, and you're looking for a backup. So it's really hard to actually get rhythm in the ocean. But yeah, I just hope there's a heat consistent enough, and I'm in my top performance that I can deliver that.
And let's talk about Team Portugal as well. Unfortunately, some heavy losses for you guys yesterday. That would have been a bit of a blow for the team. Yeah, it was a bit of a blow. We stayed quite happy and stoked about it. Trying to keep the good vibes. I mean, even the team who lost, they're here supporting all the time, and we just lost one more this morning. There you go, Teresa's supporting me. But yeah, we're all like I said before in my other interviews, we're just like almost like a family, and try to support each other, even if it's like going back to back to back. I just feel all the support of the crew, and there's only me and another boy left, so we're gonna try to take it all the way. Yeah, let's see it. I mean, there's still more to come from Yolanda. She reckons she's saving the best till last. So.
Yeah, maybe for the final heat, you know.
Let's see it, yo. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks for that one, True. Yo-Yo is such a rad character in the sport of surfing, and I fully agree with her. I want to do those bottom turns too. If any of us want to surf better, study what Yolanda Hopkins does in her bottom turn. She gets so deep, crouches low into it, and it just really gives her a turbo boost out of it. That's why she's so explosive when she gets up into the lip. She's on the list of favorites to get a gold medal at the end of this week. It's easy to say after a performance like that.
Well, she has the right idea. She's looking to peak right in the final. I mean, you don't want to peak too soon. She knows that she continues to have more in the tank to offer. Looking back at this heat, really interesting. Nanaho, before, we don't see her in this vision anymore, but now you can. Up in that right-hand part of your screen, she is in a completely different peak, looking for these lefts. Will this be one finally coming to her? Looks like she's turning around for a paddle. Doesn't look like it's going to go to her. Sally using her second priority on this right.
Wave's pretty lumpy in front of her. She makes the most of that first section. Nice carve. And she goes for the front side grab rail reverse. Looked like the tail hit that flat bit of water. She goes down. Echabari now, perfectly placed turn there. Under duress, almost trying to get that second, but opts to pull the eject button. Cord. 7:30 to go here. Where's the Nanano Suzuki? No waves ridden yet.
Yeah, she's way over there, just being super patient for this left. You know, I think this is something that her and her team would have been watching the past few heats and watching lefts potentially come through that, you know, Yo just demonstrated amazing surfing on. I think the issue is that conditions are rapidly changing heat to heat. Even every 20 minutes looks different. And so I'd say that at this point that left hasn't come through with 7 minutes remaining, just under. You know, at this point you start wondering, do I change strategy or do I stick with it? A lot of times if you change strategy mid-heat, the left that you've been waiting for, the wave you've been waiting for finally comes through. So it is kind of one that you have to be, sometimes it is good to go out swinging with your own strategy, win or lose.
Exactly. We got 6.5 minutes left. Sally Fitzgibbons is back at it, sticking to these right-handers. That was a great turn. 2-stage carve. Solid inside layback snap. It looks like Sally Fitzgibbons is starting to build momentum and revel in the conditions that are just getting wilder by the minute.
Well, Janeri, Sally, and Ellie all having a really nice opening exchange. Sally getting the second highest of that with that 6.5. A solid score you want in your score line with your first wave. The only one now to really have a solid backup. I loved this first turn, wrapping it all the way around, finding space where there wasn't much. So that really just exemplifies the speed and power which she put into that maneuver. Here, I mean, it's a tight pocket that she wraps all the way back around to. I love the fact that she took advantage with that one and just finishing it off nice and confident. I think the judges will reward that really nicely as well. So putting the pressure on everyone else as we're entering in the final 5 minutes to find their score.
Ellie Harrison on a runner. But it's real bouncy. I mean, you can see her legs right now, just shock absorbers, trying to keep the rail engaged in the face of this wave. Nice combo at the end of it. Looking for a 116. She did that and more. Echebari up and into the lip. She goes down. 5-minute warning time.
Yeah, nice backup for Ellie. I don't think it will be going up to her 7s. You know, but we'll let the judges do the talking with the scores that they drop. I thought it was a really good wave. You know, nothing too explosive or fireworks, but she finished it, she completed it, and that's a lot more than we're seeing as a whole from these past few heats, because it's just showing how difficult it is out there. And even finding a wave that allows you to do multiple combinations like that is proving difficult. So we'll see where that lands, waiting for that to then get an update on the situation as a whole. But Sally goes bigger with that last one.
Yeah, lots of power, real precise in where she put those turns. 7.33 and a 6.50. And I think if you're putting these kind of what you need in terms of scores into word form, you need one great wave and one good wave.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? The premier wave, the backup wave, and that's exactly what Sally Fitzgibbons has right now. Echebari hanging in there in second place, but we are waiting for a score to come through for Ellie Harrison. Here's Team Japan. Kind of in the same boat as we are. What's going on?
Yeah, with 3.5 minutes remaining, she's kind of losing that opportunity to maybe get 2 waves. Here we see her on our screen. So she's out there. She is just much farther down the beach than our other surfers sitting all together here on this right.
I think that's a gamble that so far has not paid off. She's not in the mix with the rest of these 3 surfers who are identifying these long right-handers that are bumpy and not super easy to ride, but allowing for a lot of opportunity for at least one big turn. And Nanaho has just put herself out of contention. I don't think there's any way she's going to make it through this heat, so maybe she wanted to surf the repechage round. Doubt that, but whatever the idea was, I respect the creativity, but it did not work.
Well, and I respect her sticking to her game plan. You know, I think that as a competitor, if I was her coach, actually, I'd give her a pat on the back when she comes in and say, hey, we made a plan, you stuck to it. Unfortunately, it didn't prevail with wave opportunities. Obviously, we're dealing with the ocean. You can't control, you know, everything that's going to happen. You try and make a strategy, and hopefully it goes your way. You know, maybe they could talk about ways that she could have adapted that strategy once she started to realize that it wasn't going through. But everyone's had heats exactly like this in their surfing careers. We see maybe a paddle from her, an opportunity here. Let's see.
I'd like for her to make us eat our words right now.
Yeah.
There's a start. Huge backside whip and another. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so the dice have been rolled, and things are starting to look better.
Yes.
For Nanaho Suzuki.
Get back out there, start paddling. Wow.
That may have been one of the best waves ridden in this heat.
I agree. I loved that wave. She surfed it so flawlessly, so cleanly, Chris, that not for someone that you'd think, you know, is maybe nervous, struggling to get it, like needing a score right now. She surfed it so calmly and patiently.
She had to. She waited 16 minutes for that wave.
Oh my gosh, Chris, it goes excellent.
That's right. 817. Best wave of this heat. And now she needs a 517 with 1:11. This would be the most radical comeback story if she can stay with this wave. That first turn was perfect. Second turn, so nicely done. Then she flashes the smile and hammers 2 more.
Yeah, this was the wave that she was looking for out there. Unfortunately, the ocean just hasn't provided more of them, but you know that's exactly what she was looking for. She knew exactly how she wanted to surf it, read it flawlessly, so beautiful. I mean, best wave of the heat. Judges agreed, going excellent. You know, she might get disappointed well, hold on. Let's just see how this goes. 30 seconds remaining. Let's see if there's another opportunity.
Look at Ellie Harrison is just fighting to get over to Suzuki right now to do anything she can to try to block this young Japanese surfer who has put on a great show so far this week. So Ellie Harrison is in third priority. Had Sally having a look there. I wonder if Sally was telling Ellie, go get her.
Yeah, probably. I mean, Australia trying to fight 1 and 2 right now.
That's it.
Wow.
Valiant effort, but too little too late for Nanaho Suzuki.
She can be so proud of that one, though. That's going to help her take confidence into the repechage.
She can be proud of 2 minutes of that 20-minute heat.
Sure.
Because she waited for so long. But definitely, I think the consolation prize will be, she will be in the highlight package for sure, and she has another opportunity to advance through in our repechage round. 3rd and 4th place surfers are now in the repos. Give it up to Team Australia, 1 and 2. Job well done from Sally Fitzgibbons and Ellie Harrison. We're going to flip things back over to repechage round 7, heat 1. Big names hitting the lineup. We'll be right back. Welcome to day 6 of the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games. We got something for everyone today. Main event, repechage rounds. It's going down here at La Bocana and El Sunzal. And our best score of the day for the men's side goes to Brazil's Douglas Silva with an 8.47.
Muito focado realmente no meu objetivo, que é sair daqui com aquela medalha de ouro. E se Deus quiser vai dar tudo certo, né? Então um passo de cada vez. E é isso aí. Obrigado, meu time Brasil.
The Pink Panther, Brian Perez, representing El Salvador, comes through with an 8.33.
Ambitious. See the spray and the way he used his body to give it even more. The second's the same. I feel like it is the best wave of the heat so far. Exactly what Alonso and Peru needed at that.
Noah Clapp going big for Team Germany, an 8.5. Leilani McGonigal from the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica comes through with an 8.17. Suzuki now on her backhand. This is an 8-point ride to start this heat.
Couple of massive turns tight to the pocket, flaring out of the top.
It feels so good. Yeah, it was a really nervous heat. I just focused on myself and then getting a good feeling. Got 8. I'm so happy now.
What a day of competition here in Surf City. The ISA World Surfing Games rolls on tomorrow. Tune in first thing in the morning.
Drama continues at Surf City, El Salvador, bringing the men back in. Repechage round 7. First heat of that will feature out of Netherlands, Ollie Zietz, Lucas Perez of Peru, Sam Reedy from Costa Rica, Luke Guinaldo from the USA, and Paul Evans, joined once again by Barton Lynch. And thinking about names like Luke, about Sam, about everyone out in this heat, we're expecting fireworks.
All of them have shown us moments of brilliance so far this week. Super impressive performances. They're in repechage round 7. You know, there's a lot of heats under the belt at this point in time, which is the reason why we see this performance. Yeah. And really at this point, it doesn't matter whether you're in repechage or main round, heats are stacked either side.
Yeah, interesting. You know, you picked up on the rankings from last night, coming in, Peru right up there with Australia. They've been unbelievable throughout their team. It's got loads of quality. It's got that classic mix of youth and experience as well. Here is Lucas Perez. He's already got a good number on the board for an opener, a 5.17. And a small backup, which will be gone now. So this will be a first legit total to Peru. I'd love to see a statistic for how many of surfers that advance through heats are surfers that also got kind of 2 scores above a 5 first in the heat. Be interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, it's definitely what you're trying to do. If you don't hang on towards the end, that can always happen just because when, like you corner someone, you make them desperate, put them in a difficult situation. A lot of the time, that's when you'll see their best come out. Replay, big, powerful. Little air into little cover-up on the way out. Very cute. 5-1-7. This is the second score, 3-8-3. So as you said, a couple of scores. 3-8-3 really irrelevant as such. I don't see him holding on to that at the end, but just to get a second score, put pressure on your opponents. Ollie Zeitz flaring the tail in a backhand re-entry, snaps back into the pocket, waiting for it to stand, gets a chop-hop spin there. 3.33 for Ollie on the first.
His live action out the back, Zeitz of Netherlands. Bit of a meteor wave out the back, first clip. He just taps it really hard and quick. The whole board goes underwater. It's quite rare to see the board just disappear like that. Usually it's only the nose that will poke right there, but it's just the whole thing got submerged.
Yeah, almost the back. Looked like a foot slipped off the back perhaps, and the weight went forward, sunk the board down. Guinaldo having a look. Oliver Zeitz having a look.
Be interesting to see how Luke enters this one in terms of his first wave, what he's looking for. He obviously hasn't seen it in 5.5. Now he identifies a right. He looked really good on them earlier on today. He'll just fade it and check back a little bit because the first section's a little sloping. Now he's loading up. We know what's coming here. Another rotation. Stomped a big one of those this morning.
Massive one. Doesn't get the completion there. 14 minutes still to go. So a lot of time. Judges considering that score won't be anything for Luke.
Interesting to think about emotional energy management. He's been all high all day. He's been buzzing. It's been big scores, excellent, massive manoeuvres. He said in his interview, I've never done something like that. Right now, just a little bit of a setback, a minor setback. How do you deal emotionally with that setback? How do you keep that energy high? Or do you actually go, you know what, maybe I do need to pare it down a bit?
Yeah, I think that every heat you serve, at 15 years on the tour, I feel like I won and lost in so many different ways that in the end you go, nothing matters. And none of it. It only matters as much as you manifest and make it matter in your own mind. So you could have a slow start and still win. You could be 5 minutes to go and still get 2. All of those scenarios are real and potentially available to you if you stay open to it and don't think you know what's going to happen next or you know where you are and how it's been, because in the ocean none of us know.
13 on the clock here. Ollie Zeitz finding a right hand. He's going to have to come from behind a section. Just catches him a bit. Tries to float over. A little stumble, but he's good enough to get the acceleration and to squirt out a couple of turns. So never really getting out into the pocket. It's a little bit of white water all around it, but nevertheless, pretty decent work.
3 turns and each of them got better. That's a good sign. If the last one's so fantastic that they forget the mistake you made on the first, that's kind of your job. And really, as a competitive surfer, I found that the best thing you can do is not score your rides, not try and know what it was or imagine you know what it was or think that it was this or that, and just let the judges tell you, take the information out of the score you receive. But if you can not make something of a mistake, even if you think it was a mistake, if you don't react to the mistake, that's your best chance of recovering from it, best chance of not highlighting it to the judges. So emotional responses can really sort of highlight the mistakes if you let it grab you and you react to it.
And that used to be a thing as well, not announcing the scores and announcing the winners on the podium. That was a thing for a while, a way back.
Well, but there was no computer scoring. Big air attempt, like to see that. There was no computer scoring. When we surfed, we became experts at knowing what the score was ourselves because they never told you until the heat was over and you had to guesstimate through the heat to try and understand your strategy. So I feel like that's where you kind of start to develop that understanding. This looks good.
Really nice driving turn for Peru and Perez. All the way back to the whitewater. Loads of flow, style, plenty of power. And he's carving up a storm here. Little snap out the lip. Making room for himself for a finish. So going up and down, doing lots of work, covering tons of ground.
The 517 is the heat high. He owns that. So that's a second score that's, it's got to beat that 383, you'd imagine. The first cutback was kind of, as you said, stylish and cool, the way he faded it so far back, just waiting for the right-hander to stand up in front of him. It never really gave him a section to fully tee off and use all the power that he has. As we see, warming up.
This is Darshan, Costa Rica.
Better hips than mine.
Down towards that midway point now. Went for the last number of blue. All it'll do is put him further in the lead because he's already occupying that position. It's a backup number for him. This is live action. The American Luke Guinaldo. First turn. Gives it a good crack. Nice section here for him. Again, beautiful rhythm. This looks like the best wave of the heat so far. Up again. He'll just click over the white water. Thought about gesticulating to the squad.
He was ready to...
Maybe thought better of it.
Maybe I should just keep it in control. And that was your question, wasn't it? I always reflect on the year before last of the WSL Final 5 event at Lowers when Isolo goes on a tear. But there was all the way from that fourth, fifth surf off to the final. But there was so much energy expended, so much emotion, punching things, claiming things. And I kept thinking, just stop it. Hold the energy, keep it tight, protect it. Don't let it all out there, particularly in a long-term campaign. If you've got to, in that day, you've got to surf from fourth and fifth all the way through to a final. We've really only seen one person ever be able to do that. It's really difficult. Everybody runs out of steam before they get there. So the management of the energy in that particular situation is so important. This is a 9-day event, even more so.
Interestingly, he still thinks, he's gone on the record, he still thinks he won that final series.
Italo?
Yeah. Of course, it's not his own opinion that counts, but in his mind, he thought he won it. Interesting. Confidence not a problem. It's never in short supply.
Exactly. But, it was an astonishing performance. It was incredible surfing. But once they've seen your stuff 4 heats in a row, pretty hard to keep them excited. And it naturally comes down. And that's the most difficult thing for a big-name surfer who they've watched for a long time, is creating entertainment and enjoyment and fresh energy in your performance because they've seen the majority of it or all of it before.
Having a look at some of the vital statistics here from 2025 World Surfing Games. Biggest field of athletes ever, 297. 61 teams, 22 Olympians, a couple of new nations as well. Our reigning champs, Brazil, they're doing okay in this, not perhaps faring as well as they probably would have hoped on the overnight standings anyway. That situation will evolve throughout the day today.
The loss of Michael Rodriguez, a big blow in that sense. They would have been banking on him to get through to finals day. 5.6 for Guinaldo is the heat high. You're right on that one. And from third priority, he's looking for another opportunity.
Here we'll go. Once again.
Oh.
Pushing hard with that back foot. And then just losing contact.
Love the size of that carve and how he drove the rail back in. That was going to be he was going to manufacture a score without priority there if he didn't fall.
Ollie Zeitz.
Oh, look at this wall.
Nice looking little section. Right now, looking very Trestles-like with a little bit of sea breeze blowing onto the lowers right. And doing some nice work to finish. And he enjoys it as well. Good rhythm to that surfing. And a lot of range to his turns as well. Driving all the way up to the lip from a deep, deep bottom turn. Important wave here for Reedy. Let's see how he gets involved. He's got one number in. It's a soft opening section. And he has to chop back and just wait for now. Now we'll get a bit of white water to bank off, lay back. Seen that turn been used a lot today on that section.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't need to go huge in terms of going up to second, but that's not the number he's surfing for at the moment. It's still 6.5 on the clock.
Waves being considered for red as well. Oliver Zeitz thinking of the 5.6 as the heat high so far. Does Oliver Zeitz build on that? He's up again. No, this is I was going to say it looks so similar. Beautiful wrap. First turn was nice, wasn't it? Beautiful wrap there. Another snap out of the top. Exciting surfing, good energy, good speed to things. great use of the opportunities. Everyone had punctuation. The 3.33's gone. I feel like that might be the highest score of the heat so far. Samuel Reedy, look at all the ribs in the face of this one, Paulie. He's kind of finding it hard to know where to go. The downtime, the judges won't like that. A really nice layback snap at the end, but too much downtime at the beginning to see that to be a score, say over 5 or whatever. He's got a 4.4 already.
Solid number in for Netherlands. Ollie Zeets, 7.67. Almost excellent for him. He goes to the lead. Let's go and hear from winner of the previous heat, Sally Fitz, standing by for a chat with True.
Yeah, Sal, that was a really tough heat. I mean, lots going on. Ellie got a 7 straight away, but in the end, it was the 2 Aussies progressing through.
Oh, it just feels that good to go in the heat with your teammate. And as you heard earlier with Argentina, like, you got to sort your own business first, but then like you team up and you're just like, let's make this happen. And obviously there was like scores dropping, and I was like 200 meters away on the left. It was like, it's everything I love about these like fast and furious formats. And you're just paddling that hard, and it's like 1,000 degrees. You hear your team, and you're just digging deep. I don't know. It gets me every time. I was that frosting to be a part of it. Whether it went my way or not, I just love being in that matchup.
And your waves are really good as well. You've already done a beautiful carve to start off, and closing this one out really strong.
Oh yeah, down the end there, it's hard to tell on the screen, but that was like, there's on that low tide, that's a good like 400 meters from Nanaho. So it's just this big football field of area, and it's you're trying to just like kind of talk to the ocean and be like, I think this is the spot, like right here. And I saw Elle paddling into some really nice shape ones. I thought like she made really great decisions, and she's been working on that all week. So it's like you see those little goals come out, and I was just, the ring of fire over there was, it was full of adrenaline. It was that good.
Hey, Sal. It's BL here.
Yeah, BL.
How are you, mate? Congratulations. Hey, being the elder statesman of the team and so experienced at these games, do you find yourself taking on some coaching responsibilities as well as just a teammate?
Oh, you know me, BL. I'm just a mad frother. I try to be like responsible and, and I guess I'm more of a lead by actions kind of captain. And so getting in and amongst it and really just like building that energy as a unit. And then I think, tapping into their goals this week and riding along that journey with them is quite easy for me, because I can just pretty much close my eyes and put myself in that phase at some point in my career. And I always say I never promise that I can, help in any way or make it better, but I can definitely sit with problems for a really long time. I play the long game, hey, BL.
Yeah, Sal. It's only getting better too, mate.
Love it. Thanks, BL.
I mean, for Team Oz, the job's not over yet. Cal, he's back out there for hopefully another 2 heats today, and hopefully making it through to tomorrow. Being that support team is a completely different attitude to being an athlete.
Oh yeah, we've got a great unit, and I think everyone from the staff to the athletes have really shown up this week for each other and in their individual performances. And Cal was obviously gutted to bump into the repos, but just being around him the last couple of days, he's that fired up. He's like boxing the bus seats and shadow boxing, and he's just like, it's just oozing out of him. So I hope he can connect with like that section that he can see in his mind. And there's no better feeling, whether it's our teammates or anyone in this competition, like you dream up what you can, obviously do on a way, but what you desire to do. And when people connect with that, it's just like, it's a great dance. It's just like pure magic. So I guess that's why I'm still here, just to watch it.
It's so good. Well, Team Oz sitting at that number 1 spot with Peru. We'll see what happens towards the end of the day today. We'll send it back to you guys.
And all the Aussies out there, Aussie, come on. It's like 3 a.m. We love you. Thanks for waking up.
Great interview.
Great energy from Sal, as you might expect. No major surprises at all to see her getting the heat win right there. And her surfing definitely currying the favour of the judging panel. They're really enjoying what they're seeing her do. She finds it very easy to get significant scores.
Yes, indeed. And there's a beautiful hinterland. But this heat, with about 1.5 minutes left, is at a super critical point. Here's Lucas Perez. Goes to the air. Pulls it for Peru. Finishes up down the inside. 5.47 the last. So that was a 5.47. Got him up into second place. Luke Winaldo is in third, needs a score. 5.04 the ask, 1 turn. Is there more in this? Oh, a little foam climb. Got a little wide for a moment. 5.04. Don't know if there was enough early in this one to get that score, but we'll see. He's willing it up. 4.93, just under. That makes sense too. Samuel Reedy rides for all of the surfers. Samuel's in 4th. Needing a 5.74, gets a couple of nice hits. The judges give him a 4.87, not enough.
Yeah, a couple of 4s being claimed there. Interesting. And emotion really coming to the fore.
Sometimes you do it just to pump the judges up, see if you can't add a little to it.
I don't think it works. I don't think the judges will be swayed by that at all, personally. But hey.
I think it's a fair call. 4.93. 20 seconds on the clock. Where is the priority? USA has priority. Will they get another wave? 15 seconds. Look, all the other 3 surfers super tight there. Dog-eat-dog competition on day 7. Repechage round 7. This one's about to end, Paulie.
All right, so we're out of time here. Ollie's Eats, Netherlands, with that real moment of quality, carving his way to a 7.67 with a load of speed and panache. And he'll take out the win here. Lucas Perez from Peru, right up there with the Aussies. Overnight, coming into today. They'll be delighted with the good work that he's done. Bit of a surprise to see Luke Guinaldo go out. He was one of the outstanding performers from the morning. And he will be in that support role now for Team USA. We'll keep rolling with the action here from Surf City, El Salvador Waves. Well, looks like they're picking up. We expect plenty more red-hot action real soon.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Back at it here at La Bocana, straight into it. Team Spain, Ruben Vitoria. What's he got for us? Opens up with a nice angry slash in the pocket and then clicks another shorter turn, gives it a good punch before wrapping down a slopier section. But he's good enough just to carry his momentum into that, give it a good clip. So reasonable opener for Team Spain.
Sorry, Paulie, looked like a different board, mate, that one. Different spray, it would seem, so maybe changing equipment up with the changing conditions here.
Yeah, Ruben jumped straight in the ice bath, so he was chilling out between rounds. Good call, very necessary. Possibly the hottest day yet out there. Is absolutely stifling.
I can't tell a difference. Every day feels the same. They're all beautiful, but the heat is definitely a factor in competing here. That's something that needs to be considered. We saw Team USA with the Nike Ice vests on. Here's the lineup.
Having a look at Sebastian Williams of Mexico, Ruben Vitoria. I've already seen him in action in this heat. Dylan Grant of Germany, Darshan Antiguera from Costa Rica. So I see a lot of power out there. Big units, Darshan and Dylan. They're solid. Ruben Vitoria himself. Sebastian Williams is a little bit more slender in build, but I'll tell you what, his surfing is massive, and he's already shown us there's so many ways he could get scores at different stages in the heat, and he's got that performance side, but he's also got the smarts, BL. He knows exactly what to do in the heat.
Yeah, he sure does. very experienced, particularly, surfing man on man and surfing 4-person heats are very different scenarios. And we see Sally Fitzgibbons have enormous success in the 4-person formats, not quite as successful in the woman-on-woman situation. So there's certain people and certain styles of competing that suit the 4-man 20-minute as opposed to the 30-man two-person 2 waves. Darshan in and out there. Poor wave selection, really.
Yeah, it was just sort of angst, wasn't it, to get going? Not the wave to do it on, just a shot. We'll be back in the lineup. Here's Williams. First hit off the top. Gives him a wiggle and a glide down into a next section. He just cuts that short so he can get there and do this. And he'll grab that rail and put loads extra. And every time you think, oh, he's made a little stumble there, or he makes amends for it and then some. I mean, what a way to finish off that wave. Put so much into that last turn.
I feel like he recognised with the sort of catch on the second turn that we'll see here. First turn fades, hits it early. Kind of gets stuck up there for a moment. Wall stands up in front of him. This turn, there was a catch of the rail that might have been beneficial because, as you said, it closed out super quick. But he knew that he had to make amends for that second turn and add something extra to keep the potential of the wave score alive for himself, because otherwise he may have surfed it down a little bit with the timing of those turns, the last turn making up for it.
Victoria's number 433.
Fair starter.
And then we'll get a number in for Williams of Mexico. We've had a couple of throwaways for White. Here we'll go. Costa Rica on the backhand. First turn is a big connection. He is a really powerful, big surfer. And again, so another really good hit from him using that physical strength. Williams having a look from pretty far down the beach here. Meanwhile, Dylan Grunt is on the peak. He hasn't seen anything to get him excited as yet.
And might be a good thing. I'd rather be... Well, let's wait and see where Sebastian's score comes in at. Still considering that score for Darshan as well. But it would appear that, the score of Sebastian's might be a keeper, depending on how they evaluate the last turn in relation to the first two that weren't that spectacular. But he tried to make up for it on the last. But really, at this point, I might prefer to be sitting there with priority at this point in time, rather than have a 4-3-3, for example. I'd rather have priority than a 4.
Here's Williams. Trying to connect with the right. He'll do that. Doesn't really want to let him in, though. There'll be a quick up and out. The 4-9 for him drops in previous to that.
So, yeah, I'd still be sitting on the priority, most probably, if I had a choice, in this situation. Dylan Gruen, 6.5 minutes gone. You go, well, you haven't had a wave 6.5 minutes. Well, you look at what everybody else has, and it doesn't matter. Thankfully, it could be a lot worse, but it doesn't matter at this point in time. The priority is such a valuable asset. Here we go on the inside. Sneaky one. Nope, doesn't get it.
Yeah, I just wonder, though, once you set your stall out and you've waited for a while, do you then have to vindicate that by really kind of sticking to it? And at some point, do you say, well, maybe these waves aren't available, these mythical 7s and upwards that I'm hoping for. Maybe I do need to be realistic and go, well, let's go in there and duke it out for some 5s and see what I can do. I'll use my power. I'll back myself to surf up a wave of low potential.
Yeah, 100%. And at a point, that pressure and the clock start to bear, and we see it a lot. People will crack and end up going a wave with a waited 8 minutes or more, and they go a wave that doesn't do anything. But from that point of changing something, anything, and just getting moving, you can then hustle your way into some advancing positions. Here he goes.
Yeah, he's put us out of our misery for speculation, and he's in motion here. The German, Dylan Gruen, onto an inside section. Nicely done. Putting a bit of power in it. It's not the speediest surfing we've ever seen. That wave just a little bit sluggish in terms of pace.
Yeah, you want to be able to go off the bottom, off the top. Anytime you need to go out and wrap it around and come back, and then if it stands up, great. If you got to go back out, wrap it around again, you're really waiting for something to happen. If the wave doesn't present that thing that you're waiting to happen, the score can be kind of pedestrian. So I don't see that being, one, what he waited for, and two, anything that really is going to threaten the other competitors too much. It's going to be really tight because you see a 4.57, 4.9, 4.33, something similar, I imagine, for Dylan. Well, he did complete it. He did get 3 turns.
Current conditions, pretty balmy. Air and water, 84 and 85 respectively, which is about 30 in Celsius, which is pretty warm. I tell you what, it feels hotter than that in the air. It feels about 40. It's really humid.
Yeah, it does feel like that, doesn't it?
It really is something you notice when you step outside. I tell you what's good for keeping the body loose to an extent, but if you're surfing multiple heats, you want to make sure you take care of hydration, all of that stuff. Here is Darshan doing decent work again on the backhand. So really nice from him, finding those sections, those pockets, and being really patient off the bottom. And because he waits so long, he gets really vert, and it looks good.
4.07, the first for Germany. Dylan Grund waited all that time and actually got the smallest score really out of that exists in that opening exchange right now. You can see all the 4s lined up. Really, it's a battle of the second score. You'd be looking at going, okay, where do I sit? Really, you could you can throw a blanket over them with those scores. So it's very tight on the first wave. 10 minutes left. Everybody's going to want 2 rides still. No one's going to be happy with one of those 4s and counting that at the end.
It's going to compress down to 10 minutes now. So half the time gone off the clock. As we see, good number in here for Costa Rica. So the backhand weaponry paying dividends for him. 6.17. Really important wave. Just kind of muscling his way to those sections and then teeing off on them.
There's Team Spain there. You can see the ages, 27, 25, 26, and then things start dropping down. Annette, 18, Janire, 20, sisters. And then from Sopelana, Iago Dominguez, the youngest of the males. 22 years of age. They were right up there. I think they were in 4th place after yesterday's competition.
Yeah. Yanni just got knocked though, didn't she? In the repechage rounds. Bad news for Team Spain. Ruben Vittoria out in the water right now. And he's been quiet since the opener, really. He's not done much since then. Let's see how his involvement goes with that priority that we've been talking about. Do you sit with it? How long for? Really, those kind of things dictated by what the ocean throws at you. The ocean's ultimately going to make the decision, but there will be things in your mind because we do get multiple wave sets it. And you're thinking, am I on that first one with a cleaner water? Maybe a bit of white water on the face, maybe make some of these sections line up, all of those things coming into play. He has been a little bit more tactical with positioning. We've seen him sit a bit wider, and it's worked for him thus far in previous rounds. This round, interesting to see him having priority where he's sitting. It's relatively unusual because he's not affecting anyone else's surfing, is he?
No.
Where he is right now. He's concentrating on his own game. Let's see if that's vindicated. He looks like pulling the trigger here. Ruben Vittoria of Zeraut, Spain, is down on the right. Up on the left, it's your heat leader, Darshan Antequera of Costa Rica. A little sticky opening turn. Now he's got a steep section. Now he'll boost. And a flat spin to an incompletion for him. Meanwhile, still going. Vittoria, really nice finish. Does well to put a little extra on that, pull it down, and he travelled a long way to get there. I wonder what he did earlier.
Heat leader, Darshan, Costa Rica. That won't change anything for he. Second score's a 4.57. Went to the air, had to try. Wasn't going to be a score without it. Here's the replay from behind the whitewater. Little mistake there, and anxious to get to the lip and get scoring early. Things settle in, a little more of a big wrap, pumps through this to the inside, throws the tail, adds a little drama to it. That's a good second score, we'd imagine. There it is, 5.07. If he could have climbed that first section and made something of that first section, there'd be an extra point on that score at least. And again, we talked about once you've made the mistake, the best thing you can do is forget it and just be present in the moment that you're surfing and not carry any luggage with you.
Yeah, he's enigmatic character is Ruben Vittoria. If you saw him around with his squad and the team, his overall energy, his swagger, you wouldn't necessarily think he's one of the members of the surf team. You'd think maybe he's like backroom staff. He's really low-key, humble kind of guy.
There's Ollie's seats. Yep, the winner of that last heat, Paulie.
Yep, opting for the ice bath rather than the interview. Good call. I'm backing him with that. But yeah, just back on Ruben Vittoria. Really, really interesting kind of guy. Different energy than a lot of these for how good he is at surfing. Super humble sort of guy. I once saw him in a QS final in the Canary Islands against Jorgen Kuznek. Jorgen opened up with a 10. Ruben won the event. Final. Yeah, amazing, really. Just one of those real quiet achievers.
That's what gives you the confidence to do your own thing and to trust yourself. You know, there's this, when you think about the ocean and the unpredictable nature of it, no one really knows what's going to happen next. But there is a animalistic, deep, intuitive sense that we have. And if you can quieten the mind and hear that information that comes from down low, you can, you know, you would have had the experience. I think we've all had that experience where you just feel like you should paddle a few feet this way or paddle a few feet that way. You think, so, you know, you just start paddling and all of a sudden the wave presents, you go, oh, I kind of knew that, you know, and that's where the key to success in competitive surfing is. Knowing inside that you can trust yourself, silencing the thinking mind enough so that you can hear that intuitive, instinctive information that we might all have inside of us, and it's the very best with the most confidence who can listen to that, not have to listen to all the thinking and the trying that goes on top of mind, and then connect with the ocean and put yourself in the right place at the right time. That's the magic of surfing, and one of the great lessons of surfing is that you don't need to think so much, you don't need to try so much, and you can do better without that stuff going on if you can just connect with the real information.
So first priority with Williams at the moment, just sitting on one score, a really quiet heat from Williams. Vittoria as well, just ridden the two waves, just one wave in for Dylan Grön. Here is your heat leader, Costa Rica, backhand attack once again, deep bottom turn. Ooh. And another great hit. Nice rhythm to this, a smaller wave, but it's steep. And he's already done good work out the back. Whatever happens in here, bonus type stuff. They'll just clean it up with one hit and then another. Hello. Very well done indeed. Great combo out the back. Meanwhile, Vittoria, really nice from him. Much better. Whoa. Whoa. And he'll belt it. And he'll have to just force the issue and get his board back down. He'll do that pretty well. Loads of whip in that. Probably a great chance of an improvement for him as well. So surfers in first and second place. Good chance of them extending, consolidating.
And you know, Darshan was in fourth priority at the time that he got that wave. So he positioned himself excellently. Feel like that's going to be the best wave of the heat. Those first two turns were just textbook backhand re-entries, super tight to the pocket. We've talked about how loose and free his style is, and his technique is on point. That was a great exchange for white and blue. Our advancing surfers really using the priority that they had in a productive fashion. It's going to put even more pressure on Mexico and Germany.
Yeah, we saw Sebastian in the previous round. He was under a bit of pressure. He stayed super calm and he dropped an excellent number. Here he goes. Good looking wave from him. He's got the ability late in heats to do all sorts of magic. There's a nice opening wrap off the top with style. And then a setup click down onto an inside, changes his line, gets a little tangled, and then a rare mistake for Seabass on the inside.
Yeah, I feel like there was almost some judgment of the performance. You know, if you're riding the wave and you're judging yourself and you're reacting inside emotionally, even in those split seconds, moments, milliseconds, while you're riding that wave, you can just confuse yourself. Your job's to surf, not judge. And you really need to not judge the performance and to try and stay present even when a mistake's made. Leave it behind, be present in the next moment in the wave, make nothing of it. Pretend it didn't even happen. Here we go, replay. First turn. Beautiful wrap, stylish. This turn you see a little, watch the front arm, little throw of the front arm to dress it up. That bottom turn was beautiful. Into the nice hit out of the top. I feel like he almost judged the hit before and went, oh, I could have done more on that. Okay, I've got to do more here. And just overcooked it that little bit.
He'll go again now on the inside, 90 seconds. First turn does loads, and he's really given it so much on a soft wave. How he gets that much movement from board.
Great surfer, isn't he? 15, under 15, 10 seconds left. What is he needing? 4-5-1 to go into second. But we're still waiting on scores.
Yeah, he's got
for blue.
He's got 2 numbers to come in now, Williams, but we're waiting for previous wave from Ruben Vittoria from second place.
And Dylan Groon's only ridden the 1 wave in this heat. So really got lost out there. He's got the first priority. Will he get a second score? Even with only really, he only needs a 5-3-3 at this point before scores drop and give us a clear situation.
Yeah, he's not done enough at all, has he? And his tactic, if it was a tactic, it's not worked. He's got a chance here. He's got 30 seconds. He smashes something exceptional. The number will likely go up, but it's not going to
get this.
It's not going to be an excellent score that he needs. It probably will go up. Surf towards, surf towards a 7. Let's see where he goes. Final 15 seconds. Germany in motion with Dylan Groen. In a little bit of a fat section to open up with. He'll give that a good crack. Now he's got some good speed. And he'll get up and hit it, catching a little bit off the bottom. And still plugging away. He's busy. He's been pretty lively. Nothing emphatic about it. Meanwhile, a rotation above the lip, Darshan. So we got the improvement for Darshan prior to that. Way out in front. Big totals for him. Well done, Costa Rica. You're good. Sebastian Williams, however, previous to last, with the mistake on the end, makes a move. Jumps up to second, puts pressure on Ruben Vittoria, who needs a number, 4-5. I think even that opening turn we saw from Ruben looked pretty sprightly and lively. You'd be feeling good about him getting the number. We do have another wave to come in for Williams, though. And we got a score for Dylan Groen, which will count for him. At the moment, it's a 5-5 he needs. I think that'll go up. He could be in trouble here. It's interesting between Vittoria and Williams.
Yeah, Vittoria's score's the all-important one, isn't it? Really to set the stage of what the other two might need. Feel like he's going to improve on the 4-3-3. Gets a 5-2-0. So Sebastian now needs a 5-3-7. Dylan a 6-2. The last of green on the replay. Unfortunate catch off the bottom there and a few little moments of disconnect from the actual flow and tempo of that wave. Finishes up on the inside. Valiant effort. Been a great event for Germany. And Sebastian on the inside here just getting crazy because time was nearly done. He just wanted to see what he could build out of it.
It was a great turn. Is it the 5 that he needs?
I don't see it as a 5. It was on the inside. There was rocks already popping up where he took off on it, so I feel like it's not going to be big enough.
Oh, the busy approach from Costa Rica, from Darshan and Tekera very much paying off, and he's way out in front, really. A couple of points in it in terms of the margin. And the fun will continue here at Surf City, El Salvador. Some really tense moments in heats. And the repechage round with high stakes, not disappointing us. Surf will continue to fill in throughout the afternoon. We'll keep rolling with the action here. More live from Surf City right after the break.
Welcome back to the action here. High stakes heats continue at the ISA World Surfing Games 2025. La Bocana, the venue today. It's all about this venue. After running double podiums throughout 6 previous days of competition, the teams come together in a display of unity right here on the peak. And unity from Team USA has been real good throughout the event. They'll need to continue here. 2 surfers out in the water. One of them, North Carolina's Owen Moss. He has been absolutely blazing. Really love his approach. It feels like a great fit for this wave. And he's going all right here, covering some ground, still going on the inside, and good enough to click it a few more times. Good rhythm and pace to the surfing.
And even through those slower cutbacks, he still does it stylishly, and it doesn't feel like it's a waste of time or that there's any reason to download the score, take the score lower because of that downtime. So nice and stylish in the calves, back to the pocket, then got that one last flaring little hit on the inside. Good complete ride. Friendly fire in this one for America as well. 2 Americans, an Australian and a Portuguese.
Yeah, a lot of power out in the water. Callum Robson, Guy Ribeiro as well as Jay Svirkoku, who's such a precise surfer and a cool head, it feels like, as well, making really good decisions throughout his heats. And then showing us some brilliant surfing as well.
100%.
Everyone enticed seaward, heading out to try and meet some energy coming their way. The number for Owen Moss, pretty modest, 3.5 to kick off. Be surprised if he's holding on to that come the end of the heat, although we have seen some surfers with really low wave counts, which is quite surprising. And this opening set, no one really in position for it. So their initial positioning, obviously, quite a long way inside where this set's actually breaking. And you mentioned, BL, this swell's going to fill in throughout the day. Maybe we're seeing some initial signs of it. Here goes Jabe, Team USA, great looking section. Really nice opening turn. And then this bowl gets the full treatment. The rhythm is great from him. He doesn't need to force anything. He's so loose and sprightly. This is going to be a massive number already. What a way to start a heat. And he just in so much rhythm and flow, really feeling it. His mate Owen Moss gets a little caught behind, but you couldn't really ask for a better start for Jabe than that.
Made it look easy. Felt easy, didn't it? You know, and I think he expected it to finish earlier. Here we go.
Guy Ribeiro, powerful wave of his own.
Interesting maneuver. I haven't seen one of them before. He was looking to get out of the lip and halfway through realised that it wasn't going to work. 0.5, the second for Blue. Owen Moss, 0.67. That last of Portugal's. But Jabe Svirkoku made that look easy. And it kept delivering. I think he thought it was a 2-turner, and then it kind of had this low line that reformed in front of him, and it just kept delivering opportunities for him to tee off on it. He's going to set the scale for this heat, that ride for sure. Callum Robson, the Australian, the only surfer not to have ridden a wave, and you can see he's kind of in his own position there. He's making his way over a little bit, but you wouldn't be in defensive mode at this point in time.
Huge number in for USA, and Svirkoku, 8.5 for him. Goes excellent from the get-go. What a way to kick a heat off. He made it look so easy as well, just effortless surfing.
I kind of wondered whether he made it look too easy in my mind. I'm thinking, maybe he needs to jazz that up a little bit, put a little drama, something in there, because it was just so perfectly done. Judges appreciating that perfection, and the way he approached that wave was just beautiful. So we've seen him do this a lot. Get big first scores and challenge and threaten the rest of the field.
More similar sort of redirections in the lineup where everyone heading out to sea a bit. And to get that wave, he actually headed out slightly wide to put himself in a position to get there. Here goes Guy Ribeiro again. Chance to make amends for his previous wave. First turn is a snap, which almost stops him entirely. Gets the speed back on, though, and good enough to do that.
Nice inside turn. Radical, committed. Little catch a rail on the first. It slowed the momentum down. But that's going to be obviously his best score and the second best score of the heat so far, you'd imagine.
Meanwhile, out the back, look at this swell as we fly above La Bucana. See this energy marching in out of the ocean here. It's great to see surfers with a bit more power from the ocean after this morning. Kind of smaller, much more sort of on the rocks in here. Little peaks, sort of softer ones. Right now, this is looking close to the type of stuff we've been surfing all week.
And our boss man here in the production department, Jay Johnson, he's done 12, 15 trips here. He said this morning that this was the second smallest day that he had seen here in all of those dozen trips before. And they're all 10-day trips. So that tells you how consistent this place is. And this is one of the smaller days that we've seen and one of the smaller days of the window. But it's still overhead and still delivering beautiful opportunity for competition.
Yeah, the other thing that's further even more impressive about that is it's not like we're coming in one season and you know the North Shore, the obvious example, huge, biggest waves in the world in the winter, then in flat, you know, like a lake in the summer. It doesn't really matter what time of year it is, it'll deliver. Hang on, what happened there? A little tangle.
What was that?
But that was that the opening wave from Owen Moss? That was the 3.5 that he got early on. So we picked this up actually after that. Close proximity with Cal.
Yeah, and it was an aggressive, forthright take on that opportunity. He stole it, really. No interferences. Here's the second turn, little tap. Third turn, floater. And you know, it makes me think, here we go. Here's that reform section, another jab at the lip. And that was the wave selection that provided the 8.5. Guilherme here, first turn, nice, wraps it back into the whitewater. Second turn was the money turn, 6 points for that. So this heat, the scale has been elevated by the position that 8.5 came in at and allowed this opportunity. Here we go, surfers paddling. Callum was going to go left. He tried to threaten that he was going to go left. And in the end, aggressive, powerful, dominant management of the lineup from Owen Moss for America. He got a 3.5, so it was kind of maybe even not worth the effort. But Callum Robson's still sitting out there, so, you know, he forced him into a position where now he's still waiting for a ride with the priority, hoping to find something. And sometimes, you know, you can get stunted or stalled by your opponents. And the 8.5 and the 6 already in this heat. Owen Moss in good form as well. The patience and experience of Callum Robson won't be too bothered at this point in time. 10 minutes 20, still a lot of time to go, so I don't see that he's going to be rattled by this situation at all. Good to see a little bit of cat and mouse, if you ask me.
Yeah, it looked like a right, didn't it, as well, from what we saw. Obviously, didn't see what went down on the left. It did kind of seem like a right-hander.
And Callum was lucky he didn't push it further too, because it might have gone the other way. Here he goes.
Cal Robson, the powerhouse from Australia. Overnight leaders. There's a big crushing hit from the big man. There's another. Oh, hang on. He's got more here. Boomtown gets up there again. A little finger flick. So consider 8.5 for Jay. You have to take that into consideration when you think about Callum's wave. Hang on. Here's Owen Moss. Love his bottom turn and his style. And that was cool. That slash, little extra.
Things are getting crazy.
Wow, belting it. Really enjoyable to see him hammer this. Almost looking little shades of Wardo almost in there as he gets just a little bit creative. That low slung, almost kind of naughty, powerful approach. Love that.
I agree. I can see exactly what you're saying. It feels good. It looks good. And I bet it felt good to him too.
All right, Guy Ribeiro, what's he got for us? Clean on the face, wrapping, crisp turn. And again, slashing with the power. He's got loads of that. He's got a tough heat on his hands now, and that's a great turn for Portugal. And he'll enjoy that. It's a little look back. All right, so with this exchange, things have really come alive here.
So an 8.5 for the first of the USA. That of Callum Robson has to be better. Do you agree?
You would think so.
This heat has the potential to be the highest scoring heat of the whole event because of where that 8.5 came in, raising the ceiling in general, in my opinion. It allowed the 6 to be, and both the rides of Owen Moss and Callum Robson are going to be considered very highly because that was fantastic surfing.
Let's go and check in with True Starling.
Yes, thank you so much, Darshan. Congratulations, another heat progression, but a heat win for you. A little bit of a dramatic one, though, breaking one of your favourite boards.
Yeah, I broke one of the board I've been riding for the last few events. Have been magic, and it's okay. I have another one that also works amazing, so, stoked to keep going. Another heat, one more to go.
You've got, Leilani coming up in one of the next heats for the women as well. She seems like she's one of the loudest on the team.
Yeah.
Team Costa Rica has so much energy and a beautiful force behind it. How does that kind of help to inspire you to keep progressing through these heats?
Yeah, the whole team is great. Everyone on the team are really close friends. Two of my best friends are in the men's, and Lei, Rachel, and Michaela are like super close as well. Everyone's ripping really hard. Lei is such a legend. She's always a good example of determination and motivation. Even though she went down early, she's swinging, and I have no doubt she's going to make it all the way to the final. So I am as well. So let's go.
I was about to say, let's talk about your performance as well. I mean, you've surfed 3 heats already today.
Yeah.
It's a big marathon of a day, but each heat you just seem to keep getting better and better and backing your surfing.
Yes. This is what I've always dreamed of, being able to put my surfing on 2 good waves on a heat. Feels like just recently I've been able to do that on my contest, so very excited. I feel like I've figured out what works for me, at least for now. Every time try to learn and ways to get better. So very excited. The waves are pumping. It's super tricky with the low tide. There's waves everywhere. It's a little choppy, but this wave always has power, and so do I. So we go all the way.
Big power from you. I know there's a lot of people watching you at home as well. We'll keep it quick because you do have a heat coming up really quickly, but is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, I'd like to say a big thanks to all my friends and family, all my boys from Walter Surf Shop, my mom, my dad, everyone's watching, all the coaches that have supported me throughout this whole process, Alex, G, and everyone at home supporting. Nini is always awesome, always there talking to me after the heats, and this has been great. I go out there with a single plan in my head, which is give my best effort, stay present, follow my gut feeling, and God has His plan for me. I just follow what He's asked for me, so whatever it is, I'll take it, and I'll be happy if I give my best in every heat.
That's all you can do, right? Well,
Yes.
You got one more to do it. So excited to see you in the next heat to round out the day. It's really hot, so maybe an ice bath to rest
Yes,
and recover.
that's where I'm going straight from here.
And tune into a support team for Leilani and then back into yourself.
Let's
nice,
go.
quick.
One more to go. We got this.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Yes.
Love it. Thanks, True. Great stuff. He's got some power. He's not lying. He's a big unit, and he uses it well. Meanwhile, scoreboard news here. There's a couple of surfers with 8s. At the moment, they're in 3rd and 4th. That's just because they've ridden 1 wave, though. But the number 4, Callum, we're speculating it had to go higher than James. It does, just 8.93.
Here we go. We get to see it again. In my mind, I was about to say, I want to see it again. Cut back, little pedestrian at the start, stands up. Big hit. And just keeps standing up. Massive throw of the tail. Waits, times it beautifully. And gets that 3rd one in. 3 big monster turns. And this is the other 8. Let's watch this. Beautiful, speedy. First turn was magic. I love the carve and the arc. That was just a little tap of the top, really, into a float. Nearly a little bit low on the line out of the lip there. Perhaps could have been higher. Here we go. Easy to say, hard to do. Nice finishing turn. Do I feel like there is more than 0.43 between them? Kind of do, to be honest. But again, both big scores and deserving. This one's smaller wave, so the size of the wave impacting the score, because the performance surfing was aggressive, it was exciting, we really enjoyed it in real life. But as a 6.7, it indicates the importance of wave selection, the importance of the size of the sections that you hit. That's consistent. We know that is the case all the time. So this is a really fascinating heat. as time goes by. There's only 3:40 on the clock. So our surfers with the big scores need to ride waves, but they're in first and second priority.
They need ones. It's amazing. All right, they won't be serving for that, though. 3.5 on the clock. Here goes Spikoki. Beautiful gliding float. The acceleration that he gets is mad. He almost loses his footing, and then he'll tap the finish. Smart surfing. Well done. All right, Moss. What's he got? Beautiful looking wave. A massive hit. It stays hit for ages. Love his approach. A raking slash in the pocket. Bang. Up there again. Buckets of spray.
Wow. Oh!
Doesn't get the finish. How costly could that potentially prove? Because this is a high-scoring heat. Love that surfing from both of the Americans, though, there. Really, really cool exchange. And you can see the extra energy, a more favourable tide as well. These rights providing loads, BL.
And you know who has to be cool right now is our surfer with first priority, with the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. He's going to need more to advance, you would imagine, when the score of Jabe comes in. Owen Moss as well. He's going to improve on that 3.5, significantly improve, I would imagine, even with the fall at the end. The work done early. It wasn't one of the bigger waves, but it did keep standing up and giving him great opportunities to rip out of the top of the wave. So we need these scores. Tell you who needs them fast is Callum Robson, so he exactly understands his situation. There is it, a 5.10 for the US, takes him into the lead. What does Callum Robson need? A 3.17. But still waiting on this last score as well. It's going to be more that he needs maybe as well once this drops. Exciting heat. Fantastic surfing from all of the guys. Amazing. Callum Robson, one wave, 1 minute and 44 seconds on the clock. Will he get another opportunity? And what will it need to be when the score of blue drops?
So entertaining, this heat. We looked at the lineup. We saw a lot of power and sparks, exactly what's been delivered. Moss not hanging around. A speculative attempt from him, just wide, a quick in and out. And that cool temperament of Callum Robson, he'll need to draw upon that, just meerkatting on the board, having a little look out the back. What he'll see, to be fair, is not loads at the moment.
And there's 1 minute 10, he needs a 4.10. All the scores are in. We know the circumstance.
All right, it's a bit of movement outside. There are some lines heading his way inside the final minute. Callum Robson, who's gone excellent, very close to a 9. He's just ridden one wave in 19 minutes.
4.10 the ask, looking to improve and just keep building pressure on the Australian is Owen Moss.
Look how fast he's going. That was really dynamic. He has competed so well out here. Really impressed with Owen Moss.
Me too. Great style, great technique. He's looking out 30 seconds.
If he betters a 6, he'll make it slightly tougher for Callum Robson.
I don't know if I see that happening. There was a nice little air, but that was about it. Here we go, 20 seconds. I can see surfers paddling. Callum Robson is looking at this one.
He has to go it.
15 seconds.
It's a smaller wave, and he has to go. It's a whitewater takeoff, 4.1. The requirement for Robson. Little wrapping turn. It's nice and clean. It's pretty side to side. That will not be a 4-point ride and a major upset. And you can see, understandably, he's a little bit annoyed at this stage. Well, he's a lot annoyed and unlucky.
Bravo to all four surfers. That was a cracking heat. So competitive. So you're bouncing around all over the place. Callum Robson, you end a heat with a 4 and you go, well, for 19 minutes, maybe I could have found another one that was a 4. Easy enough. So he got forced into sitting and waiting with the priority through the activity and the energy of the others, put the pressure on him. I don't think he was able to respond. We haven't seen the score. We could be wrong. We'll see what the judges throw, but 2 cutbacks by the standard of the 6s that we saw from Owen Moss would suggest that it's not going to be enough.
One absolute high entertainment.
There it is,
brilliant
3.17.
Heat comes in under for Callum Robson. We thought it might. And Team USA once again getting the 1-2. They've had a brilliant morning today. And not just getting through, but doing it with huge numbers, impressive surfing. They've got a really deep and versatile squad. And they're on a bit of a roll here. It's been their morning. We'll keep going with more live action from Surf City, El Salvador, right after the break.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared. I still don't do it.
Welcome back to the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We are live from La Volcana. We're going to flip it back over to the women's repechage. This is Repo Round 7, Heat 1. And it's stacked. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. You've got Nadia Aristarbe, Sofia Medina, Lucia Induran, and Laura Rapp. Are you kidding me? This heat is incredible. And the unfortunate side of that is we're going to lose two of the standout surfers from this entire event. We've got Spain, Brazil, and Argentina represented in this repo. Rachel, looks like the waves might be getting slightly better. I know the scores have been increasing throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, we just saw two excellent scores from that last heat of our men's repechage round. We are now in the women's repechage round. We saw the round 5 of women's main event happen just earlier today, Chris. So we have 16 women left in the entire event. I mean, that's crazy, right? We've really whittled this down. We're at the top 16 women altogether, including our women main event and our repechage women. So it's getting, we're well and truly at the pointy end of the event now.
Yeah, we started with over 140 women. Like you said, now down to 16. Quick look there for Laura Rapp representing Brazil. Right behind her, Sofia Medina. Her teammate, nice snap there, easily absorbing that whitewater that bounced up from the flats, trying to hang on to this wave, hoping for things to develop through to the inside. It looks like they may just be doing that as we see. Medina, solid finish there, nicely done.
Yeah, great start for her opening her account. We've been seeing a lot of success for the double country participants in this. You know what I'm trying to say there. We've seen Argentina, Lele and Nacho get the 1 and 2. We've seen the USA get 1 and 2 in multiple heats throughout today on the men's side. So really excited to see what we might be able to see from Sofia and Laura here. I love watching the strategies play out, especially between teammates.
Yeah, it's a twofold opportunity there. You got to get your job done first as an individual, right?
Yep.
Put up 2 solid scores. And then if both surfers have done that, you can get back into it and try to go to a little teamwork method. 16:50 to go. Looks like Team Spain is in on the Stick Nation vibes. So that is a locally sourced stick right there used as a flagpole.
Chris, every time we walk, you always seem to find a walking stick around, or you also love going and finding sticks.
I call them comfort sticks. 16:26 to go. because we need it. These have been wild days of surfing. We're here on day 7.
Wow.
All the surfers involved here in the repechage rounds and the main rounds. I mean, these surfers have been through it. Multiple days of competition. As we see now, Laura Ropp opening up on that first turn, setting things up here towards the inside. Tide's starting to push, so it adds a little bit of water to that end section, but still you see it boiling up underneath her as she pulls out. So great wave there for Laura Ropp. Nice opening snap. Finish it all the way through. The judges do appreciate a good, clean start and finish of your waves. Just shows that you're in complete control.
Yep,
That is part
absolutely.
of the flow element of the speed, power, flow equation.
We do know that there are bigger waves out there, though, at the moment with these conditions. I think Sophia's wave kind of being the only one that demonstrated that a little bit, but there are even bigger sets out there, and the judges are looking for those in order to go towards that excellent range. I think these smaller ones can become crucial. I mean, we just saw Callum Robson lose with needing a 4.1. He had an 8.93 in his scoreline, demonstrating how important it is to have 2 waves in that heat total.
That was a shocking turn of events.
That was.
I was thinking Callum was going all the way. He's been surfing so well throughout this entire contest, but I mean, I've said it about 15 times before. I'll say it again. The field we have here at the 2025 ISA World Surfing Games is among the best I've ever seen. And as we make our way towards finals day, still wide open in the top 10 for our overall team standings. We're going to have a update on that as soon as competition ends today. 14.5 minutes left for now. Laura Ropp's in the lead. Sophia Medina in second. So you got Brazil in the top 2 spots where they want to stay. But Nadia Aristavi is generally a super consistent, great surfer right there. She just picked a bad wave. Happens to the best of them. 14 minutes, 22 seconds now. Induran was ripping yesterday.
Yeah.
Surfed a couple big heats in the previous repechage rounds. So with 14 minutes left here, waiting for the next one to roll through. Gives us time to check in with True Starling, the winner of that last heat.
Jabe, that was a really tough heat. I mean, there was a lot of scores going on and some pretty incredible surfing. It was a great matchup.
For sure. Yeah, no, it was intense. Everyone, I think I heard him say at the end, had at least like 12 and a half points, which you'd think would be enough to make a heat. So definitely close and intense at the end.
And it's really quick turnarounds as well. I mean, you got an 8.5 and a 5.1. Hopefully we'll get to have a look at that 8.5 because it was so good to watch. I mean, it's been a big day of surfing in the sense of how many heats has been going on. Let's take a look at the 8.5 though.
Sweet.
Talk me through it and, you know, what you were thinking on this wave.
Yeah, everything's kind of been switching wide, and we were kind of paddle battling a bit, and I ended up kind of going the other way, even though there haven't really been that many waves over there, and this one just kind of gave me the deep chip and just kind of kept giving. I didn't know it was going to be such a good wave until I was like a turn and a half in probably, but yeah, not a bad way to start. Pretty stoked paddling out here in that score. And
I think it's better than not a bad way to start. You always want to start a heat with an 8.5,
sure,
right?
Yeah, if we could do it every time, we would.
Yeah, so you've got one more heat to surf today. You know, how are you going to approach this one? Are you changing any tactics or just the same?
Same deal. I mean,
keep it simple.
Yeah, just enjoying surfing good waves in a contest. I love going right. Board feels awesome, so just trying to go and give myself chances to actually go surf, because get to go surf good waves and good scores come. It's just a good time. So same deal.
And obviously this repechage round, it's, you know, you're surfing double the amount of heats. There's so much going on.
Yeah.
How are you approaching this repechage round and trying to maintain it? Because there's a lot going on with that.
For sure. Yeah, it's kind of funny. We're not used to the really quick turnarounds, so don't really have a ton of time to reset and think. So like just kind of ready to go back out and keep surfing, like a day at home when the waves are firing, going for a snack and get back out there. So kind of the same deal, just trying to go do some surfing.
Well, that's exciting. I feel like that's a deadly mindset to be in.
Not bad.
It's good though. It's exciting to watch. So let's see how it plays out in the next one.
Awesome.
And we'll let you get ready for it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yep.
Big moves there for Jabe, Team USA. Seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah, he does.
Smart too.
Smart. I have heard he's pre-med at UCLA, which is fantastic. I love hearing the stories behind the surfers beyond just their excellent scores, as we saw Jabe show us in that last one, as we're seeing in this heat now, all this live action.
I love hearing oohs and ahs and whistles and hoots coming up from the boardwalk. That tells me there's action in the lineup. Waiting for scores now for red and white. Everybody looks like they're just frantically trying to get back to the takeoff zone. The heats are going to fly by all afternoon. We're already about halfway through this one. This repechage round 7. The first heat of the round 7 reps for the women. And I got to give a lot of credit to these females that have been surfing their way through the last 2 days of repechage heats. Yesterday, some of these women surfed 3 times and pretty much in a row. Not a lot of time between heats to kind of regather yourself and acclimate to the afternoon heat, but so far I was just about to say so far so good, but another chance right behind it.
Yeah, really trying to gain speed on this one, and unfortunately just not being in flow, I think, from start to finish on that wave. That will not be a keeper for her. Getting a little bit caught up for Nadia on that first opening turn, but recovers that with a nice, strong second turn. Let's take a look at this last of whites. Wraps it around. Still waiting for something big to happen. I really liked that next turn. And here we go. Energy starting to build. And she takes advantage of that wave, just really running a smaller one. Don't love that she didn't finish it. Let's take a look at this of Sophia's. A little bit late to that section. I know it sounds like I'm getting picky here.
You have to.
But this is the judges are getting picky. We're towards that pointy end of the event. And judges are, being really ruthless with what they're expecting from the surfers and not rewarding or expecting anything less than. These surfers are excellent professionals here. And we have been seeing amazing surfing from them for the past 7 days.
I think the wall of sound we heard came from Laura Ropp's wave. It's just perfectly timed with the cheers from the crowd. And another big turn there from your surfer in green, Lucia Induran. She needs to get things rolling. Just sitting on a 0.83 for now, and we're over halfway through this heat.
Yeah, this is what she was trying to do on that one before. Made sure not to dig the nose there. Rode out of it clean. Love the power that came out of that one. That'll put her right back into that heat conversation. And there it is.
6.10. You could almost hear the pop.
Yeah.
She hit the lip. Situation still stands. Laura Ropp in the lead, representing Brazil. Sofia Medina, her teammate from Brazil, 1 and 2. Era Starbay now needs a 4.10. Lucia Induran, like you said, right in there. Just needs a 2.66. Judges were quick to drop that 6.10. That was just a flare sent out by the judges. Go hard. Even if you have an only opportunity for one turn, you make it impactful, you will be rewarded.
Well, I think the judges are being super clear on what they're looking for. I mean, at this point, they're looking for sizable waves and for you to do a critical, fast, powerful turn on the sizable wave. So even if it's just one turn, that will not be it by Laura. But even if it's just one, if it's on that right wave, have the right wave selection. Let's see what Sofia does here.
Yeah, Medina straight up into it. Second turn, nice. Mixing up her maneuvers. Opening carve into a layback snap, kind of almost under the lip. She's going to finish this wave way down the line. I think she got a little more than expected out of that final hit. So a good, clean finish there for Sofia Medina. Definitely going to get rid of a 3.03. We'll see if that even betters that 5.73. Could. It was right on the line. She's going super fast. It's over-delivering on a wave that was looking kind of weird. She's definitely going to get a good score. 7:20 to go now. Nadia Aristarabe having a look there. It's a no-go.
Yeah, that one I think will come in as a good one for Sofia. At first I was going, oh no, it's another one that's starting to dwindle out a little bit towards the end after she took advantage of some amazing opening sections. Comes through as a 4.9. So I think what we are learning right now from these scores being dropped is that the judges really want to see those powerful turns happen on the outside. You know, if your wave does die out towards the end, you're not going to get that score that you're looking for, getting above those 5s. You kind of need it to have that size, that power from start to finish in order to get into that 5, 6, and beyond range.
Yeah, and the highest single wave score right now, dropped by Lucia Indiran, is basically a closeout. And she just, you know, fully engaged up and into the lip, through a ton of spray. It was a really risky maneuver. And the judges know full well, when those two forces collide, you know, the right going into the left, those white waters, it's really difficult to ride through that kind of pressure. But Lucia made it look nice and tidy. Now she's sitting on a .83. That is a score that will be a thorn in your side any heat you surf. She's got to get rid of that. She has time to get a 4.33 and beyond. Still 5 minutes left to go. It's all about positioning now. Get yourself in a spot in the lineup, not only where you feel comfortable, but also where you have the potentially the best chance to get a good, clean line. Nice decision there. That wasn't the wave. I mean, you saw how flat it was on the face. Bumpy, too. Great for chop hops, but those aren't going to score. I mean, it's the IFA World Surfing Games. Those are done for fun. We need to see power surfing, big airs. We've seen a couple of the best airs of the event go down today, so we know there are still ramps out there.
You know, we've been talking about her having the high single wave score, but nice heat totals from both Sophia and Laura are still putting that requirement at 4.33. And as picky as the judges have been about wave selection, it's not just any wave that you can get, that you can surf into a 4.33. You have to also have a wave that provides a little bit more. I mean, think of Sophia's last wave, everything that she did, a 4.9. So we're looking at something right around there of what we just saw from Sophia, or a nice set that comes through that really allows Lucia to unleash on that. But with time winding down, she's going to try and be super selective and make sure that she uses that first priority really smartly. This is a crucial time. You don't really get multiple opportunities when it kind of comes down to these final 4 minutes. So Sophia and Laura sitting in 1 and 2 exactly where they want to be, but both with 3rd and 4th priority, not the team control that you would love to be able to have at this point. You know, if we're talking about team tactics here, they've done their individual jobs. Ideally, you don't have control over this. Ideally, they have 1st and 2nd priority, and then they can both go sit on one of each surfer.
That's the dream scenario.
Dream scenario.
Nightmare for the other 2 teams involved. And right now, all 4 of these surfers representing teams currently sitting in the top 6 of our team standings that were updated after competition yesterday. You got Argentina in 6th, Team USA 5, Spain is 4, Brazil right now sitting in 3rd, Australia and Peru tied for 1st. So 3 minutes, 23 seconds left.
Quick up and down for Laura. And she'll drop down to 4th priority. Unfortunately, not finding another opportunity to improve upon that situation. Increase that requirement for her competitors.
Beautiful flag of our host nation of El Salvador. That's what the surfers are seeing when they're looking in. Very clear. There's no reason to not know the situation happening in the water. That's your priority setup. 2 minutes, 46 seconds left. And on top of that, the visual element, you also have the audio element. Our highly skilled technical beach announcers are feeding these surfers all the information they need to know. It's no frills, just facts. Board launch from Laura Rupp.
Going for a kick out. I mean, I do like the fact that she's staying busy at this point. She's in 4th priority. May as well try and stay busy and find something to improve upon that situation.
Furiously paddling towards the horizon. A big set just rolled through. Caught everyone off guard except Sophia Medina. Put herself in a good position to catch this shoulder, but it did just that. Too shouldery. She's out. 2 minutes left. Sarbi and Indiran out the back in 1 and 2 priority order. So Team Brazil, at the moment, eye off the ball. They let those surfers sit out the back. We'll see. It's a minute 45 to go. I mean, that's still time for at least 1 more wave each.
Do we see anything on the horizon to allow that opportunity? I wonder, Chris, if that was kind of that the last big set, you know, and maybe there's going to be another lull, and maybe that set caught them off guard. But I'm going to eat my words right here. Here comes a wave.
Well, keep saying that.
Yeah.
It worked.
Well,
Set
it's the
comes
commentator's
through.
curse, you know?
The reverse.
The reverse of.
curse.
Woohoo.
115 now. Who's it going to be? Got Lucia Induran in the green jersey with that top priority spot. And
You're kidding. You're kidding.
that's what you call serving priority over on a platter.
Wow.
It's very rare to see an elite level professional surfer miss a wave like that, but it happens. And you can see she's trying to correct the error that she just made, but guess what? You got Sofia Medina coming at you. If we know anything about surfers with the last name of Medina, they know tactics. Sofia is going to make her pay for that priority mistake.
Sofia sitting in first. Obviously, this is where those Brazilian tactics come into play as a team now. Knowing that she has the lower requirement of the two. Oh, gosh.
Oh, close call there. So that was a defensive maneuver. Great job there for Sofia Medina, knowing the rule
boy.
book. Here we go, looking for a 5.76. Solid looking wave, great start. Comes around this section again, nails it. Gotta get the big finish and ride out clean.
No, oh, hooray.
Just done it.
Oh, was that in time? Well, she's in second, so.
Well, I mean, she may have needed that wave because Nadia's
That's
wave
true.
looked pretty good. Was it enough for a 5.76? Just like most of the heats we've seen today, it goes down to the wire. It's in the hands of the judges.
Okay, it doesn't look like they're going to count. The last of white obviously would have been inconsequential anyways because she fell. So it's just coming down to this last one that we're eagerly awaiting if Nadia could be a buzzer beater. A little bit difficult, Chris, when we're kind of on this strong angle to really get to see how critical some of these maneuvers were. Getting caught a little bit on that one. Let's see how this one looks. That's a nice turn. And at first we thought that she went down on this one, but she rode out clean.
My first indication is I'm not buying it.
A little bit shy, maybe.
Pretty messy on the first turn. The last turn was a little loose. Middle turn was incredible.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's all about that middle turn. Comes through, it's not enough. It's a clean sweep from Brazil, 1 and 2. Sofia Medina gets the win. Laura Ropp comes through in second. Team Spain loses Nadia Aristarbe. And Team Argentina loses Lucia Induran. But
wow,
what a heat for these two young Brazilians that went out there with a plan, and it all worked out just as they thought it would. First and second place. They leaned on tactics at the very end. We thought they possibly made a mistake by leaving those two surfers out there, and they may have dodged one with that last wave. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more. It's the ISA World Surfing Games. It's the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We are in the women's repechage of round 7, heat 2. Big names heading out into the lineup. Team Brazil celebrates a clean sweep. First and second place there, job well done. Our reigning gold medal team looking solid. We got 4 more great surfers taken to the lineup. Sol Aguirre, Leilani Mechanical, Eden Walla, and Annette Echebare. Costa Rica, Peru, USA, and Spain represented here. Chris Cote with Rachel Tilley. Lots of excitement today. I mean, every heat has proven that every wave you surf, every turn you do, every second you use is impactful.
Well, we have seen over the last 2 heats in a row, the surfers with the highest single wave scores actually end up bowing out. So showing actually how difficult it is for this wave selection and to get 2 solid scores. So, of course, a single high wave score is really, really helpful, but it's about putting together a complete heat. Let's take a look at the replay of this opening ride.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
That was the sickest turn I've seen in a long time. Leave it up to Sol Aguirre to perform for us. And Leilani got started earlier as well.
Yeah, 2 waves already for Leilani. This is her second 4.33. This one comes through as. So just a couple 1-2 punches for her, but Eden going big to start out.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
That was a buck and bronco ride. Loved that first snap. Just flying down the line. The wave just became a little too much. So 15.5 left. Sol Aguirre, a 7.67, one of the highest single wave scores of the day, and well earned. That turn, super radical.
Let's take a look at this replay from Eden. Love that first opening turn. And there wasn't much in that second turn. Would have loved to see her ride out. So that only comes through as a 3.6. Kind of a frothy and bumpy one. So it's Sol really running away with it in that first exchange. I think for me, if I'm looking at strategy and tactics, Chris, ideally you want to win the first exchange. Okay, if you haven't. In this case, Sol has won it. The other 3 surfers have not. They have 3s, a 4.33 respectively for Leilani. At this point, then my mind strategy changes to by 10 minutes, I want to have at least the highest single wave score, and then I'm working on building upon that. So at this point, I'm trying to change strategy a little bit, maybe be a little bit patient. If you're Sol, you're feeling good. You're just trying to build upon that. I'm just thinking from the other 3 surfers' perspectives, what might be going through their heads. As we see Oliver Zeitz getting ready for his 4th heat of the day, Chris.
Again, this kid was just sitting next to True doing a post-heat interview.
Seriously, these surfers just really giving it their all out there.
Helps to be a teenager when you have to surf 3 times a day like that, or at least tap into that inner teenage vibe. Every surfer left in the draw is so athletic, and they've all proven that they have a lot of stamina. I mean, if you have surfed your way through a couple heats here, or particularly up at El Sunzal, you'd know that you've pretty much already run a surf marathon.
Mm-hmm.
So with 13:30 left, I don't see any of these surfers getting tired already. This is light work for these incredibly athletic human beings. As we see Aguirre over the falls the hard way. So if I'm Aguirre, I'm hoping that one of the coaches or one of the other surfers on Team Peru said, look, if you get a good one, get it back up quick. Rachel's stat that you just threw out there was telling. It's going to take 2 waves. A great one and a good one.
There we go. Yeah. If you have a great heat, 2 great ones.
That's even better. This is not fun and games. This is training.
It is, and I've been loving how each team uniquely has their ways to warm up. Just kind of get the muscles firing, get the mind firing. That's what this one would be. Reflexes, focus. Oh no. Commentator's curse. Right when I said focus.
Literally, don't take your eye off the ball.
Juggling.
This is just, I feel like this is a way to not only activate your hand-eye coordination, but activate your mind.
Yeah.
Build concentration, fully focus as you head out into the lineup.
Well, obviously surfing, not like a ball and bat type of sport, not needing hand-eye coordination in that way, but you really need to have your fleet reflexes and your mind activated, sharp, so that you're reading the wave really well on the spot. You're making smart decisions when to use priority in your wave selection. You don't need to be doing that for, an hour. Just a quick...
Just a little refresh.
A quick refresh prior to paddling out. Kind of help boost you maybe if you're feeling a little bit sluggish in this heat.
We're starting to hear some whistles. We're starting to see the lines come through.
Alrighty.
So it looks like 2 of the 4 surfers are making their way to the north side. Now all of them. Everybody sees it at the same time. It's a mad dash.
I get really excited when I see lines on the horizon and these names in a heat. You know that we're about to see some awesome surfing. I have a lot of anticipation for how this exchange will go down. It's Leilani using her first priority.
So McGonigal sitting on a 4.33 and a 3.33. She's going to go to her backhand now. Quick snap to start. Nicely placed second turn. Really cool shot going down the line. You can see all the forces that Leilani was dealing with on that right-hander. Probably going to get rid of a 3.33. Most likely will kind of fit in right alongside that 4.33. Eden Walla, hard paddle for that one. She's in third priority though, so no mistake there. And not to worry anybody out there who's cheering for Solagere from Team Peru. She does only have 10 minutes to get her backup score, or better, that 7.67. And I'm not even going to put it out in the universe. Rachel already said it. We've already seen multiple surfers go down with one big near excellent score.
Or excellent. Callum Robson, an 8.93. That was crazy. I mean, it's happened to me though. I've lost heats with 9.33 in my score line. It was a final, actually.
Does it sting more or less than just a standard loss?
Gosh, I don't know. I mean, it depends, I guess, on the conditions that you're dealing with. Can sting a little bit more, though, I think, just because you feel like you had it in just within your grasp. You did the hard work. You were showing that you were the most dominant. But I've been saying throughout this entire week, it takes more than just being the best surfer to win a heat. It takes great heat strategy, great use of priority, great time management. Time management, a huge one, being a factor into, what we're talking about right now. Not leaving it up to chance of the ocean if the ocean's going to deliver you a wave in the last 10 seconds. Lucky if it does, but you can't bank on that.
Annette Echevarri. This wave is wild. See if she can make it work through the inside. She goes down. Bit of a shocker for Team Spain. So Annette Echevarri right now. And here we go. Is this the backup or the premier score that Sol's looking for? Nice snap there. All right.
Wow.
She's got to be feeling a little bit better at the moment. Because this wave just keeps gifting her sections down the line. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near the 7.67, but definitely a solid placeholder as a backup with 8 minutes and 15 seconds left. Nicely done, nicely surfed for Solagere. That's how you put a heat together.
Absolutely. That's exactly how you put a heat together. And, she's coming back with a bit of a vengeance. We saw her have a bit of a shocker that caused her to fall into this repechage round. Not, the usual Solagere that we normally see. This is what we're used to seeing from her. Great opening section. Love the speed and distance she made on that one. Wraps it all the way around, drawing lots of lines. Snaps that one, brings this one all the way back around. Lots of variety on this wave, Chris. Really cleanly surfed. I mean, some of these other some of these other waves that we're seeing, let's say like Annette's, it had like 8 faces on that wave, really bumpy. She managed to find one that really cleaned out.
Echevarri now hoping for this wave to materialize a little bit through the inside. Did some good work. Even though that wave was lumped up, she still rode it all the way through. Eden Wallace out the back with the top priority spot. She's sitting in 2nd place for now, waiting for scores to come through for Leilani Mechanical as well as Annette Echevarri.
All right.
This one's going to go down to the bitter end. We know it. I can feel it.
Well, Sol's having a perfect heat so far right now. 2 high single scores.
Walla slams it, goes down, 6:40 to go. We've got the winner of that last heat in the lounge now with True Starling.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. And it's your first time in the lounge here for the poster interviews as well, Sophia. Congratulations on that heat win.
Thank you. Yeah, I just really stoked to make it through.
And as well with your fellow teammate, both of you progressing on through. That's huge, a massive win for Team Brazil.
Yeah, I'm just really happy to make it through with the Brazilian crew. And me and Laura are staying at the same room. And today we were like, oh, it's just like, we gotta go for ourselves and God for everyone, you know. But that's how we say in Portuguese. And yeah, I'm glad we could work our own games. And in the end, like, if I could help her, I would help her. Like, and we're all a team. And I'm just really, really grateful to be here with them. And I'm just glad it all worked out, like, for the whole team, you know. Like, with us making through, it's everyone making through. So that's very, very special.
Yeah, one in, all in, right? So, I mean, we've got your wave here as well, a 5.73. Talk me through it and how you were feeling on this one.
I don't know how to explain it, but I just wanted to hit like a big section. I saw a big section in front of me, and then I was like, oh, maybe there's more, like I gotta hold on to it. And then I saw a little wall, and I was like, okay, I'll just work with what I have. And I was like, I gotta make it until the end. And I saw the rocks, and I was like, whatever, just go for it. And I was like, yes, I made the first wave. Because like we've been talking about, just like make the first wave, just make it all the way, you know. And then I was like, yes, see, Paulo, like our coach. I'm like, you see, I made it.
You're just making sure you're like, see that? Yeah, I did it. Plan tick. You know, for yourself as well, you'll be surfing tomorrow, and it's going to be another huge day. The repechage rounds are a marathon. There's a lot of heats that you need to surf. Going into this next round or this next heat, how are you going to, you know, attack it?
Yeah, it's just getting harder and harder. It's like just trading. I know, it's like my last heat was harder than my other heat, and it just keeps getting harder. And I know it's not gonna be easy, like to make all those rounds. Like we've been competing for like the past 7 days, like in a row, every day. And yeah, I just keep focusing. I'm really focused on what I want, and the opportunity that we are having here is huge. And I'm just really grateful to be here. And I've been praying every day, just like thanking God for being here with like these amazing human beings, learning so much. That's what matters. And whatever the result is tomorrow or after tomorrow or today, like I'm just really grateful to be here.
It's a great attitude to have, Sophia. I know there's a lot of family and friends at home watching you. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, can I say in Portuguese?
Yeah, of course.
Ok. Gente, obrigada por me assistirem. Meu pai que tá aí em casa, papi, estamos passando, tô sobrevivendo e amo muito vocês, mãe, Biel, todo mundo que tá em casa na torcida, Juca. Obrigada por tudo, gente. E é isso, vamos seguindo na garra.
Thank you, Sophia. We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, and I'd say watch out, world. The women's side of the Brazilian Storm is coming. Sophia Medina, an incredible rising star of this sport. She might look a little bit familiar to you. That is because she is the little sister of one of the all-time greats in surfing, Gabriel Medina. I mean, what a representation for Team Brazil right there that Sophia just put on for us. I mean, just expertly surfed. The waves that she was riding were not easy to ride, and she just did everything right, and then the teamwork came through at the end. So great story starting to develop right now for Team Brazil.
Yeah, clearly a fierce competitor, but I love right when she gets on the land, she is one of the sweetest girls you could have a chat with.
You saw Walla right there drop in. She had to give way to Blue Soliguere, who her last wave comes through at a 5.77. 2.5 minutes to go. You'd think that Sol Aguirre most likely safe right now, but don't take my word for it. Stranger things have happened and probably will. We've got 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Leilani McConicle looking for a 4.38. Annette Echebarri, she's right in there as well, looking for a 4.68. Leilani does have that top priority position. Walla in the second priority spot.
Yeah, not a lot needed for Leilani. She's in first priority now. 4.38. I mean, this is where we saw her get a buzzer beater yesterday. That was really, really exciting in one of her 3 heats surfed.
We have a paddle from Annette Echebarri. She's in fourth priority, so not a mistake there. Ooh, she could be putting herself in a good position for this little right-hander with 1.5 minutes to go. It just sneaks out from under these 3 surfers.
And I think Leilani is just way down the beach, sitting over on that left over there by herself.
It's a gamble we've seen already today, Suzuki, but it did not pay off for her.
Oh, well, it paid off. She got an excellent score, but it wasn't consistent enough.
Half a payoff.
Yeah, half a payoff. She got an 8-something in the final minute, but didn't have time. Not a super consistent left at the moment.
She's got to be on your list of surfers with that excellent score that just couldn't back it up.
Yeah, you're right.
It's kind of a bittersweet list to be on. Quick snap there. Both surfers up and down. Nothing happening there. 40 seconds left. So Aguirre out the back. Second priority. She can kind of control the peak here because Leilani is way up the beach, hoping for something to swing her way.
It's not looking like there is much action out there, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Sol had to make the decision of who to shadow here. There's a little bit of an opportunity for Sol, so defensive wave there, keeping Annette Echebarri off that one. 3 seconds left. Leilani, her hands have left the rail. Looking for a 4.38.
Oh!
That was a tough one to watch. We almost saw another stunning buzzer beater, but that's going to be it for Leilani McConicle and Annette Echebarri. So Costa Rica and Spain lose 2 of their best team riders. Give it up to Sol Aguirre, that huge start. Great backup score of a 5.77. Eden Walla doing it for Team USA. She comes through in second place. So Team USA, Team Peru moving through. And we're going to flip the script yet again to the repechage for the men. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games opening ceremony.
Welcome everybody to Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games. It's my happiness to welcome all the 61 teams, 297 athletes, 450 participants. I wish all of you guys the best in the competition. A few of you are going home with medals, most not. But all of you are champions because you are here representing your country for the love of surfing, for the love of this competition. You're representing your countries, take that with you for the rest of your life. It's the highest honor in these World Surfing Games because we together are the United Nations of Surfing. Lovely moment in my life. Open officially the Surf City El Salvador ISA 2025 World Surfing Games! Yeah!
Welcome back to Surf City. A lovely afternoon for it. How about some men's repechage? Do you feel like that, BL? Should we do it?
I feel like it. I'm ready to go. 3 more heats to wrap up the day. And they are smoking heats. We're in round 8 of the repechage. So heaps of heats, heaps of surfing. And that's when you build the momentum and we see the best from people.
Having a look at Razunas of Argentina, Bruce Burgos, Ecuador, Ollie Zeitz, Netherlands, Ruben Vitoria from Spain. So a couple of surfers fresh from the fight of the later heats of the previous repechage round.
Look at that, 7.5 sitting there.
Wow.
And that would be a direct reflection of the familiarity and the relationship he's built out of the heats he's surfed today. Here it goes. Drops down the face, backhand.
Vitoria, good work on her left. He's already got a score in. Doing some nice, lively stuff with speed. Team Spain had a little bit of a wobble last few heats. Vitoria trying to make amends.
Yeah, the Echebarra sisters, unfortunately, being eliminated. So that's going to be a big blow to their campaign. I think they're up in 4th place at the end of yesterday.
They might struggle to stay there. Depends, obviously, how Ruben goes in this. Having a look at live with Zeitz.
Just gave it a little bit too much, flared the tail a bit too much, got the nose around, dug it in. Unfortunate fall, but it didn't look like that great a wave, really. So if you're on the great waves and the score's in the wave, you're almost obliged just to surf it and get the score out of the wave. We see Portugal, and there's a 5-5 on his second ride, 2 backhand turns. That sounds right. This is the 7-5. Paulie drives off the bottom. Conservative hit of the lip there. Beautiful big wrap. Almost lost the fins there too. Beautiful finish. 3 big turns. He loved the way it felt. So did the judges. Ollie. Pumping, driving, looking for some wall in front of him. Floats over that little peat there. Stands up in front of him. Gets the last turn in. It was all a bit messy and all over the place, that one. Came in at a 3.83. That makes sense too.
If you're Ruben Vitoria, how good does it feel to have 13 points on the board in the opening couple of minutes of the heat? He'd be feeling really good about his position.
That's the dream. That's what you visualise in your mind when you're mentally rehearsing the heat. You know, you're seeing yourself come out of the blocks, win the opening exchange, back it up quickly. So job done so far for Spain.
And from this point, does he make an adjustment now from the strat coming in? I guess if a wave doesn't look like a 5-5, he doesn't need to get involved.
Yeah, so exactly. You know, you've got to identify the ones that are better than a 5-5. And then you've got the decision to move away from the others while they've got the priority and create opportunity, or just to get near them and be around them and give them something to think about rather than just give them, you know, not be there and them not even think about you and have a clear slate for their focus. You know, sometimes you just, even if you're down the priority roster, it's just good to be where they are to add confusion to the moment.
It's probably a little bit of release as well. I mean, he'll be relentless right till the end of this, but just surfed a couple of heats already today. It is stinking hot down here, and he's back out there. And to be able to, definitely hasn't got the job done, but just to already have a moment where he can just say, okay, I can breathe now. I've done some good work. I want some more, but to do it from a place of calmness and composure. There's a really nice angry hit for Ollie Zeitz, and another. And he'll slide out the tail and then get going again, surfing away from us, covering a lot of ground on a slightly softer way, so he had to be kind of vigorous just to keep the board moving and probing. Here's the answer to our question. Vitoria will just keep going here from wider. Connected with some good energy. First turn, loads of spray, just taps that ball into the lip and then brings this one down quick and rapid.
Wow.
Good chance of improving potentially on the 5-5 here. That was decent. He loves it. Display of emotion to out the back. Look at this glide from Burgos. Really nice. If he can pull that down. Got to wind up the windows. It will be incomplete on the last turn. Great speed coming into that, but couldn't use that speed to ride out.
It's always interesting when they switch shot and the guy flies into screen. You get a sense of the energy and the speed in a moment, as we did there for Bruce Burgos from Ecuador. So at this point in time, the Europeans in a strong position. I feel like Ruben does improve on that 5.5. I feel like Oliver's going to have his best score, obviously, as well, and put the pressure on those surfers from the Americas. Ecuador, Argentina, way down South America for Argentina. Ecuador, not far up the road, really.
Bruce Burgos on the paddle back out after his wave. See where it puts him. Been very impressed with Peru. Solid gire. Once again, and the smile on your face tells you everything you need to know if you didn't catch the heat, whether she made it or not. But yeah, up there with the Australians overnight. Team Peru coming into today. We'll have another look at those ratings later on. Tomorrow we'll have a better picture as things really start to crystallize and we get towards the latter stages and start to look at medals and these type of things.
Yeah, it all gets determined largely at that top end, you know. You get people winning, you take maximum points, has a big influence on, I'll tell you what's going to have a big influence. Look at the score for Spain.
Another massive number for Victoria, 7-6. You could just pick out, as he kicked out, it wasn't back at the tower or back at his crowd, but he did a little double fist bump. He had a bellow. He doesn't, I was talking about this earlier, it doesn't show loads of emotion, but just when he kicked out, he did it to himself out the back. He's so shy and humble. Even his claims are to himself, but what about this surfing?
Aggressive, powerful, kind of feels almost reckless, doesn't it? Like there's these opportunities, like, oh, is he going to, oh, no, he made it, oh, and you're sort of up and down in the emotions as he's riding along. And the completion, see there, throws the tail. This one, bang, another one. Critical, on edge surfing for Spain. Third one was amazing. Gets the cutout, and that little stomp was just like, yes, that's my second one.
Yeah, huge total for him. 15.1 points. Someone else who dropped good numbers and got the heat win was Team Peru's Sol Aguirre. Let's go and talk to her.
Definitely happened, Paul. Some big scores in that last heat for you, Sol. It was packed.
It was packed. Yeah, that was a stacked heat. I mean, I know all of the girls. It's like kind of we're like in a Challenger Series event, round one. So I knew it was going to be fun, and I'm happy I made it for my country and for myself.
Let's talk about it. A 7.67 and a 5.77 as well. Let's take a look at your waves. Talk me through it.
Hola, miércoles, jueves y viernes. Wow, I was like going for everything, and then I disappeared, but I felt like I was gonna make it, and I made it. To be honest, I didn't know I was gonna get like almost an 8, so wow, but that looked really good, so I'm very happy.
Like, as committed surfing, you get big scores for that. You know, this repechage round, it's hard, there's a lot going on with it, but you progress through with that one. Team Peru is doing really well. They're tied for first at the moment, which is huge. How do you feel like the team is going to go throughout the next 2 days? Because we're coming to the pointy end of the event.
I think I don't know, we're just going for everything. We're really powerful. I'm so happy to be part of this strong team, and I know we can bring a gold medal, and we have the knife in our mouth, and we're ready to smash everyone. So
I love that.
Yeah.
Hey, Sol, it's
Hello.
Barton Lynch here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I know you create your own music. Do you listen to your own music before you paddle out?
Well, I do sometimes. When I'm super anxious, I play present time so I can be on the present.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a really good song to be in the moment. And thank you for reminding me that I'm going to play it for my next heat.
Yes. Well done, mate. Great heat.
Thank you.
Heat prep's already started now.
Yeah.
You know, Sol, it was a big day of surfing, lots of heats, lots of support time for you as well. I know there's a lot of people supporting you at home, though, that you'd like to say hi to.
Yes. Gracias a todos por ver Perú una vez más en lo más alto. Quedan 2 días, así que en el presente, apoyando a todos. Ahorita está Luca y Lucas en el agua. De ahí termina el día y mañana otra vez empezamos. Así que manden todas las vibras y acá estaremos para enseñarle al mundo de qué estamos hechos.
We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, True. Great job. So, Team Peru, they got a lot of power. They got the knife in their mouth. I like that.
Yeah, that was a great analogy, wasn't it? We saw some good waves surfed in the break. Ecuador here just throwing it out of the top. He is a wonderful surfer too. Such great style and technique. 3.27 on the opener.
Yeah, Franco got a wave as well. This is a real quality heat. Enjoying this. Ollie Zeet's belted one himself. He's going to get a really good number. Judges deliberating.
5.43 for Franco drops. 6.07 for Bruce Burgos. Ecuador, that tightens this heat right up. The lead still really very powerful for Spain. Couple of mid-range sevens. You take that every day of the week, especially in the first 5 minutes or so of your heat.
Ruben Vittoria. He's having an absolute blinder here. Way out in front, dominated this. More or less just watch this one play out for the rest of it. We'll enjoy the scramble for second, where it's been a bit of inequality in terms of opportunities taken anyway. Franco Radziunas of Argentina is in the game with a number, but he's just ridden one wave.
And look at the scores needed. Oliver Zeet's got a 5.93 on that last one during the interview. And, you know, fives all round the arse. Call them sixes just to be safe for third and fourth. So super tight heat here, as you said, except for our leader.
Yeah, we were talking about the different ways that scores can come. Meanwhile, on the backhand, a powerful backhand, Bruce Burgos, Ecuador again, just knifing that turn high in the pocket. Staying really loose. 5.29 is what he's after at the moment. I'm not sure that score is what he's really surfing towards. He's just trying to go maximum points with still this much time left. Here's Ollie Zeet's on a big wave. You can see the momentum from takeoff. The third turn's great. And then he's able to come from behind and go right up there. So much more critical. A great combo.
Little fold of the arms there. I'm not exactly sure what that says.
That one, ice cold.
Oh, under pressure. Not feeling it, Franco.
Whoa, big hit. Radziunas.
Oh,
and a stumble.
critical.
Uncharacteristic mistake from Franco, Team Argentina.
Oh, you can't do that when you're on a good one and you've done the work early. You've got to finish them.
And where we are with the clock in this and just opportunities, you cannot afford to make those mistakes, but this was beautiful surfing from Ollie.
Super tight, flaring snap, throwing spray to the heavens, drops down, stays deep. I love the spread of the arms, the rotation of the body, critical, beautiful turn into the second one. Let's see this little, give us a look at this. I don't know this one. This is new to me.
Chilly.
Clap to, oh yeah. And what does that mean? Snap, Franco, let's watch that instead. Beautiful turn. He's on his way to a great score, and then unfortunately again, did you see that weight kind of forward and over the front leg rather than staying back? And sometimes that's, as I said before, that's a result of pressure and the mind getting involved. Great surfing, big snap. Not going to change anything though. Close out. So does that mean you're like icy, like not feeling the pressure?
Really good and you make it look easy, ice cold. There's an English footballer, soccer player, Cole Palmer. He does that every time he scores. Barely even smiles.
That must be kind of annoying. Did he score a lot?
Yeah, quite a lot. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's quite good at football.
Well, Oliver Zeet's quite good at surfing, fair to say.
Yeah, he's looking great out here and he enjoyed that. We like the celebration. It's something different as well. We've seen a lot of fist pumping, haven't we?
Plenty of fist pumping.
A lot of sort of veins bulging in necks and sort of screaming back at the tower.
6.43. Interesting to compare the 5.93 and the 6.43 to the 7.5 and the 7.6. Maybe one turn extra on the rights of the Spanish surfer. Ruben Vittoria. But in terms of, sharp, fast, kind of, perfect type of surfing, not much difference between the two performances on the waves. Maybe a little more drama and edge to the surfing of Ruben Vittoria that's translating into a little bit higher point average.
Burgos hunting for 6-3. He's travelled a long way. He'll go to the air. He'll kick it away. He travelled for ages trying to get there, and the wave was just kind of running out of juice. That ramp was just sort of always fading on him, getting away.
2:30. So we're right down there now. And as you said, Ruben's just cruising, bruh. He's had a big day. He's made his way through all of them heats. And here's Franco in and out. First priority with first place. Second priority with second place. 2 minutes on the clock. Pretty much can figure what the strategy would be at this point in time. And we can see green heading over because blue and red need to be covered because they are exceptional surfers. We've seen incredible surfing from them all week. Day 7 of 9. Final weekend. It's going to be massive. Oh, that was well left. That was sneakily left by Oliver Zeitz there. Got himself right where he needed to be and didn't need to paddle to kind of impact and influence the situation. He could stop paddling now if he wanted to and maintain the priority. Decides not to, and he's up and riding.
Here goes Ollie Zeitz, Netherlands, first snap. Nice and vicious. And again.
Even bigger.
Generating speed from the bottom of a smaller wave, but his turns are huge up in the lip.
Lovely surfing.
Slide to finish as well.
Gives himself a little clap. Pat on the back. Deserves it. It's been a great heat, but it's not over. 1 minute 15. The ask for Bruce Burgos, 6.3. The ask for Franco Razunas, 6.93. It's well not and truly not over with 1 minute to go.
Last minute here. Repechage round 8. First heat of that. We'll have a couple more of them before we round out the day. Dominant performance from Spain. And Ruben Vittoria will just take this one. He's in such good form. Look at that. Textbook rail surfing from him. Smashes another big hit. Look how quickly he gets the accelerator going and arrives at a section to just put a bit of a point way for Argentina. Whoa, great first turn. He needs a 7, essentially. Whoa, hello. Will he pull this down? He does. Oh, my goodness. But wait, we got another score to come in for Ollie Zeitz on a smaller wave with big turns. But I tell you what, that was super critical from Franco, Argentina.
And we know the old less is more does seem to rear its head. And the judges are going to love that. They were 2 massive turns on the big sections. 5.93, old Oliver Zeitz is trying to improve on. I feel like he potentially does that. The only thing against that wave was its size didn't match this size. Look at this. Well overhead. First turn. Oh, clean, critical, exactly where it needed to be. Second turn, amazing. Flared the tail. Pulled it. Judges got work to do. 7.43 drops for Oliver Zeitz's last. Little balancing score there to keep the average where it needed to be, most probably. Here we go, pumping down the line. Gets that final turn for our heat leader. Couple of 7s. I don't feel that he's under pressure at this point in time. And here's Ollie's smaller wave, inside wave. Still overhead, but again, the section's not that big. That was a flaring turn. Cuts it back into the pocket. 7.43. I kind of didn't see that coming, but that's a big score. I felt like a couple earlier ones maybe were a bit lower on what I thought they'd be. Reason why I said kind of a balancing score. And red, there's a 7.47 on the last of Spain. That doesn't count because he's got 7.5, 7.6, so throwing away a 5.5 and a 7.47. Great heat for Ruben Vittoria.
Well, let's make this simple. Which was better? The last wave from Franco or that wave we just saw from Zoli? Without getting into the scores.
Franco's was better.
Franco's was the better ride.
Yes, I think it's going to be scored. There's the scores. Up into second place.
And it comes in. He gets it 8-6. It's over a point better. Absolute scenes here at La Bocana. Drama. Ollie Zeitz cannot believe it. And Team Argentina, they've been the loudest bunch all week down here.
They will be giving it decibels down on the deck right now. They'll be absolutely delighted. And from nowhere, really, Franco is having a nightmare, but he backed himself, smashed 2 big turns.
Yeah, and it's never over till it's over. And he just, kept the focus, found the wave he was looking for. Nice big set, one of the biggest waves of the heat. 2 massive turns. The judges loved the 2-turn combination. Any more, a taper on that thing, you almost go backwards with your score as we see it here. Let's enjoy this, Paulie.
Love the drama here. Argentina, Radziuna, stay alive in repechage. We go to a quick break. We don't want the action to stop. No. There'll be more of it right after the break.
Sueña en grande. Grande como ser unos segunditos más rápido que la última vez. Y mantente siempre hidratado con los electrolitos de Gatorade para poder sudar hasta hacerlo realidad.
Drama at La Bocana. We're still recovering from what just went down in the previous heat. And while we do that, we'll look forward to the next. And we're going to see more brilliant surfing for some of the best in the world going at it. Loving the show here, BL.
Oh, me too, mate. Fantastic surfing. Across the board, all sorts of stuff. Argentina getting a last-minute walk through. Look at this one. This is another stacked heat too.
Couple of Peruvians. Messinas Perez taking on Kian Martin of Sweden. And Jay Svirkoki from the USA, who's been great today. He's been so good in different ways. He's been cool with his approach. He's been electric on the wave face and in the lip. Surfed really well. He's done airs as well in his first heat of the day. He's just looked great.
And he's got a 5.33 to start. 4.17 for Luca Messinas. La Machina is his nickname because he's a machine, meaning that as a competitor, he doesn't make many mistakes. He is really hard to beat. 4.33 for Lucas Perez for Peru. And just waiting on a score from Kian Martin. Look at the speed of that footwork.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Teva Bushkat, Team Morocco.
I don't know that I've ever moved that fast in my 62 years.
There's still there's still time.
Even at my prime, that was amazing. 4.33. So all surfers having decent opening rides.
Lucas Perez giving it a little waft of the fins to open up with. Doesn't quite get the connection he was after. Pretty good call to get involved. Kick things off, have a swing. Why not? He's already got one score in of a 4.33. Trying to put a backup up immediately. This is James' early work, 5.33.
Snaps out of the top. Into the, oh, beautiful big turn there. One of the biggest turns we've seen from him. Another closeout turn, 5.33, complete, beautifully done. We're calling this the 4.17 of Luca Messinas. Oh, wow. Well, pretty good points, really, with that inconsistency and falling at the end. And in the white, flaring out of the top. This is a 4-3-3. Snaps again. Oh, so we're seeing some attacking surfing that's resulting in wipeouts and incompletions, but the signs are good. That's what we want to see. You got to go for it at this point. Round 8 of the repechage. One more heat to go. And it's been another great day. Where do you get this much surf? How do you, if 7 days straight anywhere in the world, even Hawaii in winter can find that up and down. The inconsistency can be there. But this just hasn't been too much bigger, hasn't been too much smaller, and it's just stayed in that, what do you call it, 3 to 6 foot range in general. Bigger, the face is obviously bigger than that, but in an old school fashion.
Yeah, the size of the waves has been impressive. The consistency as well. You've been talking about this a lot, but just how regular the sets come as well, because who wants to watch, 6 foot wave break and then look at a still ocean? You're looking at a drone shot of 2 dudes basically sitting there for half an hour. It's easy to understand why some people look at our sport and go, sorry, what's this?
Yeah, I'm watching paint dry.
It's not been that way at all here. It's just the chances that everyone gets the equal opportunity from being provided in some of that conversation about wave pools is almost sort of moot here in the ocean, because you just get so much of that natural energy throughout your heat, and they're really short heats as well.
And the wave pool events, with all due respect, become repetitious and boring, because you know exactly what the wave's going to do. You know when the tube's going to happen. You know exactly what they're going to do. And by the end of the event, you're like, well, that was kind of a bit, wasn't exciting. Here we've got the consistency of a wave pool, but Kian Martin, beautiful big single turn outside. Spray and speed and water flying everywhere from our surfers. But yeah, here you've got the excitement of wave selection, and it really draws us back to what is real surfing, true surfing in the ocean. Boom.
Very nice. Well done, that man, Lucas Perez. Good job there. So an exchange with Martin, Svekoki, Perez, all involved.
Opening exchange goes to Jabe. Svekoki again. He's pretty much won the opening exchange on every heat he has surfed, and shown incredible competitive prowess this week for the USA.
Yeah, he's looked really good. You're thinking about his interviews, and we've seen quite a few of them because he's just been winning so many heats, but he's not on that emotional roller coaster. He's not having those big peaks and highs. He's pretty even-handed and cool-headed about everything, and I think that's really paying off for him here, particularly in all of this heat. But you come in, it's another ocean, it's another heat, anything can happen. One of your opponents could smash an 8 in the first 30 seconds, and suddenly your bubbles burst. Yeah. But he's just kept things on such an even keel. I mean, it helps if you go out and rip as well, obviously.
And I suppose the even keel comes from the even keel in your head. You know what I mean? The management and control of your mind in these competitive, pressured situations. He is a great competitor and a great surfer. Lucas Perez, powerful, strong surfer, flares the tail. He's had a 4.33 and a 3. Judges considering his last ride. Up in the lead, the USA, 5.33 and a 5.07. Continuing to add the points. A little more wind, a little more sea breeze out there this afternoon. Thankfully, because it is stiflingly hot out there, and the little sea breeze just gives you a moment of relief.
Yeah, a little peek behind the curtain of commentary life. We haven't ventured out of our studio today. It's so nice in here. Normally when you get a break, you go walk up and down, you sort of sample the vibe down the boardwalk. I sort of opened the door and just went, nah. Just closed it again, sat back down.
I heard Drew say, I thought I was going to end up in a puddle out there because it is so hot. I've been taking some walks out, go get a coffee and, just go to the bathroom, whatever, and looking around. And when you walk back into our booth, it's like heaven.
Speaking of True Starling, let's go and hear from her.
Yeah, thank you so much. Ruben, you've surfed all 4 heats today. Time to just sit back and enjoy the victories.
Thank you so much. Right now I need some relax and some ice bath, please. Ice bath in some cold water.
Next time we should relocate and do this in the ice bath zone. It's way too hot out here.
Yeah.
I mean, you had a really great heat. A 7.6 and a 7.5 is huge. A big congratulations for that. Some massive scores. Doing Team Spain really proud all day today.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm so proud with my surfing. All the team is supporting me so hard, so that's helped a lot in like this kind of days. Like they are super long days, so all the support help everything. So I'm pretty happy to make these 4 heats, and let's go for tomorrow.
I think we should watch these waves because it's a pretty big heat total, 15.1. Talk me through it, please, because this was great surfing.
I don't know, the start was amazing for me. Like everyone was deeper than me, like fighting for the prio, and I was more in the outside. Like my strategy was stay in the right place, and they were way deeper. So just be in the right place, and I got the good one. So lucky that I made it.
Right place at the right time. Team Spain, everyone around you, they're super proud of you. You can feel the vibes and how, you know, excited they are to watch you progress through to tomorrow as well. It's been a big day. I know you're really tired. And I know that there's been a lot of people supporting you at home, getting up and watching those heats, sitting down in front of the TV. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yes, please. Es que ricasco a todos desde casa. Se nota mucho la energía que estáis enviando porque este día tan duro sin vuestra energía no pudiera haber sido. O sea que muchas gracias, es que ricasco de hoy y seguimos mañana en la lucha.
Let's
Thank
go.
You so much.
Pleasure. Thank you, Ruben. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, True. Well done. Ruben Vittoria, he's delighted with his work. He's knackered as well.
Incredibly hard day at the office, and really now it's all about tomorrow and actually rising and waking tomorrow morning, trying not to feel the impact of a day like today. 4 heats out there in this weather, in the heat, with the pressure of this situation. You're in the repechage round, so every one of those 4 heats was do or die. He's been super consistent and really put his name there as a great ambassador for his country. It's been an amazing performance from him. It'll be interesting to see how the surfers who have had that gnarly day today bounce back tomorrow against surfers from the main round.
Kian Martin, just a wrapping turn for him. And then a kick out, trying to find something. He hasn't tapped into loads energy-wise thus far.
Interesting, I spoke to some people who had been to Punta Roca today. Said it was tiny, 1 foot, 2 foot. So obviously down this part of the coast magnifies the swell and creates height in the ways that, you know, when the swells drop down, it still hangs in here when at other places it actually drops off, making it such a great contest venue.
See some energy bending in here. Priority. Messinas, Team Peru needs to get something going. 6:30 on the clock. He's got the inferior of the high scores, and he's only got that. So he'll want to turn that around. He'll definitely show some interest from a wider position, but not really in a chance to go. So he's in that kind of Ruben Vittoria position where those 7s came from, was wide of the main peak. This is right up there on the peak, and this is Peru in the form of Lucas Perez. So contrasting fortunes thus far for those two, but not actually loads in the score. This is your heat leader with a couple of 5s. Oh, and once again, good enough to mix things up and go nice and vert with a Rio to finish.
It was late and he just made it look so easy.
There's Martin. Good looking wave here. First turn. Look at the speed. Oh. And again, just gliding up above. And a wave that he just had. It's the first real connection where you've seen him go kind of full throttle. Before that, it's been just a little bit held back on energy, his waves. And then he was able to get the wave to kind of match what he brought. And he enjoyed the feeling.
We enjoyed it. 2 back-to-back, very similar rides. 2 turners, both with a committed last turn that was super late but super critical. It's going to be really interesting to see how the judges separate those two rides. A lot of similarities. Here we go, up and riding.
Okay, this is Macinas from wider. So you see him taking off pretty much where the other two finished their wave. He surfs past them and does pretty decent work before overcooking the end.
So unlike him to see that simple mistake when all the good work was done.
So he'll have some work on his hands. Expect some improvements to come elsewhere. And this heat, bit of a slow burner really compared to some of the drama that we've just seen go down and the massive numbers. But what that will mean is it'll be up for grabs till the very end. All the while these stay low scoring. Anything can happen in terms of situations.
Luca Macinas ridden 2 waves. Judges considering he's second, where both blue and white have surfed 6 waves. Way busier. That priority, when you get it, it can be a real curse sometimes in certain conditions, because you're obliged to wait. You're obliged to turn the advantage into some type of great wave selection and an advantage on the scoreboard. But if sets don't come, it can put you under pressure. Luca Macinas having a look on the inside at another right-hander here. He's down in 4th priority.
Macinas tearing in on a smaller wave, but really good form and great positioning on this wave. Finish is cool, loads of spray. And he'll get a slash to slide to finish. So a couple of numbers to come in, notably Kian Martin's last wave, which may get him up threatening Perez, which then will mean the requirement for Lucas is higher.
Jabes for the USA, as we see Luca, the Peruvian here, first turn, nice power, tweaks the tail, drives into this inside section, vertical into the lip, and then, yeah, nice ride. By the time he got to that end, that thing was done anyway. Look at this last turn, flaring, clean, free, wafting, 5.6 for the last of the USA.
I like that little question he's asking there. Is that, are you not entertained, judging panel?
Is that enough? Boom. First turn was big, late to the second, but just made it look so easy, maybe even too easy.
Yeah, he's really smooth, isn't he? Really, really polished. You don't see a lot of that arm ringing or kind of, ooh, I nearly fell off there type of energy from him. No. He's so dialed in. But that was really nice. I enjoyed that.
Highest score of the heat so far, 5.77. We talked about Cam Martin we were talking about right then, and the Americans wave a 5.6 to a 5.77. We said they were kind of carbon copies of each other, and a slight edge to the Swede.
Final couple of minutes here. This is really anyone's at this stage.
2 Peruvians, though, in 3rd and 4th right now, so that could be a big blow to the country's campaign here if they lose both of their surfers right now. 5.8 and a 5.65, totally doable. Here we go, paddling. Second priority, just lost his second priority. He's in big trouble now because first and second priority are in first and second place. There's 1 minute 25 on the clock, and we know what happens from here ordinarily.
Yeah, Wave didn't want him, did it? This potentially quite good news for the likes of Team Australia, who were right up there. Peru is up there with them overnight. Just lost Callum Robson as well, which is a bit of a surprise. So to see another team that was high flying in the overnight rankings lose potentially 2 surfers. But as you mentioned earlier, it's not necessarily about having the masses get into the near late rounds. It's all about having multiple surfers making finals.
Absolutely. Luca Macinas, 6.76 is the ask. We don't see his last wave going there, most probably.
Yeah, good arrows from Martin. A 6.27 comes in. So he got the second high score and the high score. There's last 2 waves. Oh, hang on. A little bit of splashy stuff going on here. Kian Martin way out in front. He's happy. 12.04. And that after basically a load of misfires from his point of view. I think he had about 5 waves that were under 2 points. It's going to feel really good for him. The sweet music of the beach announcer's voice reading out the fact that you're in the lead and there's not much time to go either.
Under 10.
We're going to count down here. Don't think we'll see another wave, BL.
Big blow for Peru. 3rd and 4th places. Sweden and the USA advancing. Kian Martin, he is stoked. And so he should be. Pulled that one out at the end with some beautiful surfing.
No real upsets at this stage because anyone is still here in round 8. Is a quality surfer, but a bit of an eyebrow for Team Peru, who've been going so well, and the power has been their strength. Well, they'll lose 2 surfers from the event here. 1 more heat to go to round out the day. Well done to Sweden and Kian Martin. We'll wrap this up. We'll be back with our last heat of the day right after the break. And a very warm welcome back to the action. Surf City, El Salvador will wrap up a massive day of competition here and a lot of headlines and big talking points. Stories from today, major performances significantly. And surfers really putting in a lot of effort to emerge through multiple rounds of repechage. Looking to try and do that in the water right now for brand new surfers. Martin Sverkoki getting it in the previous heat. You're watching Timmy Elter of Deutschland out there right now. And going to work. Light on his feet, covering some ground. Showing some variety on a smaller wave. Meanwhile, Owen Moss. That coiled spring that he brings already. A lot more fizz to this ride and a lot more venom. That's a stock turn that he does. I like it. That snap slide with a bit of venom. And Owen Moss, good enough to get up there for a finish as well. So you can't help but make an obvious contrast. And although we're looking at different angles, it just felt like there's a lot more energy in that surfing from Owen.
Yeah, and the wave delivered too. It stood up tall. Timmy Elter's wave, he surfed it as well as he could, but it never really had those highlight moments that get you excited because, you know, in the wave itself, he was trying everything he could to give it everything he had to get the scores that he needs or wants. Opening rides, but that one from Owen Moss felt distinctly better.
Yeah, he's in really, really good form. And just to bring that at the start of a heat. Meanwhile, also out in the water, Morocco, Teva Bushka, Darshan Antiquera of Costa Rica.
They've been in such good form this week too. Morocco and Costa Rica and Germany matching it with the superpowers of surfing. And that whole playing field's starting to even up. We can see it evening up year after year here at the ISA World Surfing Games. The surfing, what do they call it? The United Nations of surfing. Indeed it is.
Kicking off our Olympic cycle as well towards Los Angeles 28. So seeding for our teams for next year's World Surfing Games will come from their results here. So that first step in a long process towards qualifying is significant. Obviously, the better, more favourable seed that your team, your country comes into that event with, well then a more favourable draw it would have, and you see it in qualifying for all sorts of different tournaments. Getting that high seed and avoiding some of the other top seeds early on is exactly what you want to do. Of course, by the latter stages, well, you got to beat everybody. But crucial stepping stone on that long path. Having a look at Costa Rica right now. Whoa, great punt. And he'll get blown up. And Takera went real high there, just launched that thing.
Tevabushka, we saw a short in and out there. It was kind of a mistake with wave selection. And that might have been one of the biggest sets. You know, it's meant to pick up. Timmy Elter stuck behind, dives off. It's meant to pick up this afternoon, this evening into tomorrow and be a little bit bigger tomorrow. And that was the first set that we've seen break out on that outside for quite some time. So maybe indications of that bump in the swell already starting to appear. Look at the first score for the USA.
Yeah, good number for Owen Moss, 6'5". Another look here, BL. What did you like about it?
I like the way the wave, yeah, he just drilled that. Look at the way it stands up in front of him. This next one, you watch it, just look at it stand up. And it goes, hit me, give me more, wraps it around. Then a little Nelly went over the handlebars there. Here's live action.
Owen Moss again gives it a full-blooded slice in the pocket. And then eyeing up a section down the line. And pushes, goes incomplete behind him, Bushka. Good opening section, but while that wave was breaking and showing speed, all he could do was wait by the white water. By the time he gets around here, he's a little bit annoyed with what happened there on the wave.
Or just the fact that he caught it and wasted his priority on something that didn't score. Always feels terrible. Couple of 0.5s for the Moroccan. And really only one wave is of consequence at this point in time, so no need to get too upset. Still 15 minutes to go, only 5 gone, so great start for Owen Moss. 3.2 on the second.
By this stage of the day, after doing multiple rounds in this, surfers will be feeling for sure the exertion, the effort that they put in, that emotional investment you put into your heats as well. And then to get out there and find the 2 scores. And there's something about the last heat of the day, and particularly anything that happens late in that heat, giving you a little extra kick into tomorrow. You saw just how relieved and how pleased Ruben Vittoria was. I just wonder, after he does his recovery and he's going to, you know, rehydrate and cool down, but after that, how long do you sit and think about how well today went? At what stage do you just sort of park that and start to look forward to tomorrow?
Already, immediately, essentially. You know, you need to take the positives out of it, but really it's all about recovering from the exhaustion of the moment and finding the energy and the spark to be there tomorrow morning like you haven't just surfed for 7 days. And that's going to be the challenge for the surfers in this repechage round for sure.
Strong American team. Owen Moss in the water right now. The only surfer from the East Coast, Wilmington, North Carolina.
Lost a few of those. Reed Van Wagener out. Luke Guinaldo out. So, you know, Ella McCaffrey, there's been some tough results for the USA. They were still up there. I can't wait to see those team results tomorrow morning after today's competition and really assess where things are at.
Having a look at the German squad right now. Bit of a spread from them as well, geographically. And out in the water, Timmy Elter. Even the Canary Islands, Fuerteventura.
Have you been to the Canaries?
Yeah.
And?
Many times.
Amazing.
Beautiful. Can be quite windy.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
I can't wait to go there, though. Sounds like a bit of a tropical paradise.
Yeah.
With some radical rocks and reefs and lava
amazing for winter sun, particularly, you know, just where Europe
In
is.
Europe winter.
A lot of people, it's a quick escape as well. It's inexpensive.
Yeah.
They can get down there, cheap flights.
Don't tell the world that. Bit late, we just did.
Yeah, I think they already know. It's quite popular.
Yeah. When I was a kid, it was known. We knew of that left, the pipeline-like left when I was a kid.
Yeah. All right, here goes Teva Bushka. Slicing on a left of his own. Nice work from him, much better. He was a bit frustrated early on. He'll feel a little bit better about life right now. Oh, Moss is feeling okay. He's leading the heat.
Looking to improve on the 3-2 would be the reason riding that. Smaller wave. Both those rides were smaller. Wonder what happened there early for Darshan. Been slow out of the blocks. But we've seen enough times to know that that doesn't actually matter. In the end, you can buzzer beater it if things go your way.
Time to check in with winner of the last heat with True Starling.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kian. This is actually a pretty big moment for all of Sweden because you just locked in the best ever result Sweden has seen in an ISA World Surfing Games.
And we're still going, but let's keep it going.
Yeah, there's still more to come from you. You're fired up right now.
I was just trying to take my breath. It was a kind of, I gave it everything, you know. I went left, I went right. I just kind of still have a bit to show, but I feel like I just learned so much in the other side of the, you know, the heat IQ and just like, I don't know, learning how to play the game more than just letting the surfing, you know, just trying to make the most out of every opportunity. Paddling, positioning, priority, what, like everything, yeah.
Just letting the surfing do the talking, right?
But I hope, I still feel like I still got left more in the tank, so hopefully we can go bigger actually.
And Sweden, you know, you guys are here with the team of 3. Talk me through that team dynamic because it's really cool how close-knit you guys seem to be on screen.
Yeah, it's actually crazy, like in a sense of like a team where we've only got half a team, but it's a strong team. Like we've got kind of a few different nationalities that are representing Sweden. So we get a bit from everywhere, and I don't know, everyone's just been, from day one, the very first day we got with each other, we all gave each other so much love and support, and like everything I want to hear, I've been hearing it, and everything I can give, I've been trying to give like as much as we can in terms of like, you know, lifting each other up. And I think that's what the team is for, and I couldn't be happier to have a better team.
It's been a big day of surfing as well. I guess, you know, these repechage rounds, they're tough. There's a lot of heats. You'll be surfing a fair bit tomorrow as well. So tonight, just regrouping with the team, what does a nightly routine look like for Team Sweden?
Well, we just kind of been keeping the good vibes going, you know. There's a lot of things that you can think of, like, you know, negativities and stuff, but we're just staying positive and just focusing on the things that we have to focus on. And today was a long day. It was one of the last heats of the day, so it was actually hard to like wait all day, watch in, and like I was so amped up from the second I woke up, but I was just trying to, I don't know, how do you say, like calibrate my energy, you know? I didn't want to get too excited too early, and people were surfing good, like you said, it's the repo rounds. It's like, you know, there's nothing to lose, so I think everyone's giving it all they got, so.
Every heat kind of seems like a final.
Every heat, exactly. Well, like, that's what I say, like even from the first heat is a final, you know, and like every heat's a final. Like these are the best surfers in the world, so I'm happy to be with the best, you know? They bring the best out of me, for sure.
It's really exciting to have you here and continue to keep going for Team Sweden. There's a lot of support. Everyone's here cheering you on.
Let's go.
Pretty loud. And yeah, bring it home tomorrow for Team Sweden.
Yeah, let's keep it going. I just want to say thank you to my friends, sponsors, family, my girlfriend watching too. She, like, everyone that supports me, like, you know how much this means to me. So I really appreciate in whatever sense you have of helping me to follow my dreams. And the job's not done, so let's keep it going.
We'll send it back to the booth. We'll leave it at that. That's a pretty good way to end the day.
Thank you, guys.
Take it away, BL and Paul.
If we were giving scores for interviews, that's in the 9s, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going
that's
10.
Up there.
It was so mature. The fact that he recognises, you know, the old let my surfing do the talking, I never bought that one. I always kind of thought it was, you're missing half the point, mate. If that's all you think it is, you're missing a lot. And so that's the way people deal with stress, is that comment. And he's smart enough to know that as we see Tim Elter up and riding, we saw him fall on one in the interview. Boom, finishes up nice on the inside. But there is, he talked about his position, his wave selection, his manoeuvre choice, all of the elements that are a part of the overall performance and package to succeed here, he's considering it. And he admitted that he's just learning and growing and finding more answers as he goes.
Yeah, the other key point I thought was notable from that. As Drew points out, his best result for Sweden, he just politely swatted that aside and said, we're not done yet.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not like, oh, yeah, wow. You know,
yeah.
It's like, no, hang on. I got a really good opportunity here. I could go all the way. Surfing's good enough. He could win a gold medal here individually.
100.
He's that good easy. He's got a bit of surfing yet to do. But, yeah, what a mature take on things. Love that.
Yeah, it felt great. It was a fantastic interview, shared from the heart. And you can feel that when he's saying things, not just saying things for the sake of saying it. He means it, and he's considered, and he competes in that with that same awareness and that same attention to detail.
7 on the clock here in this heat and in the day. So last heat of the day, 6s in for the likes of Moss early on. The American got that done. Darshan Antiquera's got a 6 of his own.
Powerful.
Yeah, previous to last wave that was. He's going to drop a score.
And what about the 2 backhand re-entries of Teva Bushka?
Well, yeah, he's entered the chat, hasn't he? This is going to be a big number. They were beautiful turns during that interview.
Maybe the best wave of the heat. It felt to me, watching it during the interview, really critical, straight up vertical maneuvers on the backhand. 6.5 the best so far. That was multiple turns. Great for, here we go. There, 5.33 for Timmy Elter drops. No. That's his total. He's got 5.33 and a 3.5, this guy right there. That's not going to change the situation.
Darshan with a paddle that won't quite get there.
Desperate to improve on the second score. He's got that 6 and get a second, so take the pressure off.
Looks like Owen Moss, heat leader with first priority. Look how low he gets. Just driving, but doing it smooth. Everything linked together so well. Puts a little flourish on the finish, gives it a little extra.
Scores for blue and green still to come in.
Yeah, we feel like Teva Bushka's number will be significant. Be a big number, his best. And it might put him right up there. We'll see where it goes. It could even go to first, just depending on exactly where it goes. It will really mix things up in this heat when it does come in.
5 minutes on the clock.
Comes in as a 6, puts him up into second. So well positioned with first priority and second place. Bit of pressure on Elter now and on Darshan. Going to get a number for him, Antiquera, Costa Rica. Here goes Timmy Elter. Nice little slide. Once again, snapping on a smaller wave. You can see this thing running out of energy. He's quick enough to squeeze in another turn, but it always felt like it was fading. Just going ebbing away, getting away from him a bit. He's had a few waves like that, actually, where just the energy after the initial turn, he's like doing really well and being active and busy, but kind of like, yeah.
Tapering off a little bit, but to be expected at this point in the day and after so many heats. Look at the first waves for everybody. 6.5, 6, 5.33, 6.03. It is tight, and it is all about the second score at this point in time. Surfer who doesn't actually have one is Costa Rica's Darshan. He's got the smallest second score. Here he goes.
Backhand attack for Darshan. Powerful guy. You see how much spray he throws. And again.
A little bit of an overcook.
He just waited just a fraction of a second too long, did he, to get up there?
And I think the 4.57 needed out of that smaller wave. He needed to push like that anyway. He wasn't going to get the score without it. So now he's just got to make sure that, you know, from a time point of view, 3.5 minutes, that he gets another wave, because he's got the, you know, second best of the openings, the best single wave. It's just that low second score. And when you look at Owen Moss, he's got the highest score and the highest second score. So well managed performance from him.
Okay, down towards 3 minutes to go here. Costa Rica will reach the lineup with a couple on the clock. And where will he pop out? If he can get in a position where no one else is near him with better priority, I think he'll be alone. more or less. Certainly when he pops into the lineup immediately. Depends, of course, who comes down to cover him as well. Timmy Elter still looking for that 5.28.
So doable.
It's already gone better than that with his high number. But first priority with Teva Bushka. He's had that for a little while now. They got that 6-point ride during the interview. That was a while ago, maybe about 10 minutes ago. And since then, he's held that first priority.
Timmy Elter just paddled for that one. Didn't really need to do that and lost priority. Went from 3rd to 4th. That's pretty critical at this point in time with 2:20 on the clock. 1st and 2nd in the heat with 1st and 2nd priority. And Darshan's the wild card right now. If he can find some space, get another opportunity, go to the backhand with those massive backhand vertical hangers that we've seen him perform. And look at the distance he's got, and look who's chasing him down from down the beach.
Here's Teva coming after him. He's in 2nd position. He's got first priority. He's trying to get there.
See Darshan looking over his shoulder, wondering where he was. He picks up the pace in the paddle to stay away.
Oh, hang on. Got some energy here. Everyone turns seaward and tries to square up to get in a position to go. And if Darshan goes right, Teva would be able to drop in on him.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen anyway. Final 90 seconds. We're inside that. What he really wants is a left. If he could possibly get on the other side of a peak here, Costa Rica, that'll be the dream situation. He can surf the other way. But meanwhile, Teva will let him go. But the fact that he's pumping on a smaller wave, that's exactly why Teva didn't want it.
Strategic ending to this heat.
Could he get away now? There's a chance. You see Teva's paddling the other way. Maybe Darshan just trying to move down the beach.
Yeah, a little repositioning move. Try and shake Teva Bushka from Morocco.
The old snakes and ladders.
Exactly.
And he's just slid away down the lineup.
Oh, no.
Didn't get that far.
45 seconds on the clock. Inside one, he figures he's got to go it. And he does, most probably. One out of the top. Goes a little flat. That wasn't going to do it.
So you're seeing exactly why priority matters right now. Owen Moss from first place and second priority watches Tim Elter trying to get a 5.28. Probably his last, certainly his last opportunity. 2 good turns. Nice.
Too small from the start.
Yeah. Small wave. Did well with his surfing. Can't see that being the number that he needs. Meanwhile, Teva finally used that priority. Backhand wave from him.
We don't see any. Oh, there's one red circle for Timmy Elter. We saw that wave. We don't figure that it is the 5.28 he needs. There's also a spinning circle indicating a score to come for blue, which isn't really going to affect anything. So it looks like those results will most probably stay exactly as they are. He'll get the feedback from his team that you did it, mate. You did it. You're still alive.
Yeah, interesting to see Teva ask a question. Him not exactly sure himself where he is. He'll get the good news shortly when this number comes in, just to make things 100% sure. We think Tim Elter will be a little ways off the score required. And that will wrap things up for another epic day here. You have to say, Owen Moss from the USA, one of the outstanding performers. A couple of his teammates have been blistering as well. Some of them have shone brightly, but ultimately gone down. There's a nice moment there on the inside. Darshan, he's represented his country really well. Just ran out of time, really. Did half the job. Just couldn't quite find a quality wave. And those two will share a little moment down on the inside. But Morocco and Teva Bushka will come back tomorrow, penultimate day of competition. And we'll be starting off with men's repechage tomorrow. We'll have a round of the main event for the men as well. And then more repechage rounds.
And what a day it was, mate. Another incredible day, wasn't it? Great performances, repechage round, super tough competitors. Lost to the event, and then the people still in it.
Well, speaking of the day, we've cut some highlights together. Let's take a look and remind ourselves how day 7 went down. Don't go away. On the other side of the highlights, we're going to get an interview with Owen Moss, winner of the heat we just saw.
take a ride like a permanent weekend. I never thought I'd get to spend a rain for the B-sides. The biggest part of me has come alive like a permanent weekend. I know that it will never This one started right away, but I know it's real, 'cause I can feel it.
Team USA, debrief on the rocks. Owen Moss, the parasols shading the team. And it's been a pretty good day at the office for the Americans, BL.
Great day. They lost Luke Ronaldo, but he put on some incredible performances anyway. I'm exhausted watching the highlight package. So much great surfing. Such an amazing day for day 7 of 9. 2 more to go. We're going to crown champions. It's you know, to win your nation, to be the #1 surfing nation in the world, such a massive thing. And yeah, it's been a great show, great to be a part of.
Yeah, one of those days with a lot of repetition and having to do multiple reps. And you sort of see our surfers, that familiarity with the break, but also the comfort of being here, competing with any pressure that they're feeling for their country. They're getting more comfortable, and you can just see them grow into, you know, being a contender for a medal here. And we're really close to a finish.
We see that with Sweden in that last heat, Kia Martin. So amazing scenes, amazing surfing. The vibe is high, and the best is yet to come. Can't wait to watch tomorrow and crown our champions on Sunday.
And we're also pretty confident thinking about the swell. We saw a bit of an increase come through today as well. Smaller conditions we've seen this morning, but it's picking up again for the weekend.
And still overhead largely, you know, 3 to 4 foot sets all day, and it's meant to pick up a little bit overnight, be a bit bigger, and then Sunday bigger again. So we're in good shape, mate. We're in good shape.
And overall, in terms of the quality of surfing that we expect to see, obviously for finals day, and those surfers, they'll know who they are, that feel like they're medal favourites. Maybe they'll have been potentially holding something a little bit back as well in terms of what they showed to the judges, and maybe you've got some big airs or some certain manoeuvres, and tomorrow, Sunday, will be the time to use them.
Yeah, you'd be lucky. If you got to this point of the event and you've been able to hold something back, you've got a lot in your arsenal, because it's, you know, you've had to put it out there heat after heat, 20 minutes, 4 people. It's just a little, you know, it's a sprint within a marathon, isn't it? You know, and so it's an exciting format, an exciting way to call heats, to watch heats, and like I said, the best is yet to come.
The other interesting thing about the dynamic heading into the weekend as well, up until now, with the event being so long and so many rounds, it's just a little bit of a treadmill. You just surf for the next heat, kind of Groundhog Day, you go to dinner, you go to bed early, and you just keep doing the same. By now, the end is kind of hoving into view a little bit, and you can start to think, you know, whatever your personal goals were, whatever your collective goals as a team, some of those conversations, it's putting a real meaning on all this work that they've done this far.
Yeah, and you get to this point and you figure you can win. Everybody left in the event potentially can win. You don't get this far into an event without being an incredible surfer, an incredible competitor. We've seen some great strategy, some great tactics, incredible surfing. So, you know, we've got some young surfers who are the whole package, and it's going to make the show real good.
Time to get down here from Team USA. Owen Moss is with True.
Yeah, thank you so much. Last heat of the day, Owen. It's been a big day, 3 heats surfed already, and feeling pretty exhausted, I'd say, but stoked after that heat win.
Yeah, for sure. No, stoked to get a quick start. You know, like with the high tide, the waves kind of get a little tricky. And yeah, I was just psyched to complete my first wave. I was pretty torched, so yeah, I don't know, stoked to keep going.
And for Team USA, another big win moving on through to that next round. You know, the team morale as well seems really high. Let's take a look at your wave as well. You got a 6.5 and a 4.8. We'll have a look at the 6.5. Talk me through it.
All right, first turn felt pretty good. There's a lot of lump out there, you know, with this high tide. Like those clean faces are kind of gone now, and you know, I was little push through that one. But yeah, I don't know, I was for sure feeling it. I was stoked to get that wave though. Yeah, right there, a little bobble, you know, just a little tired, but recovered for the finish, so I was stoked.
It seemed like a tough heat as well in regards to like finding that backup. Was it tricky?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I got a couple waves down the beach and ended up real far. I don't even know how they could even see, to be honest. Like, I was so far down there I couldn't see like the tower or nothing. So yeah, I don't even know. It's pretty torched though. I don't know. That's it. I don't even know how to speak right now.
Yeah, I hear you. It's been a big day. It's hot. There's a lot going on. You've just surfed 3 heats. That's a lot of energy.
I think it's the most I've surfed the whole time since I've been here. So yeah, I don't know. Stoked to get some rhythm going and and just starting to get it going now. So psyched.
Well, keep it going for tomorrow. Good rest tonight.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Owen. Thanks, True. He's earned his rest, that man. Understandably fatigued, but he's put in some great performances. We've loved it.
We loved it. We're all fatigued, but the best is yet to come.
Mate, how do you feel about coming back at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to watch some surfing?
Cannot wait.
Should we do it?
Cannot wait.
We're getting close to those medal matches. Finals weekend tomorrow. We'll see you back down here, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll see you then.